Good morning. It is Wednesday, August 20th. We will call to order Committee Number 2, Public Works. We'll read the first item.
Good morning. Item 1 is a resolution to accept the public improvements and to release the subdivision performance bond letter of credit dated April 19, 2024, that secured the improvements to Stone Creek PD Phase 2, PD 06-345CO, sponsored by Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you. This item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman. I have seconded the item. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Ahmad Namati, Senior Engineer from Shelby County Roads and Bridges. This item is the release of the performance bond and acceptance of public improvements of the Stone Creek PD Phase 2. This development is located on north side of East Holmes Road between Grand Pines Drive and Hacks Cross Road. This phase added 56 residential lots to this area. The developer has completed the public improvements, and the county engineer's office has inspected and approved the roads and drainage system. City of Memphis Engineering has inspected and approved the sanitary sewer system. Administration recommends approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Namati. I don't see any commissioners in the queue, so we can take this item to a vote. All right, looks like all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote. Let's tally the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Wright, and Bradford. We have 3 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation. And we will hear land use in 8 minutes. All right, I have 8:40, so we will call to order Committee Number 5, Land Use Planning. If we could read the first item, please.
Item 1 is a resolution pursuant to Chapter 9.6 of the Unified Development Code of the County of Shelby and the City of Memphis, Tennessee, granting a plan development amendment for land located at 12635 U.S. Highway 64, known as Case Number PD 2025-007CO, sponsored by Commissioner Shante Avant. This item was referred back to committee in August 11th, 2025 Commission meeting.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman. I have seconded the item. I believe we heard this at our last meeting and had it sent back to committee because there was one item that the developer wanted to work with you on. Mr. Ragsdale, do we have a resolution?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Good morning, Commissioners. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. There was one item that we were working with the applicant on. We just wanted to make sure we had all the conditions correct to allow for the temporary parking of tractor trailers. That would be not temporary as of 1 day, but a minimum of 3 days, but not allow a drop yard, so strictly prohibit a drop yard. And so we have a few conditions that we've worked with them, and we're comfortable that is accomplished.
Excellent. I see the applicant here. You all don't have any other issues? Are we good? You can come to the mic if you want. Yes, sir. And if you'll just state your name and address and then let us know where you are on it.
Dedrick Brittenham, address is 3385 Airways Boulevard, Suite 229, Memphis. Yes, sir, we are in agreement with staff, and we'd like to move it forward, please.
Excellent. All right, I have one commissioner in the queue. Commissioner Brooks, good morning.
Just one question. Were there any community meetings? Did you have any community opposition?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We had neighborhood meetings. Notice was given, and neighbors did show up, and they are in support of the conditions and what we are trying to do with the amendment. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
The notice was sent out pursuant to UDC regulations. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. We also have a county commission resolution that addresses community engagement on development and that kind of thing. So, yeah, in addition to the state statute. So, yeah. So next time you all come and with something like this and you've had community meetings, particularly if you've had opposition, would you bring your sign in from your community meeting?
Yes, ma'am. Brett Ragsdale with the Division of Planning and Development. Yes, ma'am. We can do that. And
Okay.
and just to point out, there was no opposition to this
Okay.
one. So,
Well, thank you so much.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, let's take this item to a vote. All right, if all commissioners have had the opportunity to vote, let's reveal the results.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Bradford, and Brooks. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will go down with a favorable recommendation, and this concludes land use and planning. The next committee is set to start at 8:50.
All right, it is 8:50. My mic has stopped working, so if IT could assist, I will use Commissioner Morrison's for the time being. If we could, so I'll call to order Committee Number 4, Law Enforcement. Could we read item 1?
Item 1 is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2026 Capital Improvement Project CIP Plan budget and authorizing expenditure of $350,000 for a master plan to develop and relocate the Walter L. Bailey Criminal Justice Center from 201 Poplar Avenue in Memphis, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner McWright and Commissioner Erica Sugarman. This item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules and was deferred in August 6, 2025 committee meeting.
All right, thank you so much. I know that we have a sort of a duplicate here. I think, do we just need to withdraw this one and then move to the next?
I thought it was a duplicate also, and I spoke to the SIRE administrator the administrator, and she explained to me that it's actually a little bit different. There's a little difference between the two captions. So if you look on item 2, it has the language from the CIP contingency fund. The first item doesn't have that language. So it's two different
Okay.
items. Yes, sir.
Oh, well, I guess I would still move, if it's okay with my co-sponsor, I would move to withdraw the item 1.
Second.
Okay.
Let's first move it onto the floor. Yes, sir.
My apologies. This has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Mills. Did I make the motion? I think I made a motion to withdraw, second by Commissioner Bradford. Can we do that without objection, or I don't know if we need to do that? Hearing none, so moved. And then can we read item 2?
Yes, sir. Item 2 is a resolution amending the fiscal year 2026 Capital Improvement Project CIP Plan budget and authorizing expenditure of $350,000 from the CIP Contingency Fund for a master plan to develop and relocate the Walter L. Bailey Criminal Justice Center from 201 Poplar Avenue to one of several alternate site options in Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Commissioner McWright and Commissioner Erica Sugarman.
Thank you. Oh, hang on. All right, thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Bradford, second by Commissioner Sugarman. Do we have someone from Finance who's prepared to speak on this, or from anyone in the administration prepared to speak on this? Okay, I see Chief Collins walking in. Chief Collins, do you want to speak on this item? Good
morning.
Would you give us your name and title, and like you to set up where the administration is on this item?
Harold Collins, Chief Administrative Officer. I just reached out to our Finance Division to see if they could come down and explain to you why we believe it may be necessary to try to identify different resources for this particular item. And so as soon as, I was hoping they'd beat me here, but as soon as they get here, Mr. Chairman, we could hold this to the heels if possible and come back to it if that's okay.
Okay, I will say I do have a number of comment cards. They are identifying item 4 as the subject, but I assume you were just seeing that it was committee 4, and you probably want to speak on this item. Let me make sure that's true. Miss Brawl, would you raise your hand? Did you want to speak on this item? No? Item 4? I have Oscar Love. Do you want to speak on this item? Yes. Okay. So let's do that. So let's wait for, well, I see Finance now walking in. You're right on time, Madam Chief. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, Chief Tipton, I'll go ahead and recognize you. Could you speak to us on this? We're on item 2 under law enforcement. This is the CIP, use of CIP for a master plan to develop and relocate the Justice Center at 201 Poplar. Can you speak to where the administration stands on this issue?
Thank you. Good morning. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The CIP dollars, as you know, are normally utilized for major projects that we fund through debt funding, through bonds, purchasing bonds. And we use the contingency fund that we set aside in CIP for projects that potentially could exceed the amount that they were budgeted for. So that is like a place that we can go to should a project go over the amount that was budgeted. And if we don't have that money available, then we would have to go to general fund dollars in order to do that. This money is, like I said, debt-funded money, and it's paid back over the term of 20 to 25 years, in our case, 20 years, and I think it's $350,000. Yeah, that would be for an expenditure type item, not one that should be paid for with debt dollars that we have to pay back with interest.
Chief Tipton, are you saying that that's a policy preference of the administration? Which I'm happy to work with that, but I'm just trying to clarify, are you saying it's a policy preference, or are you saying that this is an unallowable use?
What I'm saying, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance, is that it is a policy as far as a professional financial judgment, not to use these funds for an expenditure type item.
Thank you. I see Commissioner in the queue, Commissioner Ford.
Chair, I just want to make sure, we still are the legislative body who passes resolutions where they have fiscal notes and stuff, right? Are we still that body, or are we taking advice from appointed people, us elected folks? I just want to know, because I'm calling nonsense. Don't get on that mic yet. I said nonsense, and the first thing you want to do is get to the mic, so you're basically defining what I'm trying to say. You don't even know what I'm about to say yet, so chill out. There have been so many, I can give you about 10 projects now, where CIP was the emphasis stage for anything A and E on a project. So notwithstanding what the CFO articulated, there have been projects that we have initiated or the administration have initiated that have started with CIP. So I don't want to hear now, after we've already passed a budget, with little help from the administration, in order to get to this particular point here. Chair, you're one of the sponsors, and you thought it would be wise to go to a contingency where nothing has been allocated or appropriated for anything. Now, I'm not taking away anything. I know we got cards for people that are going to state what they need to say because they have personal stakes in the community. But as far as this item is concerned, there have been a multitude of items where the A&E piece has been initiated through CIP dollars. Whether they don't want to do it, it's not up to them, it is up to this body, and if this body decides to go one route or the other, it is in our purview. That's the most I've heard finance say. I wish I heard them say that much when we got a $1.7 billion budget passed. I would be very careful on your response to this with fluff. We know people running for mayor and everything, and you know what? Let them talk, because the more they talk, the more they disqualify themselves for that seat.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Chief Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're not going to debate who's the professional in this room or what we do on a daily basis versus an elected body or individuals who do work on a part-time basis. what we're going to say to you is that this group, this administration works very hard to give you the information that you need to make sound decisions. And sometimes this body does not take the advice of the administration and what people give. And then this body makes decisions that you have to come back and clean up in a week or so, because the decisions were made without listening or hearing what the administration do every single day. So when Chief Tipton says to this body that to use $350,000 in a contingency fund to pay it over 20 years with interest, we believe that is not the best use of a contingency. I don't know how other folk pay their bills. We try to use the best possible mathematical and sensible, reasonable auditing ways to pay bills for Shelby County government. And we believe to use $350,000 to pay over 20 years is not a reasonable use of Shelby County taxpayer funds.
All right, thank you, Chief Collins. Thank you, Ms. Tipton. Thank you. Let me ask, so I know Sheriff Bonner, I know you're in the middle of a conversation. Can you come up and speak? Because I think this resolution really puts the sheriff's office in the driver's seat. And so it would come down to you all. I feel like I do have a number of comment cards, but before we get there, can you set us up on how do you see this resolution? Are you in agreement with this, and how do you see this playing out?
Good morning to all. Floyd Bonner, Shelby County Sheriff. Man, we have set off such a firestorm with this conversation. One of the things that you've never heard the sheriff say is where the jail should be built, okay? I've never said that. All I've ever said is that we need to build a new jail. I've had some conversations with other commissioners talking about spending this $350,000. I don't know if we've all had a chance to really sit down and talk about this. We do have a jail need assessment plan that was done by University of Tennessee CTAS, Mr. Jim Hart, who came down and presented before, I think, doing this board meeting. And we just really hadn't had a time to talk. So, I mean, whatever is the path of least resistance for right now, if you give us time to talk, and all of it, the letter that I sent all of you just the other day, what I was trying to do was to let you know that there are many partners in this criminal justice wheel, and all of us play a part in what happens in the jail, when the people get out, when the people come in, so on and so forth. I've had another meeting or conversation with some of the others. I just think right now we're putting the cart before the horses. There are no bulldozers in New Chicago. It's nobody's talking about turning earth anywhere right now. We're just in the very infancy stages of this just having conversations. So I think maybe if we just all slow down a little bit, some of the things that we've done in some of the resolutions that I've seen, I've hired former Judge Bobby Carter to take a look. He's only been on the job now for about 2 months. Talked to Judge Carter just last week, and he's trying to round up all of the criminal justice partners. I was just speaking with Clerk Sawyer. We were talking about how we streamline this. My chief jailer's here. Some of the things about streamlining the process. We went to a new computer system. The county did, I think in 2015 or 16, which, so there's just so many things that we need to do first, I think, before we have this spirited conversation about where the jail is going to go. I think many of you would like to see the process streamlined. Bail reform, it's just so much that we've got to talk about. So, I mean, I'm here, I'm still saying we need a new jail, okay? There's no question about that. But how do we get there? I'll be more than happy to get Mr. Hart back down here to go over it again. Where that jail goes is up to this body, where that jail goes. But I think we all need to have informed information and decide what goes, when it goes, and so on and so forth.
All right, thank you, Sheriff. Do you have a couple of commissioners in the queue? Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. And so I heard Finance talk about the CIP, 20 years for $350,000. And so I'm just wondering, have you had a conversation with the mayor, with Finance, and maybe, you know, the Sheriff's Department can also pitch in some money to fund the $350,000 for the master plan? Because coming from CIP for over 20 years, I do understand the concern there. So we do need to move forward. I think the first step would be the master plan to develop, and also to, as far as where, you know, that should be a conversation to be had not only with the community, but as well with the clerks, as well as the judges. I'm hearing concerns from all sides of it, but my main concern right here is the $350,000 getting us started. Do you have it in your budget, or could you pitch in as far as a dollar amount? Have you reached out to the mayor? Have you reached out to finance? Because I'm concerned about that. Thank you.
Sheriff Floyd Bonner. Excuse me. No, ma'am, I have not reached out to the mayor. I don't think we have that money. Unfortunately, my CAO, Chief Lindsay, was involved in a car accident this morning, and she's fine. I don't mean to start on anyone, but she's not here right now, so I can't really speak on dollars and cents. No, I have not spoken with the mayor on this $350,000. I think one of the things that we all need to go back and do is look at the assessment need. So if we agree that we need a new jail, the jail study in 2006 or 7 all had site locations or site recommendations. This study has site recommendations. And again, I don't know where you're gonna, what your plan is to spend this $350,000, or who needs to be paid for this service that we're asking for. But, you know, I don't know if we hire a company, or I don't know what we're doing here, you know, to be honest with you, with the $350,000.
Okay, and so just follow up real quickly. And so was it 2006?
There was a jail study done back in, it was 06 or 07.
And did you send that to the commissioners?
I've sent it over before, but I'll send it to you again.
Please do, okay. And then my understanding is that it's a master plan to develop. That's my understanding. And then maybe the sponsor of the resolution can go into detail as far as what it entails. And then again, I just think that, you know, we need to look at where's the money coming from before we start spending it, and then what exactly is it we're going to get for that money. So that's my concern. Thank you.
Well, Commissioner, to your very point, I think there's conversations that need to be had as to, you know, what we're doing here, how we're going to spend the money, who's going to do the study. Does the study that UT did for us, does it suffice? Or do we need to hire a company or what? I mean, at this point, I don't know what direction this body wants to go.
All right, thank you, Sheriff Bonner. So I heard the question. Let me go ahead and ask if Kemp Conrad, I believe, is here representing the one of the groups that would be involved in helping us with the master plan process. Can you come up and give us? I know you were here a couple of weeks ago with one of the sites. Can you speak to this for us? What's being contemplated and what would the county receive? Because my understanding is what we're talking about is a master plan, and that could include all what does the building need to look like? What are the possible locations? What are, maybe even architectural, but can you speak to what exactly this entails?
Sure. Kemp Conrad, 5101 Wheeless Drive, Suite 300. I think what we're trying to do is bring a solution to the community. As a Memphian, as a Shelby Countyan, as someone who is candidly tired of seeing dysfunction, people dying, this being in the news, we're trying to bring a solution to this. There's been too much finger pointing, who's on first, who does what. That is exactly what this $350,000 allows the county to move forward. You are not picking a site today. You are not coronating a site today. We think that the site that we have will be the best site, but you're not picking that site today. The county commissioned a study by CTAS. They brought forward 3 sites. What this money allows you to do is to run a process which heretofore has not happened between all the different parties that have to weigh in on this. The biggest part of it is that kind of that space programming and the various community input. And you'll have professionals that will be aggregating this information, talking to all the parties, so the county can move forward on this critical issue. It's agnostic to which side it is, the space programming. How much space? Do we want open space in the new detention? Do we want light? Do we want to create a place that can reduce recidivism? How do we want, what offices need to go there? That's what this will do. We think we've already added a lot of value to the process. This process for Nashville in a much smaller facility was over $1 million. We got another proposal from a firm that was over $2 million. So we brought together, a world-class team that specializes in criminal justice to assist the county with a process that's stalled and people that don't seem to be talking to each other that are in charge. And as a Memphian, that's super disappointing. And that's all this does. And I hope y'all move forward on it. Thank you, Chairman Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad. You might stay close because I do have other commissioners in the queue who may have a question for you if you're willing to entertain those. Because again, I'm going to need help. I know I'm a sponsor, but I'm going to need some help talking through what all is included in this resolution. Let me go back to the queue. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Kemp, again for explaining it that way. As I spent this last week meeting with the DA, I talked to the sheriff, and as I spoke with him this morning about this process and where it's at, because this, for me, when you talk about where I spent some time last week, even with some of the members of the community who came down to city council with us 12 years ago when we was fighting for Frazier to get a plan done, and they're seeing us turned away, and then seeing the plan that Ms. Atwater brought forward that I just really saw. To say that the community has a plan, but many times when the community come down to us with a plan, we don't support the community plan. So to that point is that to hear the sheriff and to hear the DA and to hear the clerks to say that they're not understanding really where this process is. I support the fact that we need to have a conversation about a new jail, because when you go into 201 Poplar where lower level is, and then you walk over to Annex, where the people in the Annex building is, it's a totally different world. And it need to be changed, and one of the things I just spoke with the sheriff about the plan. I think the initial site plan had it where it was talking about extending it out to Danny Thomas, right here, going on out to Danny Thomas with that plan. To that point, it was like, this conversation need to be held with all of these stakeholders and the judges in the court to say, is that an option that we have when we talk about this? Because to your point, if we're talking about 3 different sites, do the $350,000, is that even enough to even have a conversation about that? Or do we have to come back? Because some of these conversations, when I think about the whole jail process, over the 2.5 years we was in public safety ad hoc, it wasn't just the sheriff's department that had issues. It was the courts. It was the judicial bail hearings. It was so many other factors that the infrastructure, what's happening at 201 Poplar is not
tight as it should to be. So just, again, I'd say this, if we just built a new jail, that wouldn't be solving all the conversations we need to be having right now when we do say we want to reduce people that's in that jail. When we do say we want to reduce recidivism, what do this system even look like of all of us working together? And again, that was part of what I wanted to really us investing more dollars in that tax when we was talking about the budget, because this going to take more money. And this is going to take more discussion of stakeholders and people in the community being involved before we talk about where it's going to go next. I support the fact that we need to be talking about building a new jail, period. But not right now without all the stakeholders having, and this is not a denial, I don't believe. Even if it's a delay, it's to say, let the sheriff need to be able to say clearly, and the courts need to be able to say clearly where they see this process going before we just say, here go some dollars that, what we going to do next. So, Mr. Conrad.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. You might need to get back in the queue because I think you had more to go, but let me go to.
Can I reply?
Go, if you want. Yeah, go ahead.
Kemp Conrad. Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. I think you proved our point. What's going to be different tomorrow or on Monday after this commission meets that is the case right now? What can be different is hire professionals that do this that are going to help y'all through the process. That's exactly what the master planning process is for, what you laid out. It's to get that stakeholder input from professionals that do this on how everything works together. This is exactly what I think you just articulated is needed, and this is a path to do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next is Commissioner Brooks.
Good morning. Just a couple of things. And first of all, let me just say to the sheriff, I appreciate what you said. You said a lot. You really did. And I agree with you. What we're doing now is really important. Having a discussion, having some conversation about a real important issue, and there are many layers to this. I agree with Conrad when he said, what's going to be different? There's going to be something different. It should be something different. But what we have right now is not the different that we really need. We need to make sure, and I do have an add-on resolution, we need to make sure that we have all of the best plans before we make this decision. There should be, we're spending public money. This is not my check. Okay, this is not his check. We're spending public money, so we need to make sure that we've given all the opportunity to participate in this process. So at some point, Mr. Chairman, when I can put it on the floor, I will put an add-on on that subject. So the discussion and the communication is what we need. Definitely involving stakeholders. I mean, I looked at the CTAS assessment. It's thorough. But what a question is the stakeholder interviews. And I know that you don't get into the weeds of everything, but some of the stakeholders are really not stakeholders. You got people living in Milton, you got people who are totally unaffiliated. So we need to make sure that next time we involve the community or the people who are directly impacted, that they actually have a vested interest. We need to make sure we're doing that. We shouldn't just reach out and get folk just to have people. We got to make sure we got the right people, the best people. Y'all heard that before, I know. Thank you, Sheriff Bonner, for saying that. And as I said last time, we just need to slow this down. We're moving too fast. There are a lot of parts here. And it is not, no one has decreed that anyone is going to do this plan. This is a public process, and we need to ensure that this process remains public, particularly the spending of $350,000.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Bradford.
Thank you. I'm on board with getting an RFP issued. I just want to make sure we do it in the right way. A couple of my colleagues have kind of spoken to items that we need to make sure in this RFP. We need to make sure community involvement is part of it. I want to make sure this goes out on the streets and we actually have multiple people that are able to apply to it to make sure we get a quality firm on board. I've been reached out to by a number of architecture firms in town that want to be involved. I don't want us to use the professional services and then just select someone that we have done on other things. And by we, probably pointing more fingers at the administration, because I don't think we've really done that. I want to make sure that everything is being studied as well. Clerk Sawyer has come down and said, what does this mean for the clerk's offices, that type of stuff? Do we need to make sure that whatever site we're selecting has enough space for the clerk's offices as well? This is certainly going to be a long, drawn-out process. I have met with the state officials a couple of times talking about funding, and they have always said, what's your plan? What's your plan for the money? And we don't really have a plan until we get this RFP and get the consultants on board to put a plan in front of us. I think this will be a long process. I think we're on the right track now, but this will probably happen long after we have all, finished out our terms. So I'm on board for this. I think it still needs some edits. I'm going to look at it. I don't know what Commissioner Brooks is bringing forward on it, but I may have a couple more edits to add on Monday. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Bradford. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Commissioner Bradford actually kind of helped me where my mind was going, because my biggest concern today was coming here around us giving $350,000 to a biased plan. Because if you have the person who's doing the services of the plan who has land that they would like for it to be on, I was concerned. Because nothing about that sounds fair to me. So if we're going to issue an RFP and someone answers, and the guidelines within the RFP are that you have to be a neutral party in understanding how to work with community involved, as well as the fact that what the sheriff has just said today around everyone hadn't even talked to each other. So we have to make sure that the RFP says what it needs to say so that we get the right people involved. My biggest concern is neutrality. Because if you want the land to be built on your side, of course you're going to have the plan make it look a certain way. So thank you, Commissioner Bradford. I am in support of us issuing an RFP, but I definitely want to be a part of the conversation about what the wording is for it and what we're asking for, because absolutely, we have to own this process. I don't think we can issue out a process around building something of this magnitude and we're not owning it. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ford?
Did you want to go to anybody who hasn't spoke yet before?
We can do that, if you prefer.
Oh, or I can go after Commissioner Morrison. How about that?
All right,
Yeah.
Commissioner Morrison?
Either way's fine. Well, thank you both. Our charter responsibilities are to fund public health, education, and the criminal justice system. And Sheriff, I see you, along with the DA and the public defender in our courts, as the leader of the criminal justice system. And so you received the study, and I'm one of your biggest fans and fully in your court, but you received the study, and I would hope that, and I appreciate the work Kemp's done, and I'm sure others, but I would love to see collaboration before coming to us as the funding body, so that we can have transparency and the community is brought along in the best way. And my biggest priority would be what's best for the community. And, from what I've studied, to me, it sounds like there are a lot of advantages to the Firestone plan. I mean, it seems, but there may be advantages also to the Shelby County Penal Farm plan. So I just think we kind of need to slow down, as I think everyone has said, and maybe work on, Sheriff, if you have a designee or could put together a team within your office to help form the RFP to bring to us. I think that would be the best way to go about it. I have no doubt that everyone's working in good faith on this, but that would just be my hope for the community's sake. Thank you.
All right, thank you, thank you, Commissioner Morrison. I have 3 new commissioners. Commissioner Ford, do you want to drop down Or do you want to go? All right, go ahead, Commissioner Ford.
All right, thank you. Let me get it all in within 3 minutes. Hopefully I don't have to get in a third time. Sheriff, if one more person asks you to come out of your budget to do things that you may not necessarily be responsible for, I'm going to bring up something in item number 3. I really am. Because it's the same story over and over again. And there are so many sound bites on that, it's ridiculous. The commission doesn't always take the advice of the administration, and sometimes we don't need to, and I'm going to talk about that in number 3 as well. Too much advice and submission has happened over the last 3 years, especially when it comes to your budget. I've heard 2 commissioners state that we need to slow down and we're moving too fast. Well, you know what? When Dr. Atwater brought her plan over and over, the same people, well, no, other people were telling her, slow down, you're moving too fast. And where are we at? But I also agree that if we don't do something now, when are we going to do it? After people get reelected? Y'all know where I'm going with this. Things are popping up now because we're getting closer to re-elections and other things. I'm not running for anything, so I can be very candid. This commissioner, and I can be very candid because I gave you, Dr. Atwater, you, Mr. Conrad, and a few other people in the community, when we were trying to implement some things in the original plan over there in that North Memphis area. It was you, Dr. Atwater, and a lot of community folks, as well as Councilwoman Michael and Easter Thomas, that came to me and stated, we are ready to do something very similar to what has been done in other communities, talking about remedying food deserts and things of that nature. This commissioner, you have the documentation, brought a this part-time commissioner brought a $3 million allocation for the area. But guess what? There's at least one person, let me look real quick, one sitting commissioner that stated on record, we need to slow down, we're moving too fast. Let's put that as last dollars in. Guess what? The administration spent that $3 million on the blessing of this body. But now we care about the community. Come on now. Let's not have these half-truths and everything. Let's put it all out there. Dr. Atwater, you have the documentation. So if anybody says, oh, he's just saying whatever. No, I got documentation. I can get your vote too. So in my last 10 seconds, who are y'all going to believe? A part-time pioneer or a full-time fool? Make sure that you do the right thing in May. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Mills?
Thank you. Sheriff Bonner, nobody wants to do your job, but everybody wants to tell you how to do your job, question your job, and make you answer for every inkling of everything more than any other elected official. This is not a surprise. I had my first sit-down with you in 2019 over this jail and the need for a new jail. So it's not like this, we just woke up one morning this week or this month, we need a new jail. This has been something to be addressed, and you told me from the get-go, we can't rush into this. This was in 2019, we got to do the jail study. There's a process to this. But what we also have hanging over our head here is the feds stepping in and demanding we build a jail. That's going to be a bigger problem, and there will be no choices, there will be no slowdown, there will be no picking and choosing who gets to have a say, who doesn't have a say, which Millington is in Shelby County, so they should be one of the ones to have a say. This process, we've got to move the needle. We're not going to have all the answers. We're not going to pick a place. We're not going to do everything immediately. I'm not even sure this body will be deciding any of that. But we've got to move forward. The issue beyond all of the deciding and doing is we don't have a funding source for this. We tried. We went to Nashville. Tom Leatherwood killed the legislation that would have given us an option to address that issue. I hope we go back. I hope we get a new lobbyist. I hope we do better this next legislative session, because if we don't have a funding source, We're doing all of this for nothing. We're wasting all this time, we're having this conversation for nothing. So there's a lot of steps, we're kind of stepping everywhere and not going in a row that we should be. So we've got to move on. I don't know the funding source. I didn't hear if finance suggested another funding source. Are we still on the funding source issue, or have we ballooned beyond that at this point? So if there has to be another funding source, let's find another funding source and go through the proper process that everybody can be on board with. But we've got to address the jail. That's number one in my book for Shelby County, that we've got to do that. So with that, I guess I don't have a question. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Mills. Chairman Whaley?
Thank you, Chairman. The good news is that this is forcing the conversation to happen, because this is a long project, but it's got to start somewhere. So I certainly appreciate the effort to try to actually take concrete steps. One concern I have, and this is sort of mentioned from other commissioners, is that there are a few things within this resolution that I don't think are aligning with what I'm hearing. One is we're not sure about the funding source. Another one is that it states throughout the document that the intention is to relocate the facility. So in that sense, we are making a decision to relocate it today, which I don't think is what we're trying to do. It also states that it would be led by the sheriff's office, and I'm hearing the sheriff say that he's not clear about what's actually happening, so that's a concern. And then in addition, I heard from Commissioner Bradford that this would be an RFQ and RFP. That is nowhere in this resolution also. So it's not clear that there will be an RFP process, an RFQ process, what the criteria will be. It just says that the results should be presented within 8 months. So just technically speaking, this resolution lacks a lot of clarity that is concerning to me, because if we do want to take a concrete step forward, it should be a concrete step. So with that, I do think that this still needs a lot of work. It's not going to happen between now and Monday. So I would make a motion to refer this to the first committee meeting in October. I've had a conversation with Sheriff Bonner. He's committed to, we also talked about another resolution I have after this. He's committed to working through that to try to make sure that we have a concrete plan, that we don't push this too long, so it's a reasonable amount of time to do it. So that's the reason for that date, so that it doesn't get too far into the future, but that we can actually clarify some of these things that I just laid out. I mean, these are just basic things that I just laid out. So that's the motion to refer to the first committee in October.
Point of order.
There's been,
Point of order.
yes, Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe the chair was not in the room when I made my comments, and in those comments, I did mention that at the appropriate time during this discussion, after this item, I would pass out, I have an RFP, right, an add-on for an RFP. Now, it may not be the exact language, and right now, what I'm trying to do is make sure that this is a public process. I'm not trying to hand this off to someone that has not provided us with all of the information we need, including the comments made by the chair and the items that are in the next resolution. So what I'm trying to do is make sure whatever goes out there, it is a request for proposals, and qualified individuals have the opportunity, who do not have a stake, who do not own property, and that property is coming before us as if it is already baked in. So I'm trying to establish a public process, a request for proposals, because we got to keep in mind whose money we're spending. $350,000 public dollars. So Mr. Chairman, if you could, I would like to have the opportunity to put this on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Before it's deferred.
Thank you, Commissioner. I hear your point of order about your coming add-on. We do have a motion that's been made to refer or defer. It's to defer because we're in committee. However, Mr. Chair, there are some other commissioners in the queue. I also have a number of comment cards on today. So there's been a motion. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Morrison. Is there any objection?
Object.
Okay.
Once you do it without objection, then this item is no longer before us. So if you want to take up comment cards, this would be the time to do it before you determine that it's without objection. Once it's without objection, this item is no longer before us. We move to the next item.
That's
Yes,
what
sir.
I was getting at, yes.
Thank you,
right.
sir.
So I do have an objection. So discussion on the motion. Any commissioner seeking to be recognized on the motion?
Okay, the motion before us,
Commissioner.
Madam Parliamentarian.
So,
Be
ma'am,
clear.
you have an add-on, and we can take that up, and that would not interfere with what is with the motion. So if you still want to bring your add-on, then we can take that up after this item is disposed of, and that would not interfere
Okay.
with
My
your
question
intent.
is, okay, so he asked for a discussion on the motion, and I just want to be clear about the motion that we're going to,
Yes, ma'am.
discuss.
You still want to object to just deferring this
I
item?
do. I want
Okay.
to object because, and let me be clear about that. We have people we have a room full of folk on both sides here. People have come to speak on this item. This is very important. We're talking about spending $350,000 public dollars. So again, I'm going to say it again, we need to slow this down. Let people who have come here this morning, who were here before some of us, let them have the opportunity to speak. That's my objection, and I think we need to open this up for those public comments and follow through with whatever is necessary after that.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Any other commissioners seeking to be recognized on this motion? I see Commissioner Ford.
Could you repeat the motion? I stepped out of my apologies. What's the motion on the floor?
Chairman Whaley has made a motion to defer this to committee on October.
So it would be the first meeting after the new schedule, which we don't have yet, but it'd be the first committee in October. Yeah. It was seconded by Morrison.
So that is the motion on the floor.
Okay, I'll speak on that. I don't believe in kicking the can down the road with everything that I've basically said. This should have an up or down vote. I do agree we have a lot of people that do have come here and do want to speak. You've heard a lot today, and you probably got some information today you didn't know about, not just focusing on what's on the floor here, but other things that could have transpired that people basically took away from the area. So I'm going to support it being something that we vote on today. I don't support deferring it, and I don't support substituting this for an add-on that was just put in front of us as well, because what I don't want the practice to be, Chair, is if somebody does not like a particular item, what they want to do is just basically take that item off by substituting it completely, when we've already had this exercise last time to where when MSCS, and can't wait to talk about that when it's time, there are two things that we have that are competing, but we had somebody who wanted to get rid of the competing item for another item that was being watered down or did nothing. And I think we owe it to the people, in my last sentence, we owe it to them to do something, and we need to do something. This is why I stated last week, the conversation needs to happen. They've already got a lot of things in place where this commissioner tried his best with the city council in order to move many of the things that were in that 3.0 plan. But you got some people here, and I'm going to say this. It's a nice talking point to say we don't want, but when it comes to what we do want to give, oh no, that's work. Can I just get reelected? And then we talk about that later? That's that slow down, you're moving too fast. I'm voting against deferring this. I would like for the item in front of us to have an up or down vote. And anything else that is going to be brought, we can have that discussion as well separately and not as a substitute. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Thornton, are you want to speak on this motion? Not on the motion. Commissioner Brooks, on the motion?
Just to clarify what I was saying about this, I did not bring this add-on as a substitute. I'm adding to the process to open this process up. I've heard from, in Sheriff Bonner's comments, he may not have said the words RFP, a request for proposals, but his comments were leaning that way, that there are some other people out there. There are some things that we haven't talked about. There's more communication. And he just doesn't appear to be ready. Again, I don't understand why there would be any pushback to a request for proposals, to putting this out, as opposed to handing $350,000 off to someone. I don't want to do that. I'm not sure this is the best. I want to take a look and see how many others out there who are doing this work. I want to see their plan. Maybe it doesn't cost that much. I mean, we need to, again, I'm going to say it again because I mean it, Sheriff. I know, I'm not picking on you. Slow this thing down. Why are you in such a rush with this? What's the rush? It's a lot that needs to be talked about. We have a lot of work to do. This is a part-time body. This is a part-time body, and we're not going to get all the research done that needs to be done and look at all the data, the best practices and all that. I'm not voting for anything that I have not thoroughly researched. It's simple as that. So you can either slow it down or get my no vote now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. On this item, Sheriff Bonner, would you like to see this deferred? Or would you like for us to go ahead and move forward today? Where are you on this? Because I think you need to be leading it. Everybody needs to be involved, but, I mean, the jail, you'll be running, well, whoever comes after you will be running it.
Right, right. Thank you, Commissioner. As I've stated before, there is a desperate need for a new jail. Now, it's up to this body as to how that proceeds. I don't mind leading some conversations. I think the sheriff should be involved with the conversations. This $350,000 CIP, you know, we talked, or Commissioner Bills was talking about putting it out on a RFP or RFQ or whatever, to put it out there for that, whatever this body, let's move the needle down the road. Let's try to do something here today. Again, you've never heard the sheriff say where this facility should go, and nor will I, because quite frankly, I'm not an engineer. I don't do that type of work. And we've got to have experts to say, you know, what's the best location, and somebody bring back a comprehensive plan to this body to say, in our opinion, this is where this needs to go. So I'm for whatever it takes today, October, whenever. Let's do something.
So I heard you were good for today, and then I heard whatever.
No. I'm sorry, Commissioner, because I'm not a wishy-washy kind of person. You know, I'm really not. If it's so the wheels of this body to move forward with the RFP, I think is what Commissioner Bills was mentioning. Let's move forward. Let's go. We've got to get this done, and we've got to do something now.
That's what I needed to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for clarification, Chairman Whaley, when you're asking to defer this item, are you saying in October we will come back with all of the things we need in order to issue the RFP? Because that's my biggest issue. My biggest issue is if we're voting on this as is, it's a problem. Because right now you're saying, oh, we're giving the money to this one person who didn't necessarily is going to be in the best interest as a neutral person, and that's the issue for me. So just, if we're saying defer it to October, in October, is it coming back with all of the things filled in that we need in order to move forward? Because to me, that's not that much of a push.
Oh, may I? Thank you, Commissioner Clay Bibbs. Yes, no, that's right. I mean, I think it needs to be, like I said earlier, there are numerous things, and this is just a basic look that this resolution is not in the proper form. It assumes a relocation. The funding source is not clear. It says the sheriff will lead the entire process, and there's no language about RFPs and RFQs. Furthermore, even if you add language about an RFP and RFQ, you've not defined how you would score said RFP and RFQ. So those are things that need to be, like if to the sponsor, like if we want to move forward with it, which I am open to support, I think we need to take some action. I also think we need to take action on like how we run the jail. I think that needs to happen at the same time. But if we're going to do that, we need to make sure that we know exactly what we're hoping to see at the end of that process, so that we clearly put out an RFQ and RFP, qualified entities are able to accurately respond to it. That is not within, it just, as a technical matter, it is not within the resolution today. And that should give enough time, I think, to be able to put that forward such that we can vote when it would come back in just about a month.
Thank you for the clarification.
Point of clarification, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Brooks?
Okay, I just want to make sure I understand what the chairman is saying. Are you saying that we will, between now and October, develop all of the ingredients, everything that we've talked about, including the RFQ, RFP, and some of the items in number 3? We'll have all of that ready in October. Is that what you're saying? Because if that's what you're saying, then we need to put that in writing. I'm trying to get clarification from the sponsor of those comments, Mr. Chairman. Whaley?
Chairman Whaley, do you have a response?
Yeah, so this is not my resolution. I'm simply making a motion I'm making a motion because from my personal perspective, these are things that I think would make sense in a resolution like this. Now, you all may not agree, and that's okay. I don't mind. But that's just my personal opinion that some of these things would be prudent to work out when it is brought back before us to the sponsors of the item.
I just want to be very clear, and I agree with that. That's good. That's great. But I'm saying we need to kind of frame this and maybe put a timeline here and put it in writing so that when we come back in October, we'll all be clear. There will not be any misinformation. Everyone will know this is the expectation and this is what will be in the resolution before us in October. I agree with that. I think those ingredients are what's needed. So we need to talk about that part.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I have Commissioner Ford back in the queue.
Okay, so the motion that's on the floor is still to defer, correct? Help me out with this, Chair. We're talking about $350,000 CIP, and it's already been shown multiple times. I'm trying to prove why I'm not supporting the defer. 350 CIP to start off a process. I did get an email where I think that the processes were detailed out, specifically that are articulating some of the things that have been said. I think you had it up, and it states most of those things. We're so concerned about 350. These are my concerns about deferring. I don't trust finance to do the right thing. Full-time finance. The same full-time finance that did not even have how much we had in our rainy day fund when they came down and asked for $11 million to come out of the rainy day fund, that this body, on the advice of the administration, did. But we're talking about $350,000 right now. We asked on record to the full-time finance, how much do we have in our savings account? Oh, we don't know, but they probably did. They just needed the item to be passed. Point I'm trying to make is, and I'm assuming you, and I'm not going to speak for the other commissioner, we passed a budget. Well, I didn't I abstained on the last one because the budget got reopened on a meeting, and I see Ms. Sherman. I still agree with you that the meeting on the 30th was an illegal meeting because there was not enough, the people did not necessarily know about that meeting. The point I'm trying to say is if this body cannot even know what the savings account balance is and put $11 million out there by more than a supermajority, now we complain about, well, 350,000, we don't know. We passed the budget, there's $1 million in contingency. There's 350, that means there'll be 650 left. But Chair, since you're one of the sponsors, if we kick this can down the road, I guarantee the same full-time finance will find a way to spend that money. Then that money might not be there. It has happened before. I can give an example. These are games that are being played by people and the people in the community, I don't think appreciate that. Is this the most perfect thing? Absolutely not. But as somebody who has seen the community scorn and actually brought an actionable item to see those monies being taken away by some of the people up here in the administration, I have to support something and to make sure that people are accountable as well. So with that being said, again, I am voting against the deferring it because I think the money is going to be gone. They'll find a way. And this body has already shown that they can fly blind without knowing what's in the savings account. I don't know anybody who goes to the ATM not knowing what's in their account and just take money out of. We wouldn't ask y'all to do it, so why should we do it? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. I see no other commissioners in the queue on the motion, and so if I may speak as chair, very briefly. One is I want to put you at ease. If you have a comment card submitted, for the most part, these comment cards do not identify a number, and so I will judge that liberally to allow as much public comment as possible. So do not be worried. I'm not going to skip or, no matter how this vote goes, we will get to the comment cards, okay? There's that. My desire is for us to take solid steps forward. I think the sheriff said something like that. I think others have said that. We know we have an issue. We know we have a problem with the jail. We've known now for years that we've needed to replace it. We've been asking the state for assistance in finding a funding source. It seems to me that having a master plan and some sort of physical whether it be architecture, whether it be, we just need to keep moving this down the field. And so maybe something like this can help us get the state's approval on a funding source. So that's why I'm, let's have as much discussion as possible. Let's have a full planning process where all the people come to the table and are heard, including the community, including the clerks, all the stakeholders. But I think that's what we're envisioning with this process, is a planning process. That's all I've got. So see no other commissioners in the queue. Let's vote on the motion to defer. Voting yes is a vote to defer this to the first meeting of October. Commissioners, cast your votes. If all commissioners have voted, please report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Haswell, Sugarman, Bradford, Thornton, Morrison, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Mills, Wright, and Brooks have voted no. We have 7 ayes and 3 noes.
Thank you so much. So that motion passes, and this resolution moves out to the first meeting of October.
Mr. Chairman, may I be recognized?
Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to take this opportunity to let the public know why I voted no, because I don't mind deferring it, but defer it, and what are we going to come back with? We didn't put anything in writing, and there were a lot of comments, and there's nothing stated that I believe is going to give the public more comfort. So when we come back in October, we may be right where we are right now. So the reason I voted is because we did not frame what we were going to come back with and even agree to put it in writing. So it was just a lot of talk. We're going to have a lot of talk in October, and I'm not part of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. I have a point of privilege from Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say to the public, thank you for being here. I do agree with Commissioner Brooks. What we just did doesn't actually commit to anything. And so I've conferred with legal, and an ad hoc would be a great next step for us to form. So if any of you leaders that are here, people who are going to speak today, if you're interested in being a part of the ad hoc process, then I do think we do need to talk more outside of just committee. If we let what has just transpired just be the lay of the land, that doesn't mean that you're going to be a part of it. It's just going to come back in October, and more people in government are going to be telling you what they want to happen. And so your best bet, if your interest is to come and speak on your behalf, is to be a part of a process that you actually co-create. So the ad hoc, I think, would be a great step. If one of my colleagues is interested in co-chairing or vice chairing the ad hoc, I would appreciate that. And we do need to hear from the administration on this. I know that there's a lot of deference to the sheriff, but we need the administration to come and be a part of the process. And I just wanted to just make a point that I didn't get to stress earlier. In the documents, the plan for Shelby Farms is underdeveloped. So right now, what we are pushing forward is a plan for New Chicago. So if we're going to actually compare alternatives, we have to actually see people in Shelby Farms area come out to speak, to have their voice. We have a lot of New Chicago stakeholders, but literally there are more African Americans to be impacted by Shelby Farms than there are in New Chicago, and I don't know who's representing that voice. And so I also just don't trust government to actually go find those voices. So I just want to say, if you are standing in opposition to this, just from the standpoint of New Chicago, what we're pushing forward is literally locking us into the New Chicago site. So just be aware of that. And I would also just say this is a great opportunity for New Chicago to present alternative plans. Don't let this portal close that we can only block opportunity, but we can't present our plans for opportunity as well. So Dr. Atwater is the only person I've heard that has an actual comprehensive plan for the area. If there's someone else, this would be a great time for y'all to consolidate to actually come and hold space, because we're looking at New Chicago with interest. Why would we just let a jail be the only thing that we focus on if there are other plans? So I would love to see where this goes and hope to see some folks chime in on this ad hoc. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ford, are you seeking a point of personal privilege?
Yeah, what type of ad hoc are we talking about through the chair to Commissioner Thornton? Because I
So-
just heard an ad hoc. What are we specifically finitely trying to look at?
So I would love to just make an ad hoc around just jail reform, looking at the scope of use for the facility, because we're talking about comparing sites. Your use is going to have to guide what you're going to decide is a feasible site. So scope of use for the facility, now we're talking about, is this just another criminal justice center, or is this a rehabilitation center? Like those type of conversations can come into it. The RFP process, what it looks like, who's involved, what are the actual parameters? Because if not, that's going to be something that the sheriff or the administration is just going to create without any input. I don't know how many of y'all have actually contributed to an RFP process, but those aren't open processes. Those are internal. So the ad hoc will allow for community to say what it is that we're actually putting out for bid. And then I think it would be interesting just to contemplate funding sources. When we went down to the state, Tom Leatherwood, without any type of constituent pressure, was able to make a vote that completely took funding pathways off the table. And so I do think that we need to talk about the total pursuit of a new criminal justice system.
All right, just for clarity, and thank you for allowing me the latitude. I heard reform, but now I'm hearing the facility. So is what my colleague trying to do is to have an ad hoc that addresses the entire facility and the components, including but not limited to the jail reform component? Am I hearing that correctly?
So I'll just say, for me, I agree with what Commissioner Brooks said. What we did in the deferral didn't actually accomplish anything. So as an action, I've consulted with legal. The ad hoc is an option that I want to pursue. If someone wants to help me shape up, which I'm going to have, that's the next step, I'm going to have to present what the scope of the ad hoc will be. I'm more than willing to entertain the discussion with any of my colleagues or any of the public. I just am telling you publicly, I'm going to pursue an ad hoc.
Okay, my last comment. If there is no fiscal note that is discussed or put in place, we can have the best leader in that ad hoc, and everything you try to do could fall on deaf ears because there is no fiscal component. And I'm going to emphasize that because look at the ad hocs that we've had. I have one where we have done tremendous things with the allocation that this body put in place. My concern is ad hocs pop up around this time. There's a lot of talk, but if you don't have a fiscal component, then what are we doing? Just like when we had another plan and there was a fiscal component, then it got taken away. So I think this is a little bit worse. We don't have any type of foundation. I agree with you. Yeah, but there were people that also sit here, including our lobbyists, that fought to make sure that those things didn't pass as well. And Commissioner Morris, I know you're a legislative person. We need to make sure that we go back and ask particular questions because there were particular elected officials that reported back to me saying that our lobbyist was working for the other team. And if we're paying that person to be a double agent, we need to handle that, and I hope that we can take care of that. But that's my major concern, the fiscal component and everything else. Y'all got the documentation. Y'all know it ain't about talk, it's more about action. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. I have a parliamentary note.
Thank you, Commissioner. The point is your rules, special rules for committees, that ad hoc committees are within the purview of the chair as follows. The chair may, without necessity of action by the county commission, form and abolish ad hoc committees and appoint or remove the members and officers of such ad hoc committees as deemed appropriate. The membership of ad hoc committees may include persons who are not members of the county commission, but shall include at least 2 commissioners. All final action of the ad hoc committee shall be filed with the standing committee having jurisdiction over the subject matter. All such ad hoc committees shall expire annually on August 31st, so that would be about a week. So when the chairwoman-elect begins her term, then that item can be addressed at that time.
All right, thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. Thank you, Mr. Conrad.
I just wanted to thank you all for the great discussion today, and thank you for your service. And I would just argue that we don't need to slow the train down. We need to keep moving it forward. The people that are dying in that building and their families would agree with that. The folks that work there that I've heard about that are so unsafe, I think would agree with that. And if nothing else today, I'm glad that we have injected this conversation into the public square. And I have no doubt that as Memphians and Shelby Countyans, the people at this dais and the stakeholders can solve this for the betterment of this community. So I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad. Mr. Sheriff, I think this next item still has you included. I still have cards, so if you would like to speak, this next item is still on the jail, and so I still will recognize, so I will still call your names. Can we read item 3?
Yes, sir. Item 3 is a resolution of the Shelby County Board of Commissioners requesting a comprehensive staffing analysis, staffing analysis, review of jail policies and procedures, and a plan of how to improve jail operations from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office prior to allocating Capital Improvement Program CIP funding toward the construction of a new county jail facility, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Caswell. Thank you, Commissioner. Chairman Whaley, do you mind, can we go ahead and go with the comment cards on those who are seeking to speak about the jail? I do have a number, so I would say, can we give them 1 minute? Each of those who would like to speak on this jail issue. Again, they've not put a specific item number, so I'm just giving them latitude because they took the time to come here today. Is that good?
Yes, no, I think that's great. Yep.
So I would say Sheriff and Chief, if you want to take a seat for a minute, we'll go first to the comment cards. And I'll read them in the order that I received them. So first I have Rowana Brawl. Is she still here? I have a comment card for you, Clerk. Mr. Oscar Love, Jr., please come up, give us your name, and you'll have 1 minute.
Well, I want to thank you for your time this morning. My name is Oscar Love. I'm the Executive Director of the North Memphis Community Alliance, CDC. I want to thank you for that gracious 60 seconds that you're allowing us here on this morning. There's not a lot that can be said. I'll just cut right to the point as I like to do. This really, I think, is, as I stated before, a no-brainer. I don't even know why New Chicago is honestly on the table as consideration. You're talking about resurfacing or doing the entire face of a community for decades to come when there are other viable options out there. University of Tennessee has put out a study saying that out at Jail East at the Penal Farm that is the best location for it. I think that is indeed true. I don't think that any of us want to bring up our children in a community where there are sirens continually blasting, lights being sounded. If there is an incident there at the jail where the whole community has to be set down, I don't think, Mr. Wright, if a realtor came to you and said, hey, I want to take you to an area in town where I want you to invest, or you want to purchase a home for your family, and they said, let me take you to New Chicago, I think you would say, no, that's quite all right. I don't think that any mother wants to raise their family in that type of environment, or parents at all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Love. Next, I have Will Richardson. Again, if you'd give us your name and address, and you'll have 1 minute.
Mr. Chairman, excuse me.
Commissioner Brooks.
The clerk has been here since 8:30 this morning or 8:45. Could we recognize her on this issue?
Sure.
At this time?
We do have a card for her, Clerk, would you like to speak before the others?
I wanted to speak.
Come on up, Madam Clerk.
Clerk Tammy Sawyer, first I must address the disrespect, and I'm not trying to be dramatic or extra, but you let Kemp Conrad, a person who has a personal financial stake in this, speak several times on the item. When I was here last time, I asked to be recognized as a major stakeholder in this. Mr. Conrad and his team have only reached out to me after being told to do so here, and that was one email asking me to meet for lunch. There is no arrest and release process without the General Sessions Court. Our office has been working on collaboration with the Sheriff's Department and needs to be involved in this process. And the Sheriff and myself, along with Chief Deputy Buckner, have been working very closely over the last few weeks to do some of the things that people are saying we're not doing. the sheriff and I and Chief Deputy Buckner have talked about collaborative collaborative options that I was happy to share with you. But since I'm not Kemp Conrad and I'm just the elected official who runs the bail and release process, I guess it's not important, and my time is up. If anybody would like to speak with me, you know how to find me. You can't say you want collaboration and then the only collaboration that you allow is with the wealthy person who we were about to give a whole community to. If you really want to know what's going on in the jails and the technology and the people we need, my email is tsawyer@shelbycountytn.gov. Thanks for the respect today.
Thank you, Clerk. Commissioner Whaley, Chairman Whaley, were you seeking to be recognized on this? On the comment?
No, this is just from on the main item for later, yep.
Same with you, Commissioner Brooks? Okay. All right, next I have Will Richardson.
Good morning, Will Richardson, 115 River Walk Place. I just wanted to come out and just piggyback off what everybody's already said of the importance of taking the time to have conversation before we start digging. When you think about what you're trying to do or attempting to do is place a new justice system in a historically black community. And I think that when you look at the visualization of that, when you look at 201 Poplar in its current state, we're simply moving that image and placing it into a neighborhood that no one wants to entertain or to accept. And you look at the people behind us here, they're here because they want their voices to be heard. And as a spokesperson, as a community leader, I know the importance of listening to the voice of the people. And that's something that we all aspire to entertain at some point in time. And so with $350,000 to entertain those types of investments for a jail center, I think we should use those same dollars and invest in resources that will make this community better. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Next up, I have Pastor Ronnie King, I believe. Pastor King. All right. Next is Norman Redwing. If you give us your name and address, you'll have 1 minute.
Yes, sir. My name is Norman Redwing. I reside at 1225 North Valentine Avenue here in Memphis, Tennessee. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak. I just want to make sure that you hear our voice early on. For many of us, the term delay means denied for many of us, and has been for many of years. And I've heard in conversations here, not vocally, but I've heard expressed gradualism. And for us, especially black people in our community, we've come to realize that gradualism is a little more than escapism and standstillism, which ends up in do-nothingism. So we, the Citizens Against Jail in the New Chicago, vehemently oppose a feasibility study to consider placement of the Shelby County Jail in the New Chicago community, due to the adverse impact such placement would have on this community. The New Chicago community is a historic black community established in 1901, and the proposed jail site is approximately 1.3 miles from the historic Menanzas High School. The placement of the jail in the New Chicago community would not only adversely impact the New Chicago community, it would also adversely impact adjacent historic Smoky City, Klondike community, which is located approximately 1.3 miles from New Chicago, the Uptown community, which is approximately 1.5 miles away from the New Chicago community, and it would generally adversely impact other communities in the North Memphis 38107 zip code area, which has an estimated population of 14,239 people, many of whom are elders and children. We reject propaganda that pushes the fairy tale that the proposal to construct a jail in New Chicago community aims to revitalize the North Memphis area, potentially spurring private development, and that constructing a jail in the New Chicago community would stimulate economic activity in North Memphis. If this was true, there would be no concern for the current jail location, which is 2 blocks from the convention center, in which the city and county have invested $200 million. If construction of the jail would stimulate economic activity, why move it from downtown, where historically the jail always has been located in Shelby County? Plus, we are not blind, and we are aware of the types of economic businesses that currently locate in the Shelby County jails, 201 Poplar location, namely bail bonding companies and pawn shop. We once again will ask that you will not even consider New Chicago for a jail in our community, bringing down the property value, affecting our people. My question to you is, why have you taken so much away from this particular community? Government clinics, health care, and others.
Conclude, please.
But
Your
yet
time
we
has
want to
expired.
put in there something that's going to hurt us and damage us. That's a question that I want you to answer for us at some point.
Thank you, Mr. Red Wing. All right, thank you. Next, I have Deborah Kofi. Did I say that right? Please give us your name and address. You'll have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. My name is Deborah Kofi. I reside at 3294 University in Fraser. I'm here as part of a coalition to stop the jail coming into the New Chicago area. We're asking the commissions, take New Chicago off the study. Take it off. We're a historic community, and you're adding to the criminalization of the community. You're adding to it instead of stimulating so-called economic activity. And reducing recidivism. We're asking you to consider other plans. We're asking you to talk to the community. We have great plans for the community. As we know, Dr. Carnita Atwater has put together a plan which we'll be working with her to stimulate growth in our community. Our youth and elders are very, very important. The safety of our women, very, very important. This is a community that is historically black. This is a community, in fact, Memphis is a community that pays 2 taxes. The county does not. Our tax dollars need to be considered across all of Memphis, not just New Chicago. So we're asking that this commission look very closely at taking New Chicago off. And Firestone, there needs to be a study as to the soil.
Thank you, Ms. Kofi.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Serena Lindsay.
Good morning. My name is Serena Lindsay. I reside at 2048 Pamela Drive in North Memphis. I'm also part of the coalition that is against putting this particular jail in New Chicago. Because this particular board of people are here to serve the public. Putting a jail there is not serving the public at all. There's a lot of things that New Chicago needs that has been put forth. There has been plans put forth. That needs to be consideration. You're here to serve the people, and the people are saying no. So if you want a jail, if it's problems at 201, it's many problems at 201. We hear about them. That need to be rectified. True. If it needs to be someplace else, fine, but it does not need to be around any community of people. Specifically where there's children there, that is not encouragement to be better, to do better. Like Deborah Kofi said, that is criminalizing the community, and I yield.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lindsay. Next is Carol Franklin. Ms. Franklin, if you'd give us your name and address, you'll have 1 minute.
Thank you. My name is Carol Franklin. I live at 956 Leith Street in North Memphis. and I agree with everything that's been said. I am in opposition. But my concern is in the planning. What are your plans for the soil, the environment, the residue of the chemicals that the former Firestone plant had that affected our people? Also, how are you going to eliminate or control the traffic that we're going to have in our neighborhood? And I just don't understand how a person could even think about adding a new facility on that property where the soil is so contaminated that years ago it was put out of business for one reason, of the contamination of the chemicals that were there. Also, I'm embarrassed that our jail 201 Poplar have gotten in the position that it is in today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Franklin. Next, I have Billy Irby. Billy Irby. Not seeing anyone come forward. Next is Amber Sherman.
What's up? My name is Amber Sherman. I am a constituent of District 10, Brittany Thornton, and I just want to also offer my comments about why we do not want a jail in Chicago or the process that y'all are currently going about it. I really appreciate Commissioner Bibbs for calling out the language that's used in the resolution, as well as other folks, about how this will actually solidify a location, this will remove an RFP process. I think that this body does very shiesty things often and tries to slide things through because they think the community isn't paying attention to it. But I think y'all can tell from this very full room that we are very much paying attention. And I think that we're long behind the days where folks are not coming to county commission meetings, where they're not emailing you or calling you. We are very active, and we're not playing about this. There is no reason why this body should consider putting a jail in a residential community when the jail currently exists in a commercial area for a certain reason. Why would you put a jail in a residential community where people live? And you know that will lower the property value. You know that will also increase probable crime that could happen there. It's just extremely inconsiderate, and there was never a community process. And I also just want to say, I think it's interesting that the sheriff still won't say that he supports the community process. If we want him included in the process, as y'all keep saying, why won't he himself also mention the community should be involved? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sherman. Next is William Edwards. William Edwards.
My name is William Edwards. I reside at 2116 Bennett Avenue. And before I get started, Chairman, I want to observe one thing. The commission is a body that was elected by the citizenship of Shelby County. And I saw an elected official sit and be disrespected. I saw a person, now I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I'm not the dullest. I saw a person that mentioned about stakeholders. I saw a person that mentioned about he thought it was in the best interest of the community to put this facility in the Firestone area. I saw a person mention about confusion and wanting solutions. But then this is also a person that is a financial stakeholder in the process. To me, that's double dipping. And so to me, it seems like the commission as a body needs to be fair and transparent and equitable to everyone that's involved in the process. It was presented initially that this was just something to discuss how to deal with the economics, finding sources, finding a site. But then as the conversation continued, it was brought out that this was a process that earmarked specifically New Chicago. And that if you guys had voted and agreed upon it, it would have been a done deal. The only thing that would have been left to be done is to find the economic source to build it. And so I feel that you all should really consider how you function and how you treat not just the citizens, but the elected officials that are here. And the funny thing to me is you have the sheriff, not a deputy, but the sheriff that sat here, and he commended and acknowledged he didn't even know what's going on. And you guys were still about to vote on something that would have been permanent. And the person that was...
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Oh, but wait. The thing about it is this. Please give me the respect that you gave someone else as far as to allow me...
Please conclude. Your time has...
Okay. Well, my thing is this. If you're not going to respect a person that is elected and is a part of the process, if you have the sheriff that says he doesn't know what's going on, and you let this person talk for 20 minutes, and you're only giving us a minute, then you're letting everybody in this room know you don't really care about what we want to say, because what you're doing, you're showing us that you don't. My thing is this. New Chicago is not going to be the site. Last point. As I walked here from where my truck is parked, I went by a Sunoco station that is less than a half a block away from here. And you know what I found, Commissioner and Chairman? I found a police officer standing in the door of that gas station. And you know why he was standing in the door of the gas station? Because there were vagrants that were standing there and laying there, and he was asking them to move. So what you're asking us in New Chicago is to allow that to take place in our community. And we say, hell to the no.
All right, thank you, Mr. Edwards. Next is Dr. Carnita Atwater.
Dr. Carnita Atwater, 1098 Firestone, Memphis, Tennessee. This is probably political corruption at its best. And I'm running for governor. And one of the things that I have on my platform is to identify political corruption. And you all give me a good basis of what I need to do. And you probably need to pray that I never become the governor, because you gave me an example of what's going on. I am a stakeholder in New Chicago. I have read that 175-page assessment. That assessment also dictates that New Chicago is the least probable place to put the jail because of residential. They also talked about the toxin in the soil. They would have to do research on that. And I'm appalled to think that any county commissioner would say we're going to push for Firestone. That's appalling to me. And I'm not going to take long. First, you have no impact study. Second, you have no feasibility study. Third, you have no environmental study. And fourth, you have no community benefit agreement. Now, this is a private entity that you're talking about. Shelby County does not own this property, and they are asking for $350,000. What are you going to discuss if it's a private company? I will say to you, if you agree to giving this organization $350,000, that's going to land you in a legal situation. Now, I don't play games with no one. I was coming here with a lawsuit in my hand because I understand the games being played in Shelby County.
Thank you, Dr. Atwater.
Thank you. You will receive something from me. Say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing.
Thank you. Next up, Shanique Watson. Again, if you'd please give us your name and address.
Good morning. My name is Shanique Watson. My address is 5610 Tulip Tree Drive. I am coming to also say that I do not feel that the jail should be placed in New Chicago. As we all have discussed about the jail assessment, but I'm just going to point directly to the facts because I think people need to see where it is in black and white. So if you refer to 175 through 177 of the jail assessment, and we talk specifically about Old Firestone, obviously it says lease to own. In the second column, it basically says it's 0 for Shelby Farms. For Firestone, we also must negotiate a lease to own it. You keep going down, right-hand column, you also see where it said it is unknown for site development as a jail is in the conformance with present zoning. It is industrial heavy. If I keep going, it says standing water on part of the property and across roadway noted after a heavy rain. If it last but least, it says may require investigation of what is in the ground due to the nature of previous property use, Firestone plant. Possible remediation, efforts, and expense, plain as day. It says area adjacent to residential area. And I will bring this last thing. On page 176, next to where I stated about Firestone, but the area adjacent to residential area for Shelby Farms, it has also said area already heavily used for confinement purposes. So if we have Shelby County Division of Corrections there, which I worked there, you have Mark Luttrell over there, you have the federal prison over there. I don't understand how that is so hard to figure it out. And I've also worked in Shelby County Jail as a counselor. And if we want to talk about environment, of course, there's environmental issues inside of the jail, but you want to place a jail on a site that has environmental issues as well.
Thank you, Ms. Watson. Thank you, Ms. Watson. Next up is Dee Reed. Ms. Reed, if you'd give us your name and address.
My name is Dee Reed, 3574 LaDue Street, Memphis, Tennessee. I'm representing the Fraser Democratic Club. First, I would like to say to Brittany Thornton, your comment was totally out of line to say that it's more black people in the Shelby Farms, where we know that there is a mixed community. But to sit here and think that New Chicago is the perfect area where there are more children that are disproportionate parents who are making $22,000 to $33,000 yearly, who can barely afford rent, and you think that a jail is the best option to give these people when you're only going to stretch out the new renovations only a mile long and make it seem like you actually did something for the community when you actually have not. You basically are setting up children to fail, seeing a jail, leaving out of their home to come out to see a jail where possibly their family members are at. You wouldn't dare put it in Milton. You wouldn't dare put it in Shelby Farms where there's a jail not too far from the area. You wouldn't dare put it into those rich white people areas. But you think that it's okay to put it in the black people area. Make it make sense.
Thank you, Ms. Reed. Last is Kathy Temple. Ms. Temple.
Good morning. I'm Kathy Temple, 1491 Orr Street, 38108 in the historical Douglas community. I am representing also the Coalition Against This Jail. I think everything that needed to be said has been said. We don't want the jail, period. It doesn't matter what any report or feasibility study says, but your own jail report for 2025 has New Chicago as the least viable option of all the sites chosen. So pay attention to the reports that you commission anyway. I do want to say that we know how the city and the county move, those of us who have lived here all of our lives. This is a big problem about deferred maintenance. We have a deferred maintenance budget. 201 Poplar didn't get that way by accident. Building a new building, if we keep pushing maintenance down the line, a new building will become an old building. And we will have the same problems. Stop deferring maintenance. Everything in Memphis is old. We have deferred maintenance on our schools. We have deferred maintenance in our jails. We have deferred maintenance budget in every single aspect of our budget, which means we ain't fixing nothing. But we want to spend billions of dollars to build a jail and not a school and not a resource. That is anti-community and anti the people that elected you. So I want to say thank you to Commissioner Thornton, and I want to say thank you to my commissioner, Commissioner Brooks, because she was adamant about saying no. But I want to say thank you about saying what it means to push this down the line to October 1st. We don't want the jail, period. And so what I want to end with a question. This ad hoc fund of $350,000, can any portion of that, or this fund, CIP fund, can any portion of that be used to give teeth, like you said, to an ad hoc board? Can we consider that? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Temple. Let me go back, make sure I didn't miss anyone. Pastor King or Billy Irby? Okay. All right, that's all the comment cards, Mr. Oh, all right, one new one. Akbar Khalifa? Come on up, please give us your name and address.
My name is Akbar Khalifa. I stay at 460 South Lauderdale. First of all, let me say this. Dr. Atwater said that she find this appalling. Now, me, myself, I don't. I did 35 years in prison. And I know where this come from. The project that Jasmine speaks of about 2025, this goes all the way back to where folks tried to have me killed in prison, not one time, but 3 times, because they stole documents, pictures, where other people, blacks and whites, were putting their life on the line for what we was fighting for. This is part of the project. Y'all trying to put black folks back in slavery and bondage. It's going to take a psychological effect on our children. Y'all know exactly what y'all doing. See, y'all need to quit playing these games and get real. You know, that's all I got to say about it. It's simple.
Thank you, Mr. Khalifa. All right, one more. Omar Baruti. If you give us your name and address, please.
My name is Omar Muhammad Baruti, former school teacher for 8 years. I live at 9345 Morning Grove Cove in Cordova. I've been a prison teacher for 35 years. And I'm looking at the same thing everybody else is looking at. How do you fix the problem? Because right now you're putting a prison in a residential area, which is not healthy. And when I teach in the prison, I'm always teaching a class called No U-Turn. How to incorporate yourself free so that when you get out of prison, you don't have to go back. And I've done that for the past 35 years. Right now, we need to take that prison situation and take it out of the residential area. The prison I've gone to at West Tennessee State Penitentiary, Tipton, Tennessee, and also in Whiteville. I teach at all of them. But when I go to those prisons, they're in a semi-rural area. You got to go miles to get to the prison. It should be the same thing here. Semi-rural, away from residential, so that our children are not affected and the community is not affected. And if we don't do that, then we're hurting ourselves, and we should not do that ever. We should always protect the community and make sure we take a whole different road for the inmates so they can go on a different road to get back on track so they never go back to prison. That's why it's called No U-Turn.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Baruti. Okay, and now I think I've exhausted the cards. Ms. Thomas, okay. All right. Thank you so much for all of you staying one item more so we could hear from all of you. Let me take this back to Chairman Whaley.
All right, thank you, Chairman. Just want to briefly speak on this item since I'm the sponsor, just to kind of give a quick overview, and then I'm going to also make a motion to defer this. So and this is something that I mentioned several months ago when the sheriff was before us for a different item, which is that it's also, I think, prudent for us to examine existing, jail intake and operations procedures. Because even if at some point in the future, this body would decide to construct a new facility, wherever it may be, a building itself doesn't sort of solve all your problems. It solves some, but it's, I think, a mistake to assume that just a new facility will solve all of our challenges. And so what this resolution attempts to do is try to shed light on how we can improve operations in the current facility and a future facility, and make sure that everyone that's involved in that has a clear understanding of how to do it. This acknowledges that certainly the sheriff plays a big role in that, but I will also say that they are not the only, the sheriff's not the only entity that does play a role. That I've had, okay. All right, I've had conversations with other elected officials, the General Sessions Court clerk, certainly the district attorney, others that are involved in this also need to play a role that I think in improving the operations and intake procedures of the jail, because we should be striving to expeditiously complete intake processes. We should make sure that it's staffed properly, and so that it's a functioning facility. I think the comment came up earlier around maintenance, like how do we make sure that we're not in the same position, to that we're actually taking care of the facility if we were to decide at some point to build it. So this seeks to, before we full-blown spend $1 billion, that we at least take some time to review jail intake, operations procedures, staffing, all of that. But I do believe that there's an opportunity to improve this, to ensure that we're clear about all the stakeholders that are involved in addition to the sheriff. So my motion will be to defer this to the same meeting in October.
Object.
All right, I have a motion from Chairman Whaley to defer to the first meeting of October, second by Commissioner Caswell. I have an objection from Commissioner Sugarman. I have two objections, correction. So we'll go to discussion on the motion to defer. I do have members in the queue already. Are any of you seeking to speak on that motion? Yes. Commissioner Sugarman.
Okay, thank you, Chair. And so we have passed an ordinance, and it's called the Community Law Civilian Review Committee. And we recently put in the budget an investigator who could investigate these items. And so my question for the chair is, where are we in the process of hiring the personnel to carry out this function, number one? And this should be put out so that we get someone who has the qualifications, as opposed to just hiring someone from another division. It needs to be serious. We also put in place a board that we approved appointments on a year ago. And so we need to follow the processes that we put in place for the oversight. And so, again, we are just, instead of, dealing with this now, people are dying in our jails. I have been there several times when I was the chair of the law enforcement, and I would go on a regular basis. There are huge issues. Their complaints are not being heard. When I go down there, their forms are not out there and accessible. Things are not working. There's always plumbing issues, et cetera, et cetera. And so we need an independent set of eyes to do the investigation and to bring back solution. And I agree with all the things that are in here, number one, but we already have a body that can do that. So I don't know, are we replicating things that we put in place? We put an ordinance, which we had to vote on twice, and it passed. It also has subpoena power. And so again, to the chair, I understand what you're trying to do, but we already have put in place an ordinance. So we need to go ahead and hire the staff. There's one for an investigator, there's one for a manager, and there's one for a clerk. This is in the budget. And so my question then becomes, why are we not dealing it within the confines of the ordinance? Then once they have their investigation completed, then it'll go before a board who will then bring their recommendation to us. And so again, are we just passing ordinances just for passing ordinances? We have teeth with this ordinance. And so again, why are we replicating what's already in place? And my question for the chair is, when are we going to hire these people? Because while we sit and debate, people are dying. I've also tasted the food. It's horrible. It's horrific. And yes, I've talked about Aramark over and over and over again. It's deplorable. It's not healthy. When I went there, the plumbing wasn't working. People were standing in water. It's inhumane. So let's focus on the policy. And I agree with you that we need to focus on the policies and procedures. But we need an independent voice, not somebody who's elected, not somebody who are friends, not somebody who we think should or could or would. We need to put that out now so we can get qualified people to bring us recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Thornton, you see on the motion?
Just clarification, the same way with the previous item, when we talked about the deferral, like who's owning the actions to be able to show up when we rediscuss this item with anything different than we could have discussed today. So I guess I'm just trying to figure out what do you hope is going to be some actionable steps that will happen between today and the deferred time, and who's owning that today to be able to make sure that when we hear the item again, that we can actually have some consideration around it.
May I?
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Since I'm the sponsor, I would own it. And specifically, what I would intend to do here is be clear around some of the other entities that are involved in the jail itself. So, those include the General Sessions Court. It includes some of the judicial judges to some extent in terms of the intake process. It would also include the district attorney and the public defender. But the sheriff is arguably the largest component of it in terms of how it's actually run. And so I would own those things, and those are the pieces that I would want to add to it. The other thing you note about this is that it's a request of the sheriff, and so it's something that we would have to work with them directly to try to understand what is the vision for the systems and procedures to improve outcomes in the jail, which again, I think makes sense as we consider building a new jail. How is it run? So I would own and bring in at least something else for consideration. Again, everyone's feel free to vote however you like, but that would be my intent, to bring something that included a little more comprehensive look at other entities that are involved in the process.
So if I may, Chair, just to the sheriff, since we have you here, can you just speak to an interest in working collaboratively with Chairman Whaley on this particular item? I know that we make a lot of requests often, but I seldom actually see what comes of the execution of the requested resolution. So is this something that's currently something you're looking at? Is this totally new, information? Can you just speak to what you've heard today and what you think we can do with it?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. Shelby County Sheriff Floyd Bonner. Absolutely, we would collaborate with anyone. The letter that I sent you, all of the commissioners the other day, that was a kind of a letter trying to get you to understand how all of this works, how many pieces in this criminal justice wheel, how many people we have to touch, the jail has to touch to make this thing work. So in talking with Commissioner Whaley a little bit about it, as well as Caswell and some others, we would be more than happy to meet and sit down and talk.
Awesome, thank you. I'm going to get back in queue. If you could just hang tight, Sheriff, I have one more thing.
All right, let me go back to Commissioner Sugarman. Are you back in the queue on this motion?
And so again, I'm going back to the clerk, which we passed. Its mission is to build public trust, increase accountability, and ensure transparency between the jailers and the community. It provides a structured forum for citizens' complaints to be reviewed fairly outside of the sheriff's department. And you clearly stated, okay, what your role is. It needs to be separate and independent of. Community trust is important because oversight helps strengthen confidence by showing that misconduct or excessive force complaints are taken seriously. It offers transparency. It creates a record of public complaints and their resolution, which is critical in an era of increased demand for open government. It also offers fairness, citizens an avenue for justice. We hear people coming before us talking about the mistreatment and things that are going on in the jail. This is an opportunity that is independent of elected officials. Data. Cities with strong civilian oversight bodies show that with enforceability through subpoena process, there are some positive outcomes. And I can go on and on and on, but we need oversight. What's going on in the jails? How do we fix it? And it needs to be independent of the elected officials. It needs to be with the community involved because, again, how many people will have to die in these facilities? And so, again, the sheriff clearly stated what he, is and is not going to do. But I'm not blaming him or anybody else. We need to see what's going on and how we can fix it. So at least we can have the people, our detainees who are waiting to go to trial to be addressed. And it needs to be independent and exclusive of elected officials. Let the people come to us and make the recommendations. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Back to Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, just to Commissioner Sugarman through the chair, just ask the execution of the ordinance, where are we? Because it seems like there is progress being made. Is there a sticking point that we're in right now?
We have not hired anybody. We have not hired the investigator. We have not hired the clerk or the manager. And so again, that's what I'm stating. We need to go ahead and do that, put them in place so that they can start the process. The board has been in place, and they're asking us, when are we going to hire the people? It's in our budget already. Well, it's in the budget already.
And just for additional clarity,
Sure.
Who is responsible for hiring those
The
persons?
chair,
The chair?
yes.
Okay, the chair. So if I could, Chair, to the chairman, where are we at in hiring for those 3 positions?
I'll have to check and see, because we put that under SHEP. So I'll have to check with him and get back with y'all.
Okay, if the administrator is listening, if we could on Monday get an update, I would like to see this advance, and I think that the independent component of it is a very promising area to be able to have oversight conversations for the jail. So we're talking about things in the future, but then we also have such pressing needs of now. And so, Sheriff, I trust that you're tuning into our commission meetings, but we consistently are having public feedback that is very concerning. And I would just ask if you could just have someone present at our meetings. It doesn't have to be every meeting, maybe monthly, just to be able to talk about how we're addressing the issues that are being brought up. When the constituents are mailing us, when they're coming and pulling public comment cards, and we're standing in between your operations and felt or lived experiences, it's just a tough place for us as commissioners because we really don't know how to speak to how things are operating within the jail. And then all the while, we're hearing the death toll continue to increase and just the headlines. So if we could just have someone just help us close the gap on where, there's any areas that we need to probe or investigate or just hear reports from. I trust that you are handling issues as they arise, but that's not always apparent to us in how we're receiving public comment. So I just want to publicly say that as we continue to move forward with other alternative options. Thank you.
Can I make a comment
Sheriff,
on that?
go ahead, Sheriff.
Yeah, absolutely. Some of the comments, Commissioner Thorne, Chief Buckner, and I have spoken about that. I've spoken with Chief Fields as well. I know some of the concerns that you're having from one particular group that comes in and they read inmate letters. Commissioner, I have emails here where we've tried to work with these groups, trying to figure out who the persons are, what the problems are. Let us fix them. And we're not allowed an opportunity. They won't give us the information. They won't tell us who's complaining. They won't tell us what this is all about. So, I mean, I can't fix what I don't know about. And we want to fix it. We want to do the best that we can possibly do for the community, especially people that are in jail. But I can't fix it if I don't have all the details on who is the person, where they're located, so on and so forth. These things are not, some of the emails I have here are kind of HIPAA violations, medical things, and we get into HIPAA, but if we don't know the names and we don't know the booking numbers, and you come in and you get in front of this body and say, well, we received a letter, and you don't say who it was and what it was all about, then, it's no way that I can fix that. And I'd be more than happy to fix it if we're made aware of it.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Sheriff. Commissioner Ford?
Chair, was it articulated by the maker of the motion, the reasoning for kicking this down the road, or was the motion just made to defer?
I would defer to Chair Whaley.
All right, we're going to defer about the defer code.
Yeah, so the reason was to improve it further, just around recognizing the fact that there are other elected officials who are involved in the process, and they've reached out about wanting to ensure that it's comprehensive. So wanted to make an attempt to do that, and also just to work with the sheriff directly, because certainly we need his cooperation on it, which he's agreed to do. So that's the reason.
Okay. Sheriff, I swear, and I'm not making this about whatever the organization is versus the sheriff at all. I'm not going to entertain that, because regardless of whoever the organization is, your office cannot fix things without details and funding, period. Over the last 3 years, I have seen individuals on the 11th floor and the 6th floor basically wanting you to do everything that had come out of your pocket, even though some of the things you are not constitutionally obligated to do. I saw the letter. You detailed exactly who is responsible for what. And some of those electeds that were put in the letter, they're not asking them to walk on water like you, figuratively speaking, of course. But, you push somebody enough, you let the bully push you enough, you fight back, then the bully wants to be the victim. Again, I'm not talking about organizations. I'm talking about actions that have happened here and on the 11th floor. And I'm going to bring something up on my second 3 minutes. So if you need to cover your ears or remove yourself, so be. You probably know what I'm going to, things land in my lap, and I'm going to add that to my collection of things. But it's already been put on record. It is a set of ordinances have already been passed, so it's codified. That means that is law, period. I see this as duplication. Although it is a request, I believe it's another attempt from this body to direct you to take on things that you are not responsible for. You have statutory duties that have been compromised because of the actions by this body via recommendations by the administration and legal. After Commissioner Thornton speaks, I'm going to put my pen right there, and then I'm going to get into some things that I really have a problem with that we have not taken care of. So I yield, and I'll.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Still on the motion to defer, Commissioner Thornton.
So just because if the deferral passes, then discussion will be suspended. I just want to address your comment, Ms. Reed. In our system, we have access to documents, and I just wanted to point out to everyone here, y'all go and see the documents that were attached to the discussion items today. It lists some information, and one of the stats that they listed for the alternative sites said the number of persons to be impacted within a mile radius. And then it also lists the number of African Americans. And on that, it's like 2,000 plus that were for the Shelby Farms, around 1,600 for New Chicago. I was just reading information on the screen.
Commissioner Wright.
I think they're gonna,
So,
they're just gonna say they can't hear you on the microphone, but I hear what you're saying. So I just wanted to just address that to the public, just so you can know when the comment was made, it was made looking at the information. I wasn't trying to make a statement for one or the other. So just to clear that up, please, I also encourage y'all, when you look at the documents, it's very obvious that this is trending towards New Chicago. So I would just encourage you to go and see what is in our system, so you can see what all of the commissioners are contemplating as information. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, and I'm giving reason on why I'd rather for this item just to go ahead and be defeated. If it gets moved to October, I just can't support the item for the reasons that I said. One, things are already codified and in place. This body passed the budget, and I'm talking about that in a second. Number two, this is another attempt for individuals to have you do things within your office. They may not necessarily be in your purview, whether it involves a fiscal note or otherwise. To the maker of the motion through the chair. As of August 20th, 11:01 a.m. in your chair capacity, have you received anything from legal regarding any legal actions that have transpired regarding this body or administration?
Chairman, may I?
Mr. Chair.
No, I have not.
Okay, thank you. All right, so in my last minute and 56 seconds, and maybe the media knows and they've been told not to say anything, we have a lawsuit. It's right here. No, you may not have a copy, because my thing is, if people did not care about a $67 million lawsuit, then why should you get a copy from me? The actions by this body, and this is why I don't support a referral, and I don't support this item, is because we keep making decisions that are affecting the bottom line for one particular office in order to balance our budget for the last 3 years. And as I said before, it only takes you pushing somebody so far to where you got now a lawsuit right here. I had to ask the question because you're the chair for another 11 days, and it is up to legal to inform you if they're competent enough, or if they've been told by their boss, to let us know about any goings on, especially if we're looking at something regarding $67 million. It's been a month. A month. A month. We might have an executive session now because I brought it up, but a $67 million lawsuit is important to me, and it should be important to all the taxpayers. You know, some of the things that many of the groups may have wanted the sheriff or others to do in addition to their statutory requirements, we might have been able to fund some of these initiatives if we didn't have these salary restrictions that have happened for the last 3 years. It's unfortunate you didn't get this chair, but I think it was appropriate to bring it now, and I hope you win your lawsuit, and I hope it's right before the May primaries. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ford. I believe we have exhausted the queue on the motion to defer. Let's take this to a vote. Commissioners, please cast your votes.
Put me down as a no. My screen's not working.
Please record Commissioner Sugarman as a no. If all members have voted, let's report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Wright, and Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, Ford, Thornton have voted no. Commissioners Morrison and Brooks have abstained. We have 3 ayes. I'm sorry. Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Morrison, and Brooks have abstained. We have 3 ayes, 4 noes, and 3 abstained.
Thank you. That motion fails. So we're back on the main motion. Seeing no commissioners seeking to be recognized, let's take this to a vote. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair. And I was bringing forth a substitute if this item was still going to, but it's going to be probably be on Monday. So I just wanted to bring that up. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. All right. But we're on the main motion. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Just through the chair to Commissioner Sugarman, it is your belief that staffing up the ordinance will actually render this obsolete? Or is there any type of need for this particular resolution in addition to the ordinance being executed upon?
To Commissioner Thornton through the chair, and so it needs to be an independent body. That is my belief, number one. Number two, it's critical on who's hired. I've seen since I've been a commissioner, people's friends, family members, other outside individuals have not been considered as much. And so it needs to be someone who's qualified, meaning that other individuals from other divisions are not hired. And so that's going to be critical. It needs to be independent, the community needs to be involved, and they need to bring back to us their recommendations, not the elected body. And that is, and with this is just duplication. We need an independent body because we could have done something 3 years ago. Most of us are in our last year pending the reelection. And so again, as we kick the can down the road, people are dying. And as a concerned citizen, it's not acceptable. It is not acceptable. So yes, this is a duplication. We put an ordinance in place. It needs to be staffed. It needs to be staffed through the critical lens of the chair. That's his or her responsibility. And then that person needs to be held accountable if they're not hiring the people in place with these credentials. And so, yes, it needs to be an independent body, not elected officials. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Anyone else need to be recognized before we take this main item to a vote? Seeing none, let's open the screen for voting.
Chair, again, my screen's not working. Put me down as a no.
Please record Commissioner Sugarman as a no.
We have an aye vote from Chairman Whaley. Commissioners Sugarman, Mills, and Ford have voted no. Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, and Brooks have abstained. We have 1 aye, 3 noes, and 6 abstained.
Thank you. That item will move down with an unfavorable recommendation. Next is item 4. Could we read that into the record, please?
Item 4 is a resolution approving acceptance of an in-kind donation of 1 canvas oil painting funded by the Friends of Judge Larry E. Potter and created by the artist Frank Morris with a monetary value of $10,000, which is a still life photo of the Honorable Judge Larry E. Potter for display in the General Sessions Criminal Court Division 14 Environmental Court, sponsored by Commissioner McKell Lowry.
Thank you so much. This item's been moved by Commissioner Ford, second by Commissioner Thornton. I see our environmental court judge. I don't know if you are running the show today. I also have Commissioner Ford in the queue. Commissioner Ford?
I'll defer. I was just going to say this is probably your easiest item in your committee, Chair. So I won't even say anything. I did have a question, but I'll ask him offline.
I'm going to pray that this one goes a little more smoothly. Go ahead, Judge.
Green? No. The red? Okay. All right. Patrick Dandridge, Judge Patrick Dandridge. I'm an environmental court judge. That's General Sessions Criminal Court, Division 14. This is a in-kind donation. For those of you who recall and remember Judge Larry Potter, who served as judge, the only judge of Shelby County Environmental Court for over 35 plus years. And he was fortunate enough to be a judge who created the court. And very few judges can say that it's a specialty court. The court is thriving and doing well, and at a time when it started, a lot of people thought it was not going to make it. So this is an honoring him. It's customary to have the judge's portrait displayed in the courtroom in which he served, and he served for 35 years. So this is an in-kind donation, and I would appreciate it pass, and it'll be put up in we're on the Division 4 now, on the 4th floor. We've got 2 courtrooms, and it'll be displayed in one of the courtrooms.
Very good. Thank you so much. Let me go to Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Judge, I just want to say I love the renovation and had the opportunity to engage with some of the persons that are just in your world, and people were very kind towards citizens, and I just appreciated what I observed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ford, are you still all right. All right. See no other commissioners in the queue. Let's go ahead and take this to a vote, please.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Wright, Thornton, and Brooks. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you. That item just narrowly passes. We'll go down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you, Your Honor, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Commissioner Brooks, are you still seeking to make a motion in this committee?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I do want to ensure that there is an RFP process, and that's why it was quite lengthy in reference to the number of comments. I want to be hopeful about the sponsors, item number 3, I believe, even though I voted against the deferment because we did not, item number 2, because we didn't put anything in writing. So I'm trying to debate that, but I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and move this because That way, I will ensure that I have tried for the people to put forth an RFP process to open this up. So I will move the add-on item, which is authorizing the creation and issuance of a request for proposal.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Brooks. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Thornton. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we will add this to the agenda. Is there anyone seeking to be recognized on this resolution? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Madam Parliamentarian.
Item 5 is an add-on item. Item 5 is a resolution authorizing the creation and issuance of a request for proposals, RFP, for the development of a master plan to relocate the Walter L. Bailey Jr. Criminal Justice Center from 201 Poplar Avenue, Memphis, Tennessee, to an alternate location on Shelby County-owned property, and to take appropriate action to facilitate said relocation. Sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you again. This has been moved by Commissioner Brooks, seconded by, now it's by Clay Bibbs. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. Again, just to reiterate, this is to open up the process for the expenditure of $350,000. Put quite simply, it's not the county commission handing $350,000 to a developer or a private entity that has a private stake or is in ownership of any property. It opens it up so that more individuals can take advantage of this process, and maybe we will spend less public money. We don't know until we open it up. And again, it slows the process down a little bit, and we have the opportunity for more communication. I think the Clerk Sawyer, had a lot of comments that she wanted to make in terms of this process on both ends of it. The site location, as well as some of the other issues that's involved in this. So all we're trying to do, we may not have all of the ingredients for an RFP because I do not have expertise in that area, but I do have expertise in making sure the public is involved, and that's the main intent, is to open this up so that we'll have other individuals. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Chair. Just to the sponsor of this bill, I know in the taking it back to October was to kind of dig into where the funds going to come from, other questions that came up with the previous resolution. I can support this RFP. I just want to know, like, with this though, do we identified the funds, or we're going to identify the funds?
Well, I think, I'm sorry, am I recognized?
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes. To my colleague through the chair, we have not identified the funds, no, but I think if you have a more public process, you might find that you might have the administration on board. I'm not sure. Or maybe some of us who are no votes. If the process is open and fair and transparent, you may get some yes votes. And that's what I want to see, is an open, fair, transparent process that's going to involve more than just one group. I'm a definite no on I'm just one group. I'll tell you now. I'm passionate about that. It's just, to me, we're spending public money, and we got to ensure that all of the public that wants to take advantage of this is involved.
Yeah. And thank you, Chair, and to the sponsor. I just bring that up because I know Monday it may just come, and I just wanted to put it on record to say, like, we look for where that coming from or identify it so we can continue the conversation.
Well, and right now, the way it's continuing, it's very narrow. It's targeted, $350,000. It's targeted toward one group. So if we open it up, for a process, a public process, RFP, RFQ, whatever, then you'll have more individuals with the opportunity to get involved. And that, to me, is just a fairer process. And it will probably get more yes votes. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, commissioners. Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. I have a few questions just looking over this. This is a different setup than we normally have, and I was wondering if this had been through legal yet. Okay, I was just, because it didn't have the lines up top, I could have answered it on my own. That was my first question, thank you. My other question, I noticed in the caption here, I thought the other one, we had changed it to be open to where it could go anywhere, but this one is specifically to Shelby County-owned property, unless I'm missing something in the body, but that's what I'm reading in the caption. So this is just for one Shelby County property location?
It should be a S on properties. Is it a S on properties?
No, it's single.
Okay.
County-owned property.
Okay, well, I tell you what, I will accept a friendly amendment to make that plural.
Okay, I'm asking, I got a couple more questions
go
too.
ahead,
Okay,
go ahead.
and my other questions, I know it's starting a process, but we still need a funding source if we're going to go out for an if we're going to go out to try to get a bid on something, an RFP.
Well, she has a question for me. Am I recognized? Okay, so as I said to my colleague right here, it doesn't cost a dime to, put the process on paper and send it out, okay? It does not. And I think an RFP, RFQ process would lend itself to being fairer. It would lend itself to more people being involved, and more people being involved. It definitely is the opposite of sending it to just one person, one company, one individual that owns the land, getting yes votes. I would definitely vote no. And I can think of probably 2 other people. So it doesn't cost anything to develop the process.
Okay.
And then with the development, with a fairer process in place, maybe we will get more yes votes on a funding source.
Okay, I look forward to hearing more on this. I'll probably abstain today, and I'm looking forward to hearing more conversation on the add-on, but I like looking for a better answer to get us all on the same page, so I appreciate you trying to do that. And that's a compliment.
I don't need any compliments.
I know, but I thought you had a mad look on your face.
In your opinion.
I'm sorry?
In your opinion?
What?
A mad look?
Yeah, I thought you were
In your
mad
opinion.
at me, yeah.
Oh,
So
no,
that's
no.
why I said that was a
honey.
compliment. So those were my initial questions as I first look at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Mills. Commissioner Clay Bibbs?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, let me do a matter of just, I think, parliamentary procedure. Make a motion to suspend the rules so we can actually accept being able to, I think that part was missed. Madam Parliamentarian, it was no legal review.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep, I hear a motion from Commissioner Clay Bibbs on suspending the rules, second by Commissioner Thornton. Is there any objection? Hearing none, so moved.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do understand the intent of this because we do have to have something on record regarding we want to do some type of RFP, RFQ, whatever the language may be in it. If I understand correctly, I think Commissioner Brooks is trying to put on record, just in case, what we deferred does not include this as well. So is that my understanding of what you're trying to do?
Well, actually, what we defer we don't know what we defer, but it was just a lot of talk. I did not want us to come back in October without an RFQ or RFP process for sure. Definitely needs to have this open process. Otherwise, we will be handing out $350,000 to one person. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
It somewhat answers my question, because I'm very clear on we should not be giving the amount of money that was in the original resolution to just one person without a vetted process.
Right, so this is just trying my best to get to a vetting process. Okay. So we can work with this, in whatever framework you all think is most technical.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
That's all, Commissioner? Okay. I have no one else in the queue, so let's take this to a vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Wright, Thornton, and Brooks. Commissioners Caswell, Mills, Ford, and Bradford have abstained. We have 4 ayes and 4 abstained.
Thank you. Before I can close this item, point of privilege.
Point of privilege. If I may, just to purchasing, since you're here, we're talking about this RFP. Can you just help us understand if what we just passed through committee passes on Monday, who actually will execute on this and when will that process start?
Good morning, James Gloss, Administrator of Purchasing. I don't have all of the details, but first we'll have to define what that scope of work would be to understand if it's going to be an RFP and RFQ. Secondly, which department is going to initiate the RFP? Sheriff Department, the commission, we have to figure all that out before we can confirm things.
And just as an added clarity, when you say we need to define the scope, would it be that department or the sponsor to be able to provide the scope of the RFP?
James Gloss, Administrator of Purchasing, it would be that department who's actually launching the RFP.
And if I may, through the chair to the sponsor of this, which department are you looking to tap? Is it the sheriff or the commission?
Well, and that's why I got back in the queue, because number one, I know we have members on this body who have that specific expertise to maybe take a look at this and restructure it that would meet the confines of an RFQ or RFP. I would accept a friendly amendment to make this better. In reference to the department, which the department that's going to be most helpful for this administration or the sheriff. I mean, I'm open.
All right. Well, so commissioners, I would say we've already voted on the motion, so can we do that? We probably need to do that Monday.
Okay.
Unless we make a motion to reconsider. Is that right? So hearing if there's no further comment, I'll go ahead and say the ayes have it. This motion will go down with a favorable recommendation. And that concludes this item, concludes this committee.
I would like to call to order Committee Number 9, Conservation. Madam Parliamentarian, would you please read our one and only item?
Item 1 is a resolution receiving and filing the fourth quarter report of the Shelby Farms Park Conservancy for the year ended June 30th, 2025, sponsored by Commissioner Amber Mills.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Thornton and seconded by Commissioner Bradford. Good morning, what's left of it. If you would just name and title, and you may begin with your report.
Jen Andrews, CEO, Shelby Farms Park Conservancy, and with me today I've brought Reginald Porter Jr., who is our board chair. He began his chairmanship this year, so he is joining us today. Thanks so much for having us. This is our fourth quarter report for fiscal 25, excuse me. Thank you. Just as a reminder, this is a slide we always have in your packet, but we're very proud to work in partnership with Shelby County. This is a public-private partnership. Shelby County owns the land and the assets. The assets and the land are operated, managed, and cared for by the nonprofit Shelby Farms Park Conservancy through a management agreement. All of this is intended to be a win-win for the public, for the residents of Shelby County, to maximize the dollars that we receive to create a world-class public park that achieves its potential for the citizens of our community. We were really proud this year to get some national recognition pretty recently for our Outback Off-Leash Dog Park. This is one of the largest off-leash dog parks in the world, and it was voted as #1 in a USA Today 10 Best Reader's Choice Awards poll. So we were pleased to bring that virtual trophy home to Shelby County. We've been in the top 5 for a couple of years, but this is the first time we've won. So it was a great boost for our team who works hard to make that amenity available to our visitors. Next slide, please. The last time we were here, we reported on the renovation of our disc golf course. This is a beloved amenity for park visitors, and we were able to raise some money to renovate the course. And to celebrate, we held our opening tournament, which we called Buffet Throw. It was sold out, which was great. We now have a championship level course at the park, which could attract regional and national events to Shelby County. Next slide, please. All summer long, we've been hosting our free public fitness programs. This is called Get Outside Fitness. These are available through October, weather permitting. These are free fitness classes for all ages and all ability levels. This is sponsored by Baptist Memorial Healthcare. They make this possible. And we partner with great organizations like YMCA, Club Pilates, Ballet Memphis, and the Kroc Center. This year we started a new partnership with Girls on the Run, which is a great program. And so far, we've already had more than 2,000 participants in 160 classes this year, all for free for people. I also wanted to highlight an event that happened in April of this year. I know you will all remember the historic flooding that we had in April. It was a really challenging time for park operations. I won't reiterate that because we talked about that at our last report, but there was a silver lining. We held an event called the Viper 200 Ultra Marathon. There was an event organizer who scheduled this. People were coming from across the country to run this event. It's a 100 and 200 mile race. We were able to keep this race going even amid the floods, working really closely with the event organizer and the attendees. We had to make a lot of changes to keep everybody safe, but we were able to do it, which was a real win for the organizer and for the community. And this was featured not only in the Daily Memphian, but also in an important ultra running magazine that a lot of long distance runners subscribe to. There was a great story about it. I also wanted to highlight that race organizer in particular does a really nice job of working with us to schedule his races, but he also takes care of the trails before and after his events. It's a great example of the kind of partnerships that we seek at the park, people who leave the park better than they found it. We also had some great press in the Daily Memphian earlier this year. There's an ongoing series called Ask the Memphian, where a lot of different questions are being asked. And I was not surprised that one of the questions that came up was, why are there buffalo at Shelby Farms? This is a great article. If you're curious about that topic, I encourage you to read it. It was fun to be part of. It is hard to believe, but it has been 15 years since we cut the ribbon on the first 6-mile stretch of the Shelby Farms Green Line. This is an urban trail that runs from Tillman in Midtown all the way out to the park, and then an additional 4 miles currently beyond the park. And we have a series of celebrations that are happening in the next few months that we would love to invite you to be a part of. The first will be a ribbon cutting for the final 2 miles of the Shelby Farms Green Line, so then it will be a 12-mile trail. At that point, these are 2 miles to the east of the current endpoint at the Old Cordova train depot. It will go 2.3 miles. In addition to that, it is nearly finished. The county has been managing that project, and we're excited to cut the ribbon. This is where the railroad right-of-way ends, so we cannot extend the trail to the east beyond there. But we would love for you to join us. Our tentative date is Tuesday, September 23rd, and we will send you all more information about that so that you can be there for that event. We also want to thank Shelby County Public Works and the Roads and Bridges Department. In particular, they are excellent partners all the time, but have been wonderful to work with on this and supporting the Green Line in general. We also have the Buffalo Run 5K and 15K. The 15K is in honor of the Green Line's 15th birthday, so we hope to see you all signed up for that one. That will be on Saturday, September 27th. And this is a new event series for us. We're partnering with businesses, restaurants, breweries that are along the trail, businesses that have benefited from the Green Line being open, businesses who see a lot of visitors from the Green Line frequenting their establishments. We are going to co-host block parties at these locations, and some of the proceeds from those block parties will go back to support operations of the trail. And we'll be announcing those over the coming weeks, so please follow our social media for that. These are going to be really fun. And we're planning a Green Line birthday bash Saturday, October 25th. This will be at the park. We're planning live music, food trucks, kids activities, even some VIP experiences to raise some money for the park. It should be a really good time. The Green Line has been such an important asset for the community. I think it's really transformed the way that we think about public space, linear parks, trails, green space. So we would love for you to come and celebrate with us. On the horizon, we are planning Starry Nights for this winter season that always starts the day after Thanksgiving. And next year, around this time, will be the 10th anniversary celebration for the opening of the Heart of the Park. And I don't want to drag us back to a previous item, but did want to say that I'm hopeful that as conversations proceed about a relocation of the jail, that we would be considered a stakeholder in that process. We do have viewpoints about how that impacts the park and the neighborhoods near the park, so we'd appreciate being a stakeholder.
All right, thank you very much. I have no commissioners in the queue, so thank you for your report, and we look forward to seeing you next time. And with that, that will conclude. Okay, Commissioner Brooks has a question.
I do have a question. Why are there buffalo in the park?
I know I created a lot of suspense when I presented it that way without telling you, didn't I? This all predates the existence of Shelby Farms Park Conservancy, and certainly before I lived in Memphis, but I believe Tommy Hill was the superintendent of the parkland when the county ran the park, and I believe this was in the 80s. Some of these details are in the article, but when he was growing up, he went to Land Between the Lakes, and he saw a buffalo herd, and it really made an impression on him, and so when he was in charge of Shelby Farms Park, he thought it would be really cool to have a buffalo herd at the park. So he and the mayor at the time coordinated on that and brought the first of what eventually became our herd of buffalo to the park.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. And again, thank you for your report. And that will conclude the Committee for Conservation. Yes, please prepare the screen for a vote. Totally forgot that part.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Wright, Bradford, and Brooks. We have 6 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will come to us Monday with a favorable recommendation. And now we will conclude the Committee on Conservation.
Thank you, Chair. We will now convene Committee Number 8, Community Service. Parliamentary, you could read item number 1.
Yes, sir. Item 1 is a resolution to approve a service provider contract with Alliance Healthcare Services in the amount of $850,000 for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026, with the option to renew for 2 additional 1-year periods for the provision of detoxification, substance abuse, and mental health services. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 general funds in the amount of $850,000, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr.
If you can just open up in your name. Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. Vote, okay. I move.
Just for discussion purposes only.
Yeah.
Okay, can you state for the record?
I'm moving it.
Charlie Caswell.
Charlie Caswell moving it, and Commissioner Brooks is seconding.
And Commissioner Brooks seconds it for discussion purposes only.
All right. All right, if you would just introduce yourself and your address for the record.
Sure. Good morning, Commissioners. Daniel Malone, Division of Community Services, Shelby County Government. I'm here in support of this item. This is a contract that Shelby County has historically supported that funds Alliance Healthcare Services Crisis Wellness Center. The Crisis Wellness Center is a 24/7 mental health assessment center that accepts any resident who is experiencing a mental health crisis, who is in distress, regardless of insurance coverage and regardless of the time of day. They operate 24 hours. So a major feature of the Crisis Wellness Center is that law enforcement have the ability to drop off residents who they've encountered in the field who do not need to be in jail and who do not have an underlying medical condition that would require them to go to the ER. So law enforcement can bring them to Alliance's Crisis Wellness Center and divert them from overcrowded jails and overcrowded hospitals. So I'm here today with Dr. Audrey Townsell from Alliance Healthcare Services. She's their Senior Vice President of Clinical Services. This is not a new request as far as the fiscal note. This has been in our budget for some years. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Dr. Townsend, you have some.
Good afternoon, Dr. Audrey Townsell, Senior Vice President of Alliance Healthcare Services, 2220 Union Avenue. We are here in regards to our services that we provide at the Crisis Wellness Center. Again, as already stated, we are a 24-hour, 7-day-a-week crisis facility that we do assessments for anyone in Shelby County, regardless of their ability to pay.
Thank you. Commissioner Brooks is in the queue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Alliance Healthcare Services, first of all, can you help me to understand your footprint in the community in terms of these services that we're paying $540,000 for?
When you say our footprint, are you talking about all of our clinics throughout the county? Or?
Right, including your outcomes and where.
Okay. So we completed over 10,000 crisis assessments at our crisis facility last year.
Oh, wait, do we have that? I'm looking at my documents now. Do we have that information here?
Daniel One Community Services, no commissioner, you don't have stats in your package.
Okay, so while you're talking, just if you'll make a note to send that to us. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. We can send you all of our stats.
Okay, thank you.
Of those 10,000 crisis assessments, we assessed over 67% of those clients were Black, 29% Caucasian, 4% Hispanic, and a total of about 3,700 jail diversions within the last year. Currently, our crisis facility moved to 3200 Broad Avenue, which is right off Summer Avenue, in the zip code of 38112. We have additional outpatient clinics, but if we're just talking about our crisis services, those are the stats for our crisis services.
Okay, so do you subcontract with any other, I don't want to say grassroots, but I would say community-based services?
We don't subcontract, but we partner with all of the community services. Such as we have Serenity House. We have partnered with, we just had a meeting with Alpha Omega, which services veterans.
And there's one that's new in Binghamton. I can't remember the name of it, but they handle these kinds of cases 24/7. I'm not sure the name of it now. I'm 76 years old,
okay.
so you know.
We work with Agape, we work with Hope, Inc. We work with additional services throughout the community.
Work with an entity in Binghamton?
I don't want to say yes or no right now. I can get that information of all of the agencies that we partner with.
So are you all, because we have such a huge problem in our community-wide, actually.
Correct.
So are you all willing to take some of these dollars and work with some of those smaller entities that are doing these services in the community? where people are.
Yeah, we're always open to partner. We have a lot of community partners meetings almost every week to see how we can collaborate with them. We're honestly, we're all trying to solve the same problem, and so we're better in numbers. So we always appreciate partnerships.
Okay. Okay. Well, I have so many. I know my time is up, and I appreciate the latitude. But I have so many. Maybe individuals who are doing this work, but their capacity in terms of financial capacity is so limited. And we have very limited funding in terms of being individual commissioners. So what we want to do, what I'd like to do, if I'm going to support an $850,000 allocation, I want to make sure that the money is going to spread long and wide. Okay.
We will be willing to, if you can get that name of that agency.
Names.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. But I think this particular resolution is specifically for our crisis services.
Okay.
And so at the moment, I know that Alliance is the only facility in Shelby County who does 24-hour, 7-day-a-week
No,
crisis
you're not.
for uninsured.
You may be the only one to do it at your level, but there are smaller ones. My apologies, I can't think of
Yes.
the names. But they're smaller than you are, and that's probably why you think you're the only one, because you're the big dog. Well, not literally, but. So
Well,
I'll get you those names.
If you can give me those names, I'll be happy to
Okay.
make
Thank you,
contact
Ms.
with
Chair.
them.
Thank you, Commissioner. And you all just opened the office in Binghamton, right? I went to a grand opening there about a year or two ago.
Our crisis center?
Your crisis center.
Our crisis wellness center is on 3200 Broad Avenue. Yes, it's in Binghamton.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioners? Let's take this item to vote.
Well, you all have a location on Summer Avenue, don't you?
Well,
2220?
We moved that outpatient clinic inside of that crisis wellness center. So we're able to do a warm handoff for our individuals who are coming out of the crisis, our crisis
So you're no
services.
longer on Summer?
We have our Turning Points location. That is for our peer support specialists, but we do not provide services in that facility.
It's on Summer Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
And let me be clear, because on Summer and maybe Broad Avenue, that y'all, because y'all front and back, that's where the 60 beds, y'all just built the facility. Is that what you're talking about, Commissioner? Okay.
No, she's talking about we had two facilities down the street
Okay.
from Broad. One of them we closed and moved those services inside of the Crisis Wellness Center. And the other facility is our Turning Points location. That's where we do a lot of our peer support trainings.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no others in the queue, let's take this item to vote. All right, let's tally the votes.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Mills, and Wright. Commissioner Brooks has abstained. We have 3 ayes and 1 abstained.
Thank you. That items go down with a favorable recommendation. Item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution amending the FY 2026 Grant Fund operating budget to accept grant funds in the amount of $20,000 for the city's Financial Empowerment Fund for the purposes of financial empowerment and banking access for youth for the period of July 1, 2025 through December 31st, 2025. This item requires expenditure and appropriation of grant funds in the amount of $20,000, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr.
That item was moved by myself and second by Commissioner Thornton. If you will, Director, if you all would just say your name and address for the record, and you're welcome to go forward.
Thank you, sir. Reginald Milton, Deputy Administrator for the Office of Education and Youth Services. I'm here with Ms. Toya Mason, who is our Community Services Specialist. Commissioners, it is absolutely true that it does look different on the other side. I'm here to discuss something which is, on the positive end, we actually received some funding. We are, as you know, one of the things we work on is our summer work experience program, which works with young people who they will come and be employed by the county. We hire about 65 of them each year, and these interns will work in a multitude of our departments, from health departments to IT to law enforcement. Well, we've received a $20,000 grant, which comes through the Bank on Memphis Coalition, which is headed by trustee Regina Newman. The City of Financial Empowerment Funds, this is the agency which has issued this funding, they work across the nation to try to increase the support of young people, especially those in poor rural and urban communities, to be more financially astute. They budgeting, education, and how to handle your finances. They provide support to agencies that provide services like what we're doing through the summer month with these young people. And we received these fundings. The use of it we are looking at is, again, to help support these young people, provide them with vouchers and support systems. And we're hoping that this body can support this, this grant that we're receiving.
Thank you, sir. Anytime we can get some funding to support the work, it's worth receiving it. So I thank you for that presentation. Any commissioners got anything? All right, let's take this item to vote. All right, let's tally that vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Mills, Thornton, Brooks, and Avant. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you for your great work.
Item number 3.
Item 3 is a resolution to approve a service provider contract with Alliance Healthcare Services in the amount of $540,000 for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026, with the option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods for the provision of post-booking jail diversion services to individuals who are incarcerated and who have a severe and persistent mental illness. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 general funds in the amount of $540,000, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr.
This item was moved by Commissioner Mills, second by myself. All right, if you would just say your name and address for the record, go ahead and present.
Daniel Malone, Administrator of Performance and Operations, Division of Community Services, 2025 Prestwick, Germantown, Tennessee. This item before you is a contract that Shelby County has also historically supported with a partnership with Alliance Healthcare Services that supports what is known as the Jericho project. If the previous item before you is best sort of thought of as a pre-jail, pre-arrest booking diversion program, this is the other piece where it is post-booking after folks with severe and persistent mental illness diagnosis have been arrested and have a case and are in jail, oftentimes for long periods of time. Alliance and the Jericho project have partnered primarily with the Public Defender's Office to get folks out of jail, into housing, into care, and that is what this funding supports. This is a little different in that this funding lives in the Division of Community Services budget, but the Public Defender's Office is actually the main partner. So Mr. Bill Rebillio with the PD's office is here, as well as Ms. Butterfield with the with Alliance and the Jericho project. Thank you.
Thank you. Do either of you have anything to add to that?
I don't think I have anything other to add, other than Alliance has been a part of this for many years, and we're dedicated to this population. and we hope to continue. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm William Rabilio. I'm an attorney and administrator and supervisor at the Public Defender's Office of the Special Litigation Unit that deals with the clients with severe and persistent mental illness. And our partnership with Alliance and its predecessors has been critical to helping get clients out of custody. The goal is to create what we call a community linkage plan that links them to stable housing, treatment if it's available and necessary, intensive outpatient programming if necessary, or any of the other services they need, including medication management. So, and they will also go on and get the client on health insurance so that these services can continue even after the initial period has gone on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was about to ask if there was someone here from the Public Defender's Office. So are you the individual, are you the manager of the unit that works with this population?
Yes, ma'am. I am the supervisor. I'm an administrator, but the Special Litigation Unit I actually supervise, which has, in addition to me, 2 other attorneys and a social worker. And we do the initial intake.
So you're the administrator of this division? Of
Yes.
the division of the Public Defender's Office?
Right, I'm not over the PD office, but
I know
that's
that.
one of my units. And what happens is an attorney, and it doesn't have to be it can be any defense attorney or anyone, refers the client to us. We do the initial assessment. We go to the jail, visit the client, make sure the client has the qualifying diagnosis, is stable on medication, and is interested in the program. If they are, and we are working with their attorney and they think they can get the client out, then we make the referral to Alliance Healthcare Services, and they use their social workers and expertise.
Okay, before my time runs out, respectfully, do you all work with any other entities other than Alliance?
For the Jericho project, we do not. We also have people in the Public Defender's Office who will work with other agencies. And also in the past, if we have clients who already have a relationship with another agency, that is incorporated into the community linkage plan so that they don't have to start all over with someone new.
Okay, so I looked at Alliance, the documents that you submitted to this office. I didn't see any outcome data. Can you maybe send some of that back?
Yes, we can. I did.
I'm sorry. I apologize to you all when you do speak. Just say your name. For
I'm
the
sorry,
record.
Robin Butterfield. Prior to this, we did pull some data in for FY25. We had a 72% success rate for the people not being returned to jail during Jericho.
So that means, okay, 72%. So that means, just tell me this, in raw numbers, you saw how many people and how many people recidivated?
We did 42 CLPs. I believe 39 were approved. It is up to the judge to approve them or not. I believe 3 were declined. But out of the ones that were released, 72% did remain out. And I do want to add, that doesn't mean that if they go back in, they might not eventually come back through our program. I mean, at Alliance, we understand that recovery in all areas is a journey, so it's not necessarily a one and done. So even if somebody is reincarcerated during our time, we're always open to working with them again.
So are you describing a revolving door?
No, not at all. I mean, of course, our goal is to make sure, to have 100%. However, we work with a lot of people who have co-occurring disorders, substance use, and that is a very different journey for each person. So if somebody comes through our program and maybe they relapse or something, Alliance is always going to work with them and try to help them.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple questions about this particular service that we are rendering here. Is this the first time that this contract has been approved, or is this an already going initiative that we are just renewing the contract for?
Dan Malone, Community Services. So the Jericho project and this contract has existed for quite a while, I think at least 10 years.
Oh, more than that, because I started in 2008.
Okay, at least 2008. This is a resolution to pass a new contract with a new set of renewals. The existing contract and its renewals ran out in June.
Okay, and so who have we used? Has it always been Alliance, or has there been another partner? Because I see this is a single source contract.
There have been other providers in the past. There is a facility over on Lamar, after it was Methodist outpatient, it became another organization. They were the provider for a while, and then the predecessor to Alliance Healthcare Services before the mergers, they were the provider.
So there was a merger, the predecessor involved Alliance?
Yes, Southeast Community and CCN merged in 2013. And prior to that merger, CCN held the contract and provided the Jericho services.
And you said CCEN?
CCN, it was Comprehensive Counseling Network.
And so Alliance is now affiliated with CCN in what capacity?
We are a merged entity now. We are only Alliance.
Okay. So there's continuity in who's
Yes,
provided the services?
absolutely.
Okay. And the choice to do a single source contract, who can speak to that?
I can speak to that. Dan Malone, Community Services. So the main reason we got a single source approval on this from Director Gloucester was that these folks that are part of the Jericho project are under Alliance's care for severe and persistent mental illnesses, and an interruption in care in moving this whole program to a new provider would have represented a significant interruption of care for the folks that are underneath Alliance's current treatment. There's also a housing component to this. The Jericho staff work very hard to find housing and have a lot of partnerships in the community to find these folks housing. So an interruption in a contract, removing this to a new provider would have represented a pretty significant interruption of care.
Okay, I'll get back in queue for round two. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. So I know that you're saying that there would have been a disruption, but can you email to all the commissioners or to Gloucester? Can we just know how many qualified businesses are out there that could have been considered for this? I hear us mentioning a market, and we've opted single source, and I just would like to know who else could even have been a considerant. Is that cool, Director? Okay, great. And then will you just reiterate for us the process? So the service pool is kind of lower than what I anticipated, and so how many persons do we anticipate with this 540,000 to be served, and then how many people could qualify but won't be able to be served because of the price point that we're vested in?
Robin Butterfield. We are contracted to serve up to 80. It is an intensive program, so it's 120 days of services. In order to provide that level of service, you have to limit how many are approved. As far as the number that we served last year, I think that's just a matter of the referrals that were given who were deemed to be appropriate. The point of the program is to work with individuals who are incarcerated as a direct result of an unstable mental illness. The process of identifying those and going through that process is pretty significant. And so I think it just comes down to who was thought to be referred in the first place.
Okay, I'm going to pause you just right there. So you said the service that you render is up to 120 days?
Yes.
And you have the capacity for 80 Like every 120 days or?
No, but that's per year.
So for last year, how many people did we serve?
39.
Okay, so we're paying and holding space for 80, but we're serving half that. So where's the money going towards that we aren't using in direct service?
I mean, I think just operational costs in general. I think there's probably data that we could get you following this that I don't have in front of me right now.
I think that we should, I mean, these are the taxpayers' dollars. We should invest according to the service. Holding space for 80 and serving around 40 is just not sitting well with me for the way we're budgeting dollars. It doesn't make sense. And I haven't heard today how the unspent dollars are being spent purposefully. And are we trying to close the gap? I mean, I would think that we would have more than 40 people over the course of a year that we could serve that would actually be coming into this particular justice center that have severe and persistent mental illness. So in advance of Monday, that's a question that I hope that we close in order for me to support this particular item. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Brooks.
Thank you. You mentioned 120 days. I'm trying to understand. And let me give you a little context. You know, I don't know if you were here when we had our jail discussion, but I'm sure you've heard about the number of mentally ill people that end up in jail. You probably read about the number of mentally ill people who died in the jail. So, you know, and this is just this year. So I'm trying to understand, how long have you all had this project?
Robin Butterfield.
Say your name.
I did. I'm sorry, Robin Butterfield.
Okay.
I have been at Alliance for close to 19 years, and we've had it since then. I'm not sure before me.
Okay, so what I'm trying to understand is how do you get referrals? How do you get these individuals who are incarcerated, have mental health issues? How do they get to your location or get to your facility?
Robin Butterfield. We have a partnership with the Public Defender's Office, and we get all referrals from them.
Oh, okay, all your referrals
Yes,
come through
yes.
there. Okay. Now, we do know that some people are in jail. They cannot make bond, and even though they do have a right to have an attorney, we don't always honor the Constitution. So and a lot of those people are mentally ill. How do we help them? Because I'm not sure, and I don't want to start calling names, but there were a couple of people who died. I don't believe they had attorneys, and they were mentally ill. Eaten up by bugs, something like that. I don't want to get all into it, but I know you all know about it.
May I address, ma'am? William Revilio. The program, when it was designed by Mr. Bush, Stephen Bush, was designed as a jail diversion program. And the very people who are mentally ill, if they don't have an attorney, there's not much we individually can do to refer to them. If they have an attorney, and it doesn't have to be a public defender, any attorney or judge can refer a client to the
Okay,
program.
my time is running out, so you're saying that the jail cannot make a direct referral?
No, not to us. They may have other resources, but the Jericho project was for clients who need to get out with the program. And unfortunately, if they don't have an attorney, we're not able to deal with them one way or the other, because we aren't in the attorney-client relationship.
We're not talking about the attorney-client relationship. We're talking about mentally ill, incarcerated individuals.
But
okay, my time is out. Maybe we can talk offline. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm trying to understand because, see, that's our problem. That is our problem. Those people who are in jail with mental illnesses are the ones who are making the dominant ones, if you will, who are dying. So I'm trying to understand, if you don't have an attorney and you are mentally ill, and the jail is aware of that upon arrival, and we have a program that we're getting ready to pay $850,000 to, I'm trying to understand how we can't get those kind of folk immediately to the program. So you're telling me that because they don't have an attorney, that's the problem. I'm not getting that part. What did I get wrong?
I'm not saying you got anything wrong, Commissioner. It is a serious issue, and none of us are minimizing that. If the jail has knowledge of someone with a severe and persistent mental illness who does not have an attorney, they can either contact the Attorney General or they can contact our office and see if we can get it on the docket. But we cannot actually refer that individual to the Jericho project at that time.
Okay, why?
Because the Jericho project has to be approved by the judge, so we don't even know yet.
So you're saying you have to have certain types of mentally ill people
You
that
have
go into
to-
the program?
You have to have someone who is in custody with a severe and persistent mental illness, where the attorney thinks they can get the client out with services, because most of the clients we refer would not be released on probation or even on bond sometimes if they did not have these services. So that's something that the attorneys try and utilize to get these people out of jail so they can be in a safer and healthier environment. Unfortunately, we are limited. We would love to be able to do more, but right now, that is what this program is designed for.
I'll confess, I do not understand that process, but maybe someone else can help me with that.
And I thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to go to Commissioner Ford. I just say this, is I have been in meetings this week with the sheriff and DA and them on this particular case, not just this situation, but the mental health problem as a whole in our jail. And just the fact that it is, many of them, when they come in, don't have the, they are not on their medication. They're not speaking to the judge. They're not speaking to the lawyer. So it's holding back some of that process that they're sitting there. And that's why even what we just passed with the other is that if they can take them directly to that Alliance Detox, the center on Broad, it gives them directly to their medication, that they're not put in a jail cell and not getting the treatment that they are. So it's both and, but this is the people that's in there is going through the public defender office and being referred. But we do have a big issue with almost 700, I think is the number of individuals that's in jail with mental health issues. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. I had to ask Ms. Bromley a quick question, and I was trying to see if it would be appropriate for this item that came up, and she said yes. So this actually is going to help me too, because the Racial Equity Ad Hoc Committee focused on clinical and mental health. And one thing that did come up, and I believe that you all were the ones that were responsible for the mapping portion of how you get from point A to wherever the necessities are. I'm actually presenting that in Atlanta on Friday at the All Black National Convention. And one thing that sparked their interest was, what are we doing for the purposes of making sure that whatever mapping was created is being implemented and otherwise. I know this is a separate contract, but the mapping with what funds we've put in, as well as this resolution that's on the table, will basically do the same thing. So I actually have copies of the mapping. So my question is, with what has been produced, do you see anything that may modify the already existing mapping because of what may have happen socioeconomically or health-wise in any respective communities or districts? And the reason why I'm asking is because I know that's probably going to be one of the questions in Atlanta on Friday, because they're going to look at the map, and that map came out about a year or so ago, and I'm just trying to see if there's any new information to where either we keep the mapping that we have, or has anything been modified because of any changes? That's my main question.
Dan Malone, Community Services, Commissioner Ford, we're having a meeting with all of the folks who were part of that mapping project.
Yes.
Very soon to answer that exact question. Is this all the same? Does anything need to be updated? What's changed in a sort of a year and a half since we've done that? And I think after we have that meeting, we can answer that question.
So I'll tell them on Friday that this is what we have right now. There may be some modifications forthcoming. And Ms. Bromley, I'll get with you as well so that we can add to that body of knowledge with all the work that Community Services has done, as well as you all. And I think Dr. Townsend was in here. She was instrumental as well. If she's in here, thank you. Oh, there she is in the back. Thank y'all for what you do. I support the item, and let's continue working together on that. And I'll let you know how it goes with what we've put together. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Malone, Community Services. If I could just speak about that mental health mapping project, because I think it's relevant to this conversation. Commissioner Brooks's questions and all the questions on how do we get people into these programs that are in jail is one thing that came up during that mapping process. And one possible solution that came up with this group was that there is room in the jail for maybe one, maybe two, maybe a team of folks who are screening people for mental health diagnosis in the jail that can then refer to not only the Jericho project, but there's multiple diversion programs that serve folks that have mental health diagnosis, whether it's the drug court, mental health court, veterans court, behavioral health services with Tiffany Hilson. They're all kind of disconnected is the problem, and they also have their own requirements to enter the program, as Mr. Rabilio said. So if you had somebody in the jail who's connected to all of those, who could refer where appropriate, depending on what that person was eligible for, what cases they had, what their diagnosis was, and what they needed. I know it sounds very ideal, but that was a position that had been proposed at one point that still applies. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Burke.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I'm glad you said that, because with the money, and maybe this is idealistic, but with the money that we're giving to Alliance, that we've just given in the last 30 minutes, it seems like we could find that position. We could fund that position. I mean, Alliance, you're the big group in town, it seems to me, and you have the most at stake. You got a great big money pot with the county. We know mental health, incarcerated individuals with mental health issues is our biggest problem. So it seems to me that the company, if you will, or the entity that is receiving most of the public dollars would be doing the most.
Dan Malone, Community Services, I think that's a very valid point in a conversation that we can have with Alliance.
Thank you. And again, thank you. And some of the other, you good, Commissioner?
I'm not good.
No. Okay. So one, appreciate it. The things that we are talking about right now, because this is bigger than one entity, one, what is Sheriff Department, the Justice Department, it's all as a whole. Some of the things that we're talking about in the meetings I've been having and the resolution that I'm working on is how do we get more community stakeholders, right, to be that connector for these individuals when they get back out? So it is needing that family, it's needing that church, it's needing those stakeholders, that these who wrap around and support these individuals. So it's a big issue. And, unfortunately, when we look at this city, and Poplar and Dunlap went away years ago. So 201 Poplar became the place where we house, sadly, these individuals with mental illness. The other thing to that is that when we look at what Alliance was able to do, that this body, we couldn't even get done with the state to go and get the governor to put almost, 18 millions, I think it was, to help build the building on Broad Street. And so I appreciate the fact that you have an entity that's building capacity to address something that we didn't put one penny in to address in this county. So we need the support of those partners that are out there fighting to get these dollars to do it. And how y'all getting it done, I appreciate it. So, yeah.
And I understand where you're coming from. Well, no, I hear you. But let me just say this, just because Well, I don't know how you come up with that, because we are putting money in. We're giving them, how much did we just give already, 13 million?
But who doing it?
Well, I mean, it's public money, and we're representatives and we're supposed to be good stewards of the public dollars. And we know we have a major problem. We just dealt with a portion of it earlier this morning. So now here you are sitting before us, and this is really not making a lot of sense the more we get into it. We're giving you money to take care of a population of individuals that's the biggest portion of our jail population, pretty much, or the ones that are, becoming unalive the most, if you will. So it seems to me that nothing is out of bounds, or nothing is too broad to be covered in your program. You should be able to incorporate whatever is necessary for the public welfare. I mean, I don't get it. I really don't get it.
Robin, Alliance Healthcare. I think your point is valid, and Alliance is the largest community mental health center in Memphis, and we have really done that by design, and we understand that we cannot provide every service to every person, and we do partner with many, we have many community partners. To your point about the most vulnerable in the jails, I agree with you, and you're right. Alliance is prepared to look at every referral we get for Jericho. We are limited by the referrals that we get. We also serve those coming out of the jails in ways that don't come straight through Jericho. Especially being a safety net provider, someone who can provide mental health services to the uninsured opens up the doors all over town to individuals who are coming straight out of the jails, even if they don't come through our program.
Well, I just don't want the public to think that I do not support mental health rehabilitation on that. I just don't support giving all of the public dollars to one entity who I feel, from my perspective, can do more. So, and until I see that, I just can't. I can't support that. I really can't support that. It doesn't make sense to me. You can't make that make sense.
All right. With that being said, any other commissioners in the queue? Let's take this item to a vote. If everyone had the opportunity to vote, let's tally the vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Mills, Wright, Morrison. We have 6 aye votes. And Commissioner Brooks abstained, 6 ayes, 1 abstain.
Thank you. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. That brings a close to that committee. Thank you.
And now we will convene General Government. General Government, Committee number 10. Yes, ma'am. Madam Clerk? Parliamentarian.
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution approving the election of notaries public for appointment and a reappointment for Shelby County, Tennessee, sponsored by Henry E. Brooks.
All right, that item has been moved by Commissioner Mills and second by Commissioner Brooks. We have, let's see, the attorney, the county attorney's office has not reported any conflicts. So that item will go down with the favorable, we got to vote on it. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, we will move to the vote. Madam Clerk, please prepare the screen. Guess I could turn on my microphone. We have aye votes from Commissioner Bibbs, Mills, Ford, Wright, Morrison, Brooks. We have 6 aye votes. Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, item number 2.
Item 2 is a resolution appointing blank to serve as judge for the Shelby County General Sessions Civil Court, Division 2, filling the vacancy created by the retirement of the Honorable Judge Phyllis B. Gardner, effective September 1, 2025, until a successor is elected and qualified at the special election held during the August 2026 countywide general election, sponsored by Chairman Michael Whaley.
All right, this item has been moved by Commissioner Mills and second by Commissioner Ford. We now have the item properly before us, and we all have our notebooks with candidates' names. We have 7 candidates. They will be called in alphabetical order, and when we call your name, just come to the front. And how many minutes, Madam Parliamentarian?
There is no designated time when you are interviewing applicants. For the general public, we generally allow comments not to exceed 3 minutes, but it is at your discretion, the amount of time you would like to allow each person, just as long as it's consistent. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, well, most of these are attorneys out here, and they know how to play that game. Mr. Joseph Barton, General Sessions Judge, Division 2 candidate, please come forward. Joseph Barton, B-A-R-T-O-N. Okay, we've been informed that Mr. Barton was unable to make it, so we will now move to Mr. Attorney Dan Buchanan. Attorney Buchanan. All right. You got any word on Mr. Buchanan?
He's on his way.
Okay, Mr. Buchanan is on his way. We'll move him to the Hill. Attorney Craig Flood. All right. Good afternoon. Thought we were going to strike out, but we didn't. Okay. You can just sit down and push the little button. And then give us your name and your title and anything else.
My name is Craig Flood. I'm an active attorney of the Shelby County Bar. I've been an attorney, practicing attorney for 34 years. I went to the University of Baylor undergrad, and I went to the University of Memphis Law School. During law school, I clerked for Judge Wyeth Chandler in my 3rd year of law school. What I thought was interesting is when I was with Judge Chandler, he asked me to come to this county commission, not this one, but the county commission, to ask the commission to approve having each judge have their own law clerk. At that time, I was working for Judge Chandler and working for Janice Holder, who became the Chief Supreme Court Judge of Tennessee. Because of the demands that they had, Judge Chandler thought it was better that we split that or add an additional person to be a clerk for the judges. And so I thought that was kind of ironic, and then here I am like 34 years later before the committee. I've practiced in many different kinds of law. I've done bankruptcy on both the plaintiffs and the defense side. I've done divorce work. I've done collections work. I've recently, in the past probably 20 years, have done a lot of insurance defense, which requires, the way that we practiced, a lot of jury trials. I've probably tried more jury trials than any other attorney in 2023, right after COVID opened up. And I understand that General Sessions is not a jury, there's no juries. But it's the same way you evaluate evidence in General Sessions. What I would like to tell you, I was supposed to sit today for Judge Gardner since she's out. The office secretary asked me if I would sit this morning session and this afternoon session, and I explained I couldn't because I understood that I would be before the county commission to plead, I guess, for or apply for that position. Also, ironically, I sat yesterday afternoon in that position. I've sat probably 20 times since Judge Gardner's been gone in her courtroom for her. I have also sat for every other single judge. There are 6 civil general sessions judges, and I've sat for each one of them. I actually brought a card that Betty Thomas Moore sent me, and she sends it every time you sit, saying thank you for sitting as special judge. And I can hand that to you if you have a clerk or anything like that. So I have what I'm saying is I have the experience down there. I've tried cases down there. I've been courteous to the people where I've tried cases, and I've explained to them, this is why I'm ruling for you or why I'm ruling against you. One thing I've noticed in all the practices, I practiced in circuit court, I've had trials in all parts of circuit court and general sessions courts. One thing a judge needs to be, and that's courteous to the people. And I think especially in general sessions, because this is maybe your only look at the judicial system. People watch TV and they see a Judge Judy or Judge Brown, and they think that that's what the judicial system is. And you'll notice that by the way they treat it when they come down there. I explain to them often that and I think other candidates should know this. I don't know if they do, but the rules of evidence apply in general sessions. The difference between general sessions and circuit court is that general sessions is not a court of record, and it doesn't have juries, and it has it has a limitation on what you can award, and that's under $25,000. But it's important for the litigants to know you're bound by the rules of evidence, and I explained that to them. Yesterday, there was a man in there that wanted a trial on a FED, a federal entry detainer warrant, and he was ready to go. And I said, well, sir, you have a couple of options. Number one, since I'm not an elected judge, you have a right not to have me hear it, and you can find another judge to hear that case. Or you can waive that right, have me hear it, or we can continue the case. And he was ready to go. And I said, and I want to explain to you that the Landlord-Tenants Act was passed by the state, applies to Shelby County. Doesn't apply to any other of the counties. It applies to Shelby County. Do you know those rules? And he said, no, I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you could educate me. He said, my role is a judge. What I do is I listen to the evidence, that proper evidence that comes in, and then I make a ruling. And if I help you, I'm no longer being a judge. And so we suggested that he continue it and then go down to the legal department, the free legal advice that they have right down the hallway. They meet from Monday through Friday from 10 to 2. And I suggested that he go talk to them or go to legal services. One thing I'm saying about that is when I go, if I'm appointed to this position, I'm starting on day one trying trials. I won't have to get caught up. I won't have to learn the system. I do this often. Things like, what is the law on property damage? There's judges down there. How do you prove property damages? A lot of judges down there don't know. I know because I've done all these jury trials, and I have to use the Tennessee Pattern Jury Instructions. And they tell you the elements of each issue if you want to prove something. If you have a car wreck and you have car damage and you want to sue somebody for that, there's 2 ways to do it. And so if that vehicle can be repaired back to the function and the value and the appearance substantially, then it's the cost of the repair. If the vehicle, however, cannot be repaired, it's the fair market value, which is evaluated by what the vehicle's value was right before the accident and then minus what it was right after that. And I'm just telling you, I know these rules because I'm there and I'm experienced. And that's probably the main thing I would say qualification is I've been down there doing this. And I do it for free. They asked me to do it, and I've told them, please call me. I've kind of, in February, left my full-time job, and now I'm doing kind of part-time legal work. And I told the secretary down there, Kristen, please call me if you need me. And they did this summer because a lot of the judges take summer breaks. They still have a docket there. And so they asked me if I'll come do it, and I gladly do it, and I've done it. So it won't be any time me having to learn the system because I know it. I don't know if you've had a chance to check my references. We just filled out the background packet on Monday. It was due Monday at noon, and I had that in. It was given to us Friday afternoon, so I had very little time to get all that together, but I would appreciate if you would check my references if you have time. You could talk to the clerk in the courtroom, Division 2, or any of the clerks, but especially in Division 2, and the judge, the deputy that sits there.
Okay.
and asked them about what they think about my qualifications. And they've both told me that they would certainly recommend me for that position, and they hope that I get it because I work with them and I'm courteous to them and all the litigants in the case.
And I'm sure everybody appreciate that, Mr. Flood.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for
Do you
hearing
have
me.
any questions? I do have one question, Ms. Flood.
Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to ask you about the appointment of special judges, but I think you answered it. Is that by availability?
Yes, ma'am, they have a list of, I guess, it's the lawyers they approve. And I think that comes by the clerks telling them, look, this lawyer takes way too long, doesn't seem to know what they're doing, isn't courteous. So they move that off the list. Otherwise,
So the clerks of the court have a list?
the secretary, Kristen, McGraw has a list. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They've developed that over time. But I told her I'm okay to sit often because, I'm part-time right now. So I have done that. But there
Okay.
are other, she had to get somebody else for today since I
got
told her I
that
would
part.
not be available.
Okay. Commissioner Ford. Thank
All
you.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to say this for the record. I have not spoken to any of the prospective judge candidates. I wanted to make sure that it was a clean process. I know some have reached out, but because of what I believe in order to make sure it's a clean process, if we have another vacancy, I'm not taking any meetings or anything like that. I want everything to be in front of a group of individuals in a public forum. I believe that the process last time was an unclean process. I won't go into the details, but I have a lot of details. And as such, anyone that tried to contact me, I've not reached out for those reasons that I'm not going to divulge at this particular time. So I just wanted that to be placed on record. I'm looking at your application. I only have one question. And I'm mostly looking at, so if you are a candidate and you answered yes to 16A, which is, are you currently a party in any legal proceedings? I'm just going to ask about that and whatever could be stated, because I don't see anything necessarily redacted for those that did answer yes to 16A. But looking, it stated something about a guarantor and a signature and all of that. So could you expound on what you could relate to 16B's response?
Certainly. And for the record also, I have not contacted any of the commissioners regarding this position. I was an investor in a business. It was a comprehensive outpatient rehabilitation facility that was a specialty under Medicare. They could bill for like respiratory pulmonary therapy that you could only get that service through a hospital. So it was a great idea. I stumbled upon the fact that Methodists and Baptists own most of the practices, the doctor's practices, so they don't allow them to send those patients to our facility, even though we had a license under Medicare. What happened is I wasn't a full-time partner. I was more of an investor than anything in that business. And somehow the business got a loan which was not my signature. It was not my signature, but it got a loan and had me as a guarantee. I explained to the other lawyer that this, obviously it's not my signature, and so I've disputed that. What's strange about it, the only reason it's still pending is because we don't have a specific judge assigned to it. Since I am a practicing member of the bar, it has to be, I have to let the judge know, and I've let the judge know, and then they've got to decide to assign it to somebody or assign it to an out-of-county judge. I have filed a motion to dismiss it because, first of all, the statute of limitations, it was filed past the statute of limitations. So once a judge gets assigned to that, I can hear my motion, but I'm not sure what the holdup is. It stems from a 2017 loan. So that's one of those things that the system's just going that far. But that's that, sir. All right.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I appreciate what the commissioner said about the, candidates reach out to us, and I attempt for the most part to avoid doing that outside of this public process, just for a sense of fairness. So I share that viewpoint also. And so then I generally have one question that I ask all candidates. So my hardball question for you and for all the candidates is, why are you seeking this role?
And I appreciate that. That was one of the things I would like to have said. Typically, when I first started practicing law, what would happen is you would practice law, get your experience, and then when you get older in life, you kind of, instead of just retiring, you go ahead and you kind of a public service. You get paid for this job, but it's kind of a public service. I've got a lot of experience for practicing law for 34 years. All kinds of jury trials, everything, federal court, bankruptcy court, Court of Appeals, Supreme Court. I've been in front of all of them. And I thought, I slowed down my practice. And then when this position came up, I thought, well, I'm sitting here anyway. Why not go ahead and use some of the experience and talent that I have to kind of serve in a sense? Now, I know I get paid, but it still is kind of a service. I mean, it can be kind of a tedious job down there. You're doing 90 cases, and all they are collection cases. But I look at it differently. I thought this is kind of a service to the community with my experience. And one thing I've noticed that the judges need to do more of, and I will do more of, and that's cooperate. Sometimes a judge will have 9 cases on their docket. I would tell them, I said, if you would like for me to, I've got 30, 40 this afternoon, I'll take your 9 cases. Another thing they really need to do that I haven't seen a lot is stay there and say, if there's any other case, sometimes they have several cases on one judge's docket. It's randomly assigned the day before court. And they may have 3 trials set on that date. And one judge may have none. What I would suggest that we do, and they do in circuit court, is call around to the judges, have the deputy call around to the judges and say, look, do you have a trial that's going to go this morning that you're not able to get to? And that's extremely important, because I was sitting, I think it was the last week, and we had people from out of town. Some had come in from Alabama and some had come in from Knoxville. And I told them, because I'm not a regularly elected judge, you have a right for me not to hear this case. And they said, well, yeah, we want an elected judge to hear the case. And so and there was no other judge that was there to stayed around to hear it. I think that's super important, because in a sense, it's a chaotic thing, since you don't know which judge you're going to have until the day before. So you can't check and say, is that judge out? So if you're coming in from Knoxville, you just have to come in from Knoxville, and too bad if the judge isn't there. I think that's really important, because the time doesn't take a whole lot, because I think a lot of times you'll have 30 or 40 cases on your docket, and you can handle those in 15, 20 minutes. And then maybe in the afternoon, you have a docket with 30 or 40 cases, and you can handle those in 15 or 20 or 30 minutes. I think it's incumbent upon you to stay around and see if you can help out the other judges, and therefore the litigants that come into town. That's something that I would certainly do. And I think you certainly have the time to do it. I've noticed that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ford.
My last question, and I'm probably just going to ask this question now, so I want to ask it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. By a show of hands, how many of the aforementioned candidates plan on running for the seat in August? By a show of hands, please. Just like everybody. Okay, gotcha. Okay, I don't have to ask that 5 times. Thank you.
But I will tell you that would be my only time. I wouldn't run a second time. I would run that one time just to kind of fill out my service. But after that, I'm not making this a career. This is just a service, kind of a give back, help out, and then I'm done.
That's one time more than me, because, yeah. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, well, you want to take a minute to just wrap it all up, and we'll move on. Last words.
Yeah, I just think I have the experience, obviously. I'm doing the job right now, which is very ironic that this comes up, because I am doing that job, and I have done that job for all the judges. And like I said, I've been there, know what I'm doing, and then like I said, it would help the system if we work together a little bit more. And it doesn't have to be a tit for tat. Some judges say, well, they never take my cases, so I won't help them out with their cases. That's a sad thing. That won't happen when I'm down there. I'm gonna let everybody know, and they'll know if you've got, when you go through your docket, if you have an extra case that's sitting there that needs to be tried, they're gonna know, send it to Mr. Flood. he'll hear that case. And I think that helps that system out a whole lot, and I don't know why it's not done now, but I think it needs to be done, and I will certainly do it.
Well, thank you so much. The next candidate is Attorney Marcy Ingram. Ms. Ingram, I think you know the drill.
Yes, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, and members of this distinguished committee. As you all know, my name is Marcy Ingram, 160 North Main, Memphis, Tennessee. It is an honor to be considered for the position of General Sessions Judge. My 20-plus years in the legal field, predominantly working for the County Attorney's Office and the practice of civil law, has provided me with invaluable experience in navigating the legal system and understanding the needs of our community. One may ask, Commissioner Wright, why do I want to be a judge? Well, I knew at a very young age I wanted to be an attorney. In my Fraser High School yearbook, I wrote down a lawyer or psychologist as my career goals because I enjoy helping people solve problems. I took the scenic route to law school and earned a bachelor's degree in education, a master's and doctorate degree in education, all that were used in my teaching career as a counselor, a special ed preschool teacher, and an adjunct professor, pre-lawyer life. 2 weeks after completing my doctorate, I was once again a student, this time sitting in a law school classroom with the intent of becoming a sports and entertainment lawyer. However, my second year of law school, I started my first job with Shelby County as a judicial law clerk for the Honorable Judge Rita Stotts. Every day, I watched how Judge Stotts, with grace and integrity, interacted with courtroom staff to manage complex cases involving powerful emotions among the concerned parties. Many litigants left her courtroom appearing content with how their cases were handled, and I had an epiphany through those courtroom experiences that I too wanted to become a judge one day. My time with the County Attorney's Office has more than prepared me for this General Sessions civil judge position. As an assistant county attorney, I've gained immeasurable experience trying cases before the Chancery Court, Circuit Court, federal courts, state appellate court, and even the Sixth Circuit Federal Court of Appeals. The aspect that separates me from the other candidates is my emotional intelligence. A judge's temperament is as crucial as his or her legal acumen. Studies have shown the behaviors that the community wants to see from a judge are patience, level-headedness, caring, and respect. People throughout this county, including my colleagues, many of whom are here today in support of me, adversarial attorneys, and judges have seen me exhibit these qualities for more than a decade, and I will bring those same attributes to the Division II courtroom.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You may have already somewhat addressed my question, but same question for you is, why are you seeking this role?
Again, from being a judicial law clerk, I clerked my second year for the Honorable Judge Rita Stotts, and then my third year of law school, I clerked for the criminal court judges, and I enjoyed the experience of doing the legal research, hearing the people speak in a courtroom, arguing their cases, and I just decided then that that's what I wanted to be when I grew up. And so, like Judge Stotts, I started my career in the county attorney's office.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner. Ms. Marcy, again, appreciate you being before us today, and appreciate your service even as you served on this with this body. I wanted to know, when it comes to the community service and giving back to the community, what are some of the things you engage in outside of the courtroom, outside of your regular job, when it comes to working with regular citizens?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question, Commissioner Caswell. I served as a foster parent for about 6 years. I've housed over 30 kids in my home, opened up my home to the family, to the community in that capacity. Went to court, take the kids to court, take them to the doctor's appointment, take them to school, and love on them and care for them just like they were my own.
And when it comes to just your upbringing in the community, how was that for you growing up in this community?
I grew up in the Fraser community. I went to Fraser Elementary and Fraser High School. I was a cheerleader, a majorette. I ran track and cross country, and I was a very popular kid in high school, and I enjoyed that experience.
Thank you. Commissioner Ford.
All right, I'm looking at 16A and B, so you don't have anything there. And you said that your supporters are on the front row right here?
They're in the audience. Yes.
They're in the audience.
All dispersed.
Oh, okay. I'll consider you anyway. All right,
Thank
that's
you.
all I got.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other members in the queue, Attorney Ingram, will you take 30 seconds or a minute and wrap it up?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. You all have witnessed firsthand that I am impartial, level-headed, and hardworking. I answered a call or email as late as midnight or even while on vacation. Commissioner Ford can attest to that. At my kid's birthday party or working out in the gym. I provide prompt legal advice with decisiveness and integrity. I cannot and do not substitute my own personal views or political views when providing legal guidance, which is required of all judges. The time is ripe, and I'm ready to serve as General Sessions Civil Court Judge, and I ask for your vote of confidence, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next candidate, Attorney Purifoy. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
Good afternoon. Shayla Purifoy, Judicial Commissioner, 201 Poplar. Good morning, Honorable Chairman Whaley, guess he's not here, Vice Chair and Chair-elect Avant, Vice Chair-elect Bradford, and Honorable Shelby County Board of Commissioners. Thank you for your time during this interview process. I understand that it's tenuous. And it takes up a lot of time. I wanted to tell you about me and why I decided to apply for this role. You should have a packet with my resume and a link to additional information. In 1967, the United States Supreme Court decided a case called Loving versus Virginia, where they ruled that interracial marriage was legal. In 1981, telling you my age, my twin sister and I were born into an interracial family. My dad is a retired school teacher, FedEx worker, and DJ, and my mom was an X-ray tech at Campbell's Clinic. We grew up in Fraser, and my sister and I were bullied relentlessly for being different. My mom didn't know how to do our hair. We were bullied for being twins, for our accents, and our skin. As a child, this made me feel voiceless. In addition to that, my mom was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, and she was fired for not being able to walk on her own. She was devastated and spent the rest of her life trying to be heard and trying to hold on to her dignity, respect, and independence. We waited in hospitals and doctors' offices for hours. She argued with people on the phone and got transferred from person to person to person. She did not have access and struggled with accommodations. She camped outside of the school board in her wheelchair. I slept on cold hospital floors listening to the echoes of the MRI. As kids, we often saw and helped with things that a child should not. All of this made me who I am, and that's when I knew that I wanted to spend my career helping people. I felt voiceless, and my mom was screaming to no avail. I did not want people to feel how we felt, and this is what has led me to public service. My first legal experience was as a student lawyer in the civil litigation clinic at University of Memphis Law School, where I was allowed to represent clients as a law student in 2008. After graduating, I was hired as an attorney at Memphis Area Legal Services, where I worked there for nearly 8 years and was able to advocate for the voiceless and listen. As a member of the Judiciary for nearly a decade, I make sure people are heard and treated with dignity and respect. Compassion and firmness are not mutually exclusive. You are not a number on the docket. You are a person, an attorney, a litigant, a client, a patient, a landlord, a tenant, and I will make sure to listen to you, that you have access, and I will be fair. Please appoint me to General Sessions Civil Court, Division 2 as judge, and I respectfully ask for your vote.
Thank you. We do have 3 commissioners in the queue. Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we heard your story. Why are you interested in this particular position?
I am interested in this particular position because I want people to have access to justice. I want people to be heard. As a judicial commissioner in General Sessions Criminal Court, I feel like this is a natural transition. I have the experience and skill set to be able to hear these cases, and I would like to ascend to the position as judge.
Thank you. Commissioner Caswell.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I would say, I see you everywhere, and then the other day I seen your twin, and so I kind of got y'all confused, but appreciate you being out in the community as you do. We had a lot of debate today about the justice system. I know you're over in the Judicial Commissioner. I just wanted to know, how have that prepared you for this role?
Well, judicial commissioners handle multiple high-volume dockets. One of the dockets we hear is the order protection docket, which is actually civil. We don't hear just all criminal cases. We hear the civil order of protection. That is a very difficult docket, subject matter-wise, to listen to. You're listening to sexual assault cases, domestic violence, stalking, neighbor and property disputes. You don't have an attorney most of the time when you're filing for those cases, so we hear all sorts of cases, regardless if the order gets granted or not. And you really have to have the patience and understanding to be able to hear those cases. We arraign people, we're dealing with courtroom staff, making sure we have prompt disposition of cases, and we're dealing with the different burdens of proof beyond a reasonable doubt for criminal and by a preponderance of evidence for civil.
Yeah, and if you were to have a vision or mission for your role in this court, what would that vision or mission be?
I want to make sure that everyone feels like they're getting a fair shot in court and that everybody is feeling like they're being heard. I think there's some room for innovation in the court system, and I feel like General Sessions Civil Court is the original true people's court, and I would love to serve the people.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, and afternoon, or wherever we're at. We're afternoon, 12:59 p.m. Can you expound on 16A and B responses dealing with the, are you currently a party in any legal proceeding, and please include details.
Okay. A few years ago, the county entered into a consent agreement that I did not sign, that was signed by the General Sessions Criminal Court judges. And the law changed. We're all required to follow the law. The law has been changed, ensuring that public safety is a primary consideration for judicial commissioners. And the law has also been changed, considering how a person's financial ability to pay when we're setting bonds. And the law changed. We're enforcing that law, and we were sued.
And it says here we're being sued by Just City.
I don't remember all the people that are suing us, but I believe Just City is one of the parties.
You would say like the primary party? I know I would probably have to go to the case number and look at whatever the case may be.
I think so. It's been a while since I reviewed the initial pleading.
And it says county representatives, are those appointed, elected, or? or both, to your knowledge?
Probably both, but I'm being not sued personally, but on an official capacity, and all the judicial commissioners and the administrative judge at the time were also included in the lawsuit, and I have been requested to be removed.
It'd be interesting if this body, on another instance, we're being sued and not necessarily know about what the details are. So here we go again on that. Nothing to do with you. And it looks like you said it's still pending as of now. So my last question would be, let's say hypothetically you receive the votes in order to be a judge. What is the process regarding this item if you do become the appointed judge? Where does this go? Who takes over?
I would probably have to ask my attorney regarding that, but I would imagine that could still be sued under my official capacity for any action that I've taken as a worker for Shelby County.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other members in the queue, would you like to take a minute and just close out your statement?
Yes, thank you so much. One of the other things that I didn't really get into is community outreach for judges. It's not required, but it's definitely encouraged through our ethics rules, promoting confidence in the judiciary. It says judges should participate in activities that promote ethical conduct among judges and lawyers, support professionalism within the judiciary and the legal profession, and promote access to justice for all. A judge should initiate and participate in community outreach activities for the purpose of promoting public understanding of and a confidence in the administration of justice. I've been doing that for nearly a decade. I believe that your job as a judge does not end when your docket ends. You have to be out in the community, you have to volunteer, you have to be involved, you have to mentor law students, you have to mentor attorneys, and participate in training and make sure that you're getting the word out about the administration of justice, and that's what I've been doing. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad to hear you say that, because we definitely need more attorneys who look like us, for sure. Committed to our community, willing to do outreach pro bono, and mentor young girls, even junior high. They need to see that role model. They need to see that image, and just reinforce the fact that they can do this too. So thank you. Thank you for your service.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time, everyone.
All right. Our next candidate will be Attorney Ralston. Okay. Just, you need to press the button and then give us your name, and then you can proceed with your question. 5 minutes.
The red button?
It's on? Okay.
Oh, okay. We're hot.
We're hot? All right.
Should I dive in?
All right, start with your name and for the
my name-
record. Right.
My name is Bruce Ralston. I'm a private attorney here in town and have been for over 30 years. Prior to law school, I was a bartender for 10 years and a restaurant manager. And throughout my career, I have always dealt with people face to face from all walks of life. I'm very comfortable talking to people and helping them with their problems. I have many awards for pro bono service from the Memphis Bar Association and from Tennessee Bar Association. I've been on the Tennessee Bar Association Access to Justice Committee since 2012. What else? I'm eager to help. I've always been about helping.
Tell you, just get right to the point. Short, sweet, and snappy. Okay, Commissioner Wright?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Same question for you, sir. Why are you interested in this particular role?
In short, to help. I've been attorney for all these years. I recently closed my private practice so I could start immediately. I was looking for something else to do anyway, and I didn't really have this in mind, but this would fit the bill nicely. I've been practicing in General Sessions Court for over 30 years, going back into law school in the early 90s. And once again, I'm just very comfortable talking to people and helping them with their problems. It's what I feel like I was put here to do.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Caswell?
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Ralston, when you look at this role as a judicial commissioner, have you been in any type of way served as a judicial as a judicial capacity?
I don't know if it rises to that level. I was a linen law arbitrator for the Better Business Bureau for a few years, and that was essentially being a judge. I wouldn't say anything else really comes close to that.
Yeah, when you look at your community engagement type work, what do that look like? Working out in the community, board, sitting on any boards, supporting any nonprofit organizations?
Well, for about a year, I was the executive director of the Community Legal Center. My job was to organize legal clinics and to actually help people directly and to manage the books and write the grants. What else? I'm sure everybody is aware that the second Saturday of every month there is a free legal clinic at the main library on Poplar. That goes back to about 2008. Other than the pandemic, I have hardly missed any of those sessions. I feel like it's my church. I go there to be uplifted and to be cleansed, and once again just to help the people that need some help, and I always walk away happy.
All right. All right, thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Ford?
Thank you very much. You don't have anything for 16A and B, but I do have a question about numbers 23, where the question was list presentations you have made to groups and organizations within the past 5 years, and you stated that you've done multiple seminars for the Memphis Bar Association on bankruptcy and student loans.
Correct.
I'm going to a conference called the All Black National Convention with Dr. Boyce Watkins. And Dr. Boyce Watkins, on many of his seminars and webinars, he talks about the number one killer in the black community when it comes to producing generational wealth is student loans. So could you expound on these seminars that you give regarding bankruptcy and student loans, and who participates, and do you have any pre-test, post-test data on how your seminars have helped out those underserved communities?
I guess you would have to ask the Bar Association about the surveys that follow the seminars. At every seminar, there's a yes/no checkbox and a place to write in some comments. I never see those, so I couldn't really say.
But you can still talk. You were the one that did the seminar, right?
Yes.
Can you expound on
So
how your presentation is and whatnot?
Specifically about student loans, I guess I'm going to go into nerd mode here.
Please.
So student loans have been around for a few decades, and they weren't that bad until the 90s. Then things ramped up. I won't go into the background of that, but for the last 20, 25, 30 years, they've been a real problem. When I first started doing bankruptcy law in the early 90s, it was rare to see somebody with student loans of more than $10,000. Now that's laughable. $10,000? Oh, that's nothing. Now I see people with hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loans. I see married couples with $500 million of student loan debt between them. And there are things you can do and things you can't do. And that's generally what I'm talking about at the seminars. Let's parse the hopeless from the things we can do. Student loans are very difficult to discharge in bankruptcy, but it can be done. It's a common misconception that you cannot discharge student loans in bankruptcy. And one of those key points of my recent seminars has been that the during the Biden administration, they relaxed the rules on discharging student loans in bankruptcy, and so I've been keying on that quite a bit. Outside of bankruptcy.
Before you finish up, because I got 15 seconds left, and then you can finish your, I don't want to run out. On that note, because now you have a new administration in and the rules have changed, can you incorporate the rest of your answer in what can that common person do for the purposes of being prepared? Because I had the blessing of getting them eliminated because of the Biden rules, but if I didn't do what I needed to do, then under these new rules, I would have been paying more than 1% of my salary monthly to those loans. So could you go into how those seminars, with the change of the administrations and whatnot, what could those people who have those student loans do in order to protect themselves and their families? That's my last question, but if you could, I'm just trying to see what else you brought to the table as far as these seminars.
Well, there are some consistent do's and don'ts. Number one is don't ever co-sign a student loan. Don't ever take out a private student loans. Don't let friends take out private student loans. They are horrible. When you do have federal student loans, which is 95% of all loans, there's almost always something that can be done. And sometimes it's quite dramatic. I have helped people get rid of hundreds of thousands of dollars of student loan debt. I've helped many people make it manageable. There are payment programs that are still in effect right now, knock on wood, that can help. They're changing almost daily, but they can help people.
All right, Mr. Walston, seeing no other members in the queue, would you like to take a minute and wrap up your statement?
Well, I feel like I could say ditto to just about everything that the first gentleman said and a little bit of what the others said. I am eager to do what I can to serve my community, as I have been doing for all these years in other ways. It would be unfortunate that to some degree I would have to stop doing some of those things. If I was sitting on the bench, I would not be able to do the free legal clinics anymore, and I would miss that. But I think it's a fair trade. And again, I'm just looking for somebody to help.
Well, thank you so much, but I think you would be able to do those legal clinics because they have a legal clinic center and they get federal grants and state grants. In fact, I'm involved in some right now. So I think, you're still a lawyer. Just because you're not on the bench doesn't mean that you won't be able to participate in those legal clinics.
I hope you're right.
You can do that, right. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, listen, thank you so much. And we'll move to our next candidate.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you very much. Mr. Larche.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
My name is William Larche. I'm here to tell you that I should be appointed to this position, and this is why. Currently, I'm a 23-year senior assistant city attorney. I guess that makes me almost a lifetime civil servant. I'm responsible now for subrogation for the city, which is basically getting back money that people owe the city by damaging the city property or injuring the city employee. Prior to that, my capacity with the city was claims manager, which is almost the opposite of what I do now. In that capacity, I defended lawsuits against the city from people who claimed that the city did something to them or their property. I practiced law for 35 years in this county and litigated thousands of cases in General Sessions Court. As such, I have intimate familiarity with the court and its procedures. But more importantly, I've sat as special judge in that court for over 25 years. Like was noted before, I was called yesterday to sit special as well. I couldn't do it because I'm here right now. I've sat in that court in all 6 of those divisions for 25 years. I've been faithful to that court every time they call me and I can do it, I come down and do it. But I got a benefit out of that too. That gave me experience in being a judge. And I found out I was pretty good at it. And so I'm here today because I want to continue in that capacity. The judges are called, like was explained earlier. They have a list And there's actually a rule that you have to be over 30 years old and have a certain amount of experience before you can sit as special judge in General Sessions Court. And the judges trust you based on their experience with you to handle their courtroom. And they've been doing that with me for over 25 years, as I've mentioned before. Special judges have all the power of the regular judges when they sit in the courtroom. When you're sitting behind that bench, you're just like a regular judge. I've been a faithful volunteer to that court and have gained a lot of experience through my 25 years. Now, as many of you might know, this court is also responsible for hearing involuntary admissions for mental health patients. What happens is there are patients at the mental hospitals. I think we have 3 or 4 of them in Shelby County. And in order for them to be committed to the hospital if they don't volunteer, they have to have a hearing where their rights are protected. Well, General Sessions is responsible for conducting those hearings. Well, I've been a lawyer in those hearings for over 25 years. And guess what? I've been a special judge down there too. And there's nothing about this court that I don't know. There's nothing about this court that I haven't done. There's nothing about this court that I can't navigate. And I can see around corners. So I think that I am a very good candidate, and if you look at my experience in the courtroom, you know, I've developed a sense of compassion for the litigants, many of whom are not represented when they come down there, and I've learned how to be compassionate and be really considerate of their time. A lot of times people who come to General Sessions Court, like I said, are unrepresented, and it's their first encounter with the judicial system at all. Many of them are taking off work, losing money. A lot of times their cases are getting continued and they have to come back. Well, I've developed a compassion for trying to get their cases resolved as quickly as possible and prevent them from having to come back, because I know it's a strain on them. And a lot of times they're not getting paid when they're down there in General Sessions Court. There are hundreds of cases on the docket every day in General Sessions Court, and it's important that these cases get really moved efficiently and that these litigants' time not be wasted. So, in closing, I will just say, I really don't see any reason for me not to be appointed to this position. If you're looking for somebody who's experienced, who can go right down there tomorrow and run that courtroom, you won't hear a word about anything being inefficient, then I'm the candidate for the job. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Larche.
You're quite welcome.
You're a salesperson, aren't you?
How you do it?
Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at the risk of making you repeat yourself, but out of fairness, why are you seeking this particular position?
Well, and I won't repeat myself completely. One reason I'm seeking the position is because I believe in public service. I believe that the citizens deserve a well-experienced judge who's down there, who has compassion for their positions. And I just have a passion for public service, as you can tell by my record of 23, almost 24 years of public service with the city attorney's office. You know, I gave up a lot of money. I could have been in private firms for all those 23 years, but I didn't, because I think the public deserves good people, smart people, efficient people in their government that serves them. And I want to continue doing that as judge of General Sessions Court.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Larche.
Yes, sir.
I've known you for a long time.
Yes, sir.
The city has known you for a long time.
Yes, sir.
You've had to endure several mayors in your time.
Yes, sir.
From Doc to AC to Lowry to Strickland and now Young.
I appreciate all of them appointing me.
I was about to ask you about that, so. And you said it's appointed every time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In that capacity, have your roles had to change? Because I know a lot of times when we had our conversations, it was mostly labor-related.
Mm-hmm.
And has that changed, or do you just have a multitude of things that they ask you to do because you've stated that you can do everything?
Yeah, it hadn't changed much, but to answer your question, I have a multitude of things I do. You know, like I said, I do collect the money. I collect hotel, motel taxes that people don't pay. for the city. I used to do claims, and I've always had cases of my own litigation cases where we defended, where I defend the city against car wrecks or any number of items. So I'm a multi-tool
How about
person.
potholes, that too?
Yeah, I used to do the potholes.
You don't do them anymore?
No,
now,
no,
right?
I changed that. I'm not the manager in that anymore, thank God.
Oh, okay, got you. There was one other thing. How many senior assistant city attorneys are there? in
Right
city
now,
government?
let me think right. I don't want to be wrong.
You can give an estimate.
6 or 7.
Okay, and how many total city attorneys?
25, 30.
25 to 30,
Yeah,
okay, I need to juxtapose what we got over here.
Yeah.
All right. And my last question to you is, I noticed something on here. I'm not going to ask that because I didn't get a chance to ask the others. But I will ask that we do look at some of these applications for Monday because after we're finished with you, I do have a question for the chair. So I'm just going to leave it there.
Okay.
And I'm assuming that everybody will be back down here on Monday. So I don't have any other questions. But after we finish with this person, if we're going back to Mr. Buchanan, I'll wait to ask that question to the chair. Thank you.
All right, sir.
Okay, I do have one question, Mr. LaRoche.
Yes, ma'am.
Number 18, attorney fees for representing indigent defendants in emergency commitments, commitment hearings, 5%. Where'd that money come from? I mean, describe that.
Where the payment comes from for us, state of Tennessee.
The state?
Yes,
state.
ma'am.
So were these state commitments or local commitments?
Well, the state is responsible for paying for indigent defendants, and so they pay the lawyers.
Okay.
So much like an appointed.
Was that through the public defender's office?
It's not quite. This is more civil.
Okay.
This is a civil, and the state pays.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
the state
Okay.
pays lawyers to represent indigent defendants in mental health court. It's just as though they pay lawyers to defend people who may be charged with criminal.
What kind of caseload did that look like?
Well, it depends on the docket. Pretty much, there's 15 to 20 people on the docket. It's a docket every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And there are 2 lawyers that represent the indigent
So it's 15 to 20
defendant.
people every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday?
Well, it's pretty, on the docket, it's probably 30 people every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But not all of them are hearings
I
where,
understand.
but there are 3 or 4 hearings every time.
I'm just trying to get a mental picture.
I understand,
Okay.
yeah. And so the ones who have hearings, we represent them to make sure that their rights are not being trampled
Right.
by the state. And so the state presents a case to the judge saying this person is a danger to himself or others and needs to be committed. And we say, well, maybe not, Judge, or this person wants to go home. This person feels like they don't need to be in the hospital anymore. At least we advocate for them. And so the state pays us. It's not a whole lot of money, but they do pay us. And to me, it's more of a, I don't do it to get rich or anything like that. I do it because it's another sort of service to me, and there's some mental health issues in my family that, make me want to.
Well, thank you so much.
You're quite welcome.
And we see no other members in the queue. You now have the opportunity to wrap up your statement. Take a minute if you want.
Yeah, I just reiterate that I think I'm the best candidate for the job based on my experience, being down there for 25 years and judging for some 25 years, and I look forward to seeing y'all Monday and getting this appointment.
Okay. Mr. LaRoche, thank you so much. And that will conclude Commissioner Ford.
Did Mr. Buchanan show up? I believe you said that we were going to have him at the Hill.
Can I be here until Monday?
Okay, and my other question is just for transparency. Somebody mentioned that something was due Friday that was due Monday, and my second question was going to be, were the background checks done?
The chair has not been informed of background checks. They weren't communicated to me. If there's a member on this body aware please speak up.
There were two questions. Was there something due on Friday? I mean, something that was asked from the candidates on Friday that was due on Monday, and were the background checks done on all the candidates?
I know one candidate that it was a deadline and had to be turned in, and so I do know that. I can go find out.
If we can get that answer to that real quick, I may have to make a motion on something, Madam Chair, and I'll tell you what it is real quick. So, if Mr. Buchanan can't be here, is Mr. Barton completely out? Or is Mr. Barton still under consideration?
Mr. Barton will be here on Monday.
Okay.
And Mr. Buchanan, yes, he'll be here on Monday. So we have two on Monday to interview.
Okay. And will we be suspending the rules for I gotta wait for the parliamentarian, but usually we suspend the rules to go ahead and go through the process without having to go through everything else. So maybe that's a parliamentary question.
I think it should be.
Okay. Yeah, through the chair.
Yeah, Madam Parliamentarian.
Yeah.
All of the background checks were completed. They are still being reviewed by staff, and they will be completely reviewed by this Thursday.
And what was that about the deadline, a deadline needing to be done on Monday?
That's when they needed that, the background checks had to be
Okay.
turned in by the applicants.
Okay, and then the last question, you were back there getting the answers. Since the chair is wishing to have Mr. Barton and Mr. Buchanan have their say on Monday, what would be the best way to suspend the rules so that we won't have to go through all of the candidates again, but allow the ones that are not here today to be able to give their spiel?
Just as you indicated, just a suspension of the rules to permit the continuation of interviews prior to the formal election process, appointment process.
All right, and Madam Chair, I just noticed one thing and then I'm done. I noticed in the first candidate, the application is incomplete to where half the questions are not answered. So hopefully that can be brought up on Monday. There are a lot of blanks. There's including one saying, please put your full name in this blank. So I don't know if it was a error in the computer or whatnot, but a lot of the questions were not answered. So hopefully we can get that resolved on Monday. That's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner White?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was going to make a motion, if necessary, to leave the blank open and to send this down without recommendation.
So moved. Can we do that without objection? So moved. All right, seeing no other items to come before general government, we will now move to close general government and move to Core City Neighborhoods and Housing. Is Ms. Sykes-Wood here or her representative? All right. Okay. Madam Parliamentarian, please, first item, please.
Item 1 is a resolution approving the sale of 62 county-owned delinquent tax parcels acquired by Shelby County from various Shelby County tax sales to identified purchasers at various prices, collectively totaling $349,970 pursuant to Tennessee Code annotated Section 67-5-2507, and authorizing the Shelby County Mayor to execute quitclaim deeds, sponsored by Commissioner Henry E. Brooks.
Thank you, ma'am. That item was moved by Commissioner Mills, second by Commissioner Brooks. And let's see, we do have a presenter.
Yes, Chad Dugard. I'm the Environmental Regulatory Manager for the Shelby County Land Bank. These 62 properties went for a total sale price of $349,970. The total back taxes and fees owed on these were $914,713.60 for a difference of negative $564,743.60. There were 4 properties sold to 4 out-of-town purchasers.
Okay, just 1 minute here. All right, seeing no other no members in the queue. We'll move to the vote. Madam Clerk, every member voted. Please give us the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, and Brooks. We have 7 aye votes.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
I'm sorry, that's not
I can't
correct.
see it.
Just a second, please. Correction, we have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Mills, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Brooks, and Avant. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation, and that concludes Core City Neighborhoods and Housing.
All right. That convene committee number 16, Milton Community Enhancement Grants. If you could read item number 1.
Item 1 is a resolution setting the policies and guidelines for the appropriation and disbursements of county funds in fiscal year FY 2026 to governmental entities and nonprofit civic and charitable organizations, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr. This item does not meet requirements of the permanent rules. Chair Caswell, I ask that once it's properly before us, that you entertain a motion to suspend the rules.
All right. Item has been moved by Commissioner Wright, second by myself. Seek to have a motion to suspend the rules. All right. All right, without objection. All right. So it was moved by Commissioner Avant, second by Commissioner Thornton. All right, Commissioner Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I meant to have this passed out as an amendment. I'll do that for Monday if we can, but could I just read it, a proposed amendment now so you can hear what my proposal is? This is nothing that we talked about. So last few months ago, we had some ad hoc meetings, I believe. This is not anything related to that, so this is something new. This would be an amendment that says, in honor of National Child Day, each November, the Commission will host an annual program recognizing and honoring a young person in each district and reserve $10,000 of the Milton Grant Program in each district to sponsor a grant resolution benefiting a nonprofit chosen in collaboration with a young person, or chosen by the young person in collaboration with the commissioner. This portion of the grant program will be referred to as the Milton Junior Grant Program. That is my proposal. Again, it's to recognize young people in the month of November, and for each commissioner to kind of work with that honoree that they select in reserving a portion of funds for a nonprofit that youth supports.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Commissioner. So you're going to bring that on Monday?
With your permission, I will bring that as an amendment for
All right.
Monday.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Wright. Or Commissioner Mills.
Thank you. My first question was, why did this not meet the permanent rules? Is my first question. Didn't go through finance. Okay, thank you. And my next, on item number 4, 1, 2, on the 3rd page, it says this will be heard in, wait, item number 4. No, one of them, it says it'll be heard in committee number 17 instead of committee number 16. I didn't know if something, I might have misread something. Are we starting a new committee? Or is this just our usual? It's item number 4, next to the last page. So if it's supposed to be 16, I would move to amend that. No, there's another one next to the last page, number 4.
Yeah, I see it. It said number 4 on what page this on is,
It should have been, it was at one point, 17.
okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think it's because when we updated, when we changed, there was an amendment to the permanent rules, and Commissioner Mills, and one of the committees was, yeah, and then I accidentally didn't change the numbering, so sometimes people would make mistakes. So the committee number was just from a typo in the permanent rules, but, and so
Okay.
that, was yes, ma'am.
Okay. So should we just go ahead and change it to 16?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
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 Okay, so that motion was moved by Commissioner Mills to change it to 16 second by Avant. Thank you.
That's all I got. Thank you.
All right. No others, let's, without objection. So moved. All right, Commissioner Thornton, you looking puzzled, you got something to add?
Chair, so the setting of the policies and guidelines, can you just say more about who contributed to the creation of this resolution?
She want to just know the setting on the guideline, who contribute to the policy, because you gotta come speak to that.
And if someone could just speak to just any changes that have been made, just kind of give us some context for what we're trying to do here.
If you could just say your name and address for the record.
Tanya Blunt, County Commission. The answer to your question is these are just permanent rules that were already set, and they're just changing every year because the budget has to change. So I inherited these.
Okay, so I'm reading through the document and I'm just trying to figure out, are these deep changes or is this just a technical?
The only thing that changes is the dates.
The dates?
The dates as far as committee and commission when they have to be heard.
And can you just say for the record, what is that change from what it is to what we're proposing with the resolution?
Before it was, the change was the last committee meeting in May and the last commission meeting in May. But I would normally have to bring an amendment to the resolution. So now it's the last commission and committee meeting in June.
Does this particular item cover anything related to reporting?
Yes.
Okay, can you just say more about that? Because I've always been fascinated by, I guess, year-end summative data of just who all has applied and where has the impact been made? Like, does it stipulate that that has to be produced for the public, or what currently is our practice that maybe we could add as an amendment on Monday to make that a little bit stronger?
It is already reported every time an organization applies. It's put in the F drive under county commission. It's under in an Excel spreadsheet, and it's updated every time an organization applies.
And there's a set template for what they have to produce, and this is coming from the nonprofits, right? Like
Yes.
they are giving their impact data?
Yes, they are doing it on their letterheads, and they're asked to attach any attachment, any receipts, invoices, anything that they expound the money that they got from the county commission on.
If I may.
It's also uploaded into the system.
Thank you. If I may, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Just some additional questions. So is anyone taking what's in the F drive to create an impact report across Shelby County for the, what, $1 million+ that we collectively are impacting or investing? Because sometimes, you know, like, we will give dollars to initiatives outside of our district. So I'm just curious, like, does anything show, like, District 12 has received X amount of dollars from the Milton Enhancement Grants? Like this, these are the top funded organizations, like some type of conclusive report. Do we do that, or is it, what would it take to do that?
Yes, ma'am, that is done and is broken down by each district. It's also broken down by each commissioner. So it is done also on an Excel spreadsheet that is also located on the F drive.
Okay, so if it's on an Excel spreadsheet, then it's not actually in a report format. What would it take to get that into, like, when you think about First Aid comes and does reports, the health department comes and does reports, they don't give it to us in spreadsheets. They give it to us in pie charts, graphics, pitch decks. What would it take? Is that something that you could do, or do we need to advocate for someone else on staff to take what's in the F drive to put it into an actual presentation? And I would even say go a step further to bring it up as a discussion in committee where we could actually present the data. I just haven't seen anything. I'll go and look in the F drive to see what the data shows, but I do think for the public's benefit, they need to know too. So we need to have something that is accessible to them so that they can just see how we're investing the Milton dollars.
Mm-hmm.
That is something that can be obtainable. You just need to let me know what platform you would like to use.
Okay. If we could, to the sponsor, just in advance of Monday, just talk about what maybe a friendly amendment could be with the reporting piece to make it public facing, that'd be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on 1 minute. We got one other commissioner. Commissioner Avant.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to be mindful that I understand there's a lot that you do to prepare these things for the Milton grant. And so I guess before putting something in a resolution, I would like the staff to be able to kind of weigh in, because I understand there are oftentimes competing interests, and the fact that it takes just you to actually process and put together all of this information. I want to be mindful of that. And CAO Administrator Perry, maybe one recommendation might be like one of the interns, that could be maybe a project that they do each year as a part of their internship with the commission, versus us adding another kind of heavy load or lift on the staff when we do know that they are definitely stretched in many ways. So that would just be my, recommendation, maybe a friendly amendment that possibly, instead of adding something to a resolution, that we could make that part of like our procedures or some of the things that an intern could possibly do that we usually have each year here at the commission. That's a great project that we could utilize and report out, and I think it's very valuable information for us to be able to use in our districts.
All right, you done, Commissioner. Thank you. I was going to recommend Lee Rankin do it, but she can use something else on her plate. Again, thank you all. Let's go ahead and take this item to a vote, and then we'll take up those other items on Monday as well. The votes.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Wright, Thornton, and Avant. We have 6 aye votes.
That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Thank you. that bring us in that committee number 17. I'm sorry, 16.
All right, we'll go ahead and start committee number 1, Budget and Finance. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1, please?
Item 1 is a resolution approving a grant contract between Shelby County government on behalf of the Juvenile Court of Memphis in Shelby County, Tennessee, and the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services to implement and operate a safe baby court program to serve infants and toddlers at risk of entering or who are in Department of Children's Services custody in the amount of $585,000. Said contract shall commence July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2028. This item requires the appropriation and expenditure of state grant funds in an amount not to exceed $585,000, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell, Jr.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. That item was moved by Commissioner Sugarman, a second by Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue. Did you want to talk
Chair,
after?
yes,
Oh,
thank
okay.
you.
All right, so I do see we have someone to speak on this item, and then Commissioner Sugarman, you can go right after her.
Good afternoon, Teresa Thornton, Finance Administrator, Juvenile Court Judge. Just wanted to say that the Safe Baby Court, this will be the first opportunity for Shelby County to have this court. It deals with supporting families, infants all the way up to age 3. So this is a lot of personal services provided, the mental health, trauma, basically trying to keep these families, these children, from going further into custody of the Tennessee Department of Services.
Thank you. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you. And so I just want to state on record that, this is very important. I was a foster parent for many years. And so the last thing we want is our babies to go into the system, especially on a permanent basis or an ongoing basis, should I say. So therefore, I would like to be added as a sponsor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue next.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. You said this is the first of its kind as an initiative?
There are other counties in the state of Tennessee, and this is like the first opportunity, I believe, for Shelby County to now have this court. This court deals with, parents that need this assistance for infants all the way up to 3 years old.
And so do we know at this price point how many persons will come through the court or be served by the court?
Not right now. This is the first, and so we're just now kicking this program off with the state. We've been in meetings with Nashville, Davidson County, and some of the others, but we know that Shelby County has the largest population. Dealing with Department of Health, we already have 2 other child support type initiatives with the state, and so now this will be targeted toward infants all the way up to 3-year-old students or children to keep them from going further into custody.
Can you say more about how the court will operate?
No, ma'am, I'm the finance administrator.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Can someone come on Monday just to do a little public information?
Yes, our judicial team is actually now in a conference, Judge Sugarman in Chattanooga, wrapping up a conference. So yes, I'm sure Monday we can have some voices from the judicial team.
Okay, awesome. And then the only lingering question is, since this is a shared fiscal responsibility, right? Like the contributors to this are coming from the state and county level, right? Is this a joint effort with the county and the state?
Well, the court is going to be providing the services. I think that's with the Tennessee Department of Mental Health. It's a separate, grant initiative up under the state of Tennessee.
So the
funding, from my understanding, still is a state of Tennessee funds, 100.
And are those funds dedicated in perpetuity, or is this something that we could potentially not receive those state grants to support? I'm just trying to figure out how
Yes, this
sustainable.
is a 3-year. Right now, this is a 3-year monthly grant from 26 to 28, 3 years.
Okay.
And then we will likely, funds are available, be able to reapply. But right now, this is a 3-year initiative.
Okay, just always wanting to just be mindful of how we can ensure that when we're bringing in high-level programming, that we can sustain it, because what we don't want to do is have the public speak to something and then in 3 years, it no longer exists as a service. Would want to just put on the team to communicate with us to figure out what we need to do through like state lobbying to figure out how we can advocate for the success of the program and the continued funding support for the program. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Sugarman, are you back in the queue? Okay. Commissioner, Vice Chair Avent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For Monday, I think it would be helpful, and maybe you could just jot down a few things. I'm piggybacking on Commissioner Thornton's request for someone to come down and really just kind of share how the program will run. And if you're saying this is a 3-year grant, what is the allocation each year?
Each year is $195,000. And that's for salaries, materials, office supplies, transportation, travel, material operations. So a total of $195,000 each year is allocated.
And are you saying that's mostly for staff, for personnel?
We
Do you have a
have.
budget? Is there a budget attached? I didn't see.
Yeah, there's a Safe Baby coordinator position, I believe, a manager. Part of this program is, a significant part of the budget will be going toward specific assistance to the families. And so that $70,000 that you see could be, Walmart. It could be chair seats or car seats or, baby bottles. So a significant amount of financial support will be what each of these parents or eligible folks that participate will receive.
And are these children who are at risk of going into foster care? I guess just an overview. The overview doesn't really tell us that.
So our team magistrate will have that information on Monday. That's going to be actually hearing the dockets for these cases.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Avent. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
I wish there had been someone here from the office to answer these questions. This is really, really an interesting program. It looks to be culturally competent, what I'm reading here. I'm just surprised it came from the state of Tennessee. Okay, so these children that we're talking about, are these children, what's the difference in this docket and a dependent and neglect docket?
I'm the finance administrator. I'm not even going to touch that.
Okay.
I just know this is a new initiative. Other counties in Tennessee have already have this Safe Baby Court. And so Magistrate Afton Strong has advocated for Shelby County the last 2 years, and we struck gold this time, and for some kind of reason, they found the funds and added Shelby County. So this is like a very first time, so we don't have any historical data. We are, like I said, meeting with our sister in Nashville, Davidson County, Judge Calloway and her team. Has provided a lot of the, how-to best practices that we will be putting in place ourselves.
So you said the magistrate's name is Magistrate?
Afton Strong will be the point person.
Okay. Well, it just looks like a wonderful program. I'm trying to figure out what's different between dependent and neglect docket from what's written. You all have some information in our system here. And I'm pro-baby. I mean, anything you're doing for babies, I'm just 100%. but certainly we have so many in need. I don't want to duplicate anything. So, well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm done.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Thornton, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank you for your time today and serving as a proxy. I know we've been giving you a lot of questions, and I look forward to hearing what we discuss on Monday. Chair, considering all the questions, if I could make a motion to send it down without recommendation.
Commissioner Thornton made the motion to send it down. Okay. Second by Vice Chair Avant. Can we accept that without objection? So move. Thank you so much. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 2?
Yes, ma'am. Item 2 is a resolution approving the purchase of web redesign ultimate implementation from Civic Plus LLC in a total amount not to exceed $66,831.60. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 Information Technology Services General Funds in an amount not to exceed $66,831.60, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Wright, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. See, we have Ms. Perry here to talk about this item, so I'll hand it to you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sandra Perry, CIO for IT Services. The resolution before you is for the approval of updating our county website. We have a ADA requirement, and we also want to modernize the site's design, improving navigation, accessibility, and strengthening of the security. The funding source for this is in the ITS General Fund and in an amount of $66,831.60. We have taken this before the IT Steering Committee, and we are here this afternoon seeking approval from the Commission. Any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Perry. Any commissioners in the queue? Commissioner Thornton.
Thank you, Chair. So when you say is this to reimagine the county website or just to bring new functions to it?
Sandra Perry, CIO. That is actually twofold. In the bringing it into modernization with new design, new accessibility, new user experience, we are also driven by the ADA Title II requirement to make the website more accessible based on requirements under ADA.
Have we ever, it's just fascinating when we think about the user experience. What type of polling have we done with the public to figure out how they're using the website, what type of functions work for them or they would like to see?
Commissioner Thornton, that's a great question. We actually have that as a part of the design going forward for this one. This site was put in place over 12-plus years, so that opportunity was not available to us, but we are definitely leveraging that this time around.
Okay, and just to be clear, Civic Plus in their scope of work is being tasked with doing some type of public outreach to get input?
I don't have actually all Sandra Perry, CIO, the requirements of that, but that is something internally ITS has said we wanted to talk to our internal and external stakeholders to determine how they're using our website, what would they like to see, because the website is the county's main website, but each of the different departments also have links off of that, so we're trying to do it more in a collaborative partnership approach.
What would it take for us to be able to, with this resolution, stipulate a certain level of outreach? I just want to make sure that by decree that that's actually a step that's taken, because we're talking about reimagining and redefining our website, and I do not think that that should be a process that moves forward without stakeholder input. So whether that's leveraging the district connectors, they do surveying all the time, what would it take for us to be able to get some type of poll out to the public that says, like, this is some feedback on the website as you're thinking to reimagine it?
Sandra Perry, CIO. I would say at this point, because we can't really speak to the contract with our external provider, that is, as I spoke to, using ITS to partner with you or anyone else that would like to have input to leverage something like that we could do a community outreach.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. Commissioner Brooks, you're in the queue.
Thank you. Director Perry, have we ever done any kind of survey to determine how we're functioning if all of our buttons are clicking? To put it simply, if we are interactive, if you will.
Sandra Perry, CIO. I can't speak to the history, but for as much as I
Recently.
know about it, it basically came with more internal input requirements, more so as I spoke with Commissioner Thornton about. Opportunities are evolving for us. We have traditionally just kind of went with what were our base requirements. We are looking to expand that. Most of the time on our website, the information is really static as opposed to being what we call interactive and fluid. So that would be one of the gains in the design and bringing that forward.
Oh, you're talking about the entire county? Okay, okay. So how does the department, say the county commission, align with the county? Because, you know, we have some different little compartments and that kind of thing, little different kinds of designs, I guess you'll call them, within our system.
Yes, ma'am. We refer to those in the technical world as links. We give the different departments, which includes the commission, you have your own space, a part of the county's website where you create your design and we link it to the overall core county website.
Now, who maintains that?
We maintain the core and we work with the different departments to create the links and we allow them to create their content.
Okay, I got that part. Okay. Okay, so in terms of just making sure that what goes out on the county website, county commission website, is working for the end user as well as the internal user, is it up to us to determine that or IT?
We actually partner and we've set some of the standards. We talk about the different types, like there are certain things that create security and we are always mindful of security. I'm always speaking to security. So
Right.
we do have certain standards and templates, so to speak, that uses and sets guidelines for the type of content, what it's developed in, so that we keep it secure, it's compatible, and it's easy for the departments themselves to do whatever content updates they would like to do.
Okay, so where does maintenance and making sure that our public engagement with us via technology, technical engagement with us is actually operative, working, is maintained in good form? Where does that fit?
That actually is on the IT part. That's a part of our contract with the vendor that we're seeking to renew and expand, where they literally allow us to bring in those requirements.
Okay, okay. All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And thank you for our training session.
Thank you. You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Sugarman, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And so I have a question concerning the end user. We've been getting a lot of complaints about, especially the Commission's website, not being user-friendly. And I was wondering if you have done any like surveys to see, you know, what the asks are, number one. And then number two, I received a rating of a D- for the Commission's website. I couldn't say for the county, but, and so again, with the Commission in consideration, as far as recommendations and things like that, as far as the public's concerned, are you all looking to the end user for, you know, what are the issues and what are the concerns, et cetera?
Sandra Perry, CIO. That actually would be a two-pronged approach. As I just spoke to, internal would be to the commission, and whoever your point of contact, that would be the focus group that would help us to bring all of those user requirements, all of those pain points to us as we continue to expand and basically, as Commissioner Thornton has spoke to, reimagining what our county website looks like and can be.
Even as a commissioner, I'm having issues navigating. For example, I just recently figured out where we can see the votes of the commission. Executed documents, I still haven't found. And also, I know the minister probably gets tired of me, you know, requesting, you know, over and over again, executed documents and things of that nature. And so if I'm having issues as a commissioner, and we're going to have another board come on board, I would love to see maybe expedited, just so it's user-friendly for the commission, as well as the public. And I'm sure, for example, you can get some input from us, as commission, but we also need to consider the public as well, because if we can't navigate, surely the public can't. And so that is a huge concern.
Sandra Perry, CIO. One right off the top feedback that I know exists is our website tends to be lacking from a user perspective when it needs to be more searchable. I'll use that word. The opportunity there for us is to create a website that is more searchable, so it searches on keywords, and you don't have to know everything about Shelby County government in order to find and drill down. So maybe being able to drill down, just putting in a keyword, things like that. So we are actually, and I know personally, have looked at other municipalities, other local government websites to kind of see how theirs navigate, how accessible it is, how user-friendly, so that we actually have some benchmarks in which we can work from.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Commissioner Thornton, you in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. It's my understanding, like with the IT-related things, that oftentimes the service provider can do whatever you pay for. So at this price point, is this locking us into a particular module service?
Well, the price point basically works for us in our favor because we currently have them managing and maintaining our build of our current website. So we're able to leverage that to just expand it to create the additional modules and alignments that we're talking about and we're identifying.
So there are specific modules that we are looking at. Can you just send to the commission what it is that they're offering in those modules as deliverables? Because we can talk about things that we won't, but if we're not actually putting a budget towards it, they might not be functions that we'll actually get based on whatever the negotiation has been. So if you could just tell us what it is that we are locked into and where there is any leeway or discretion, that would be helpful, because I don't want us to just kind of in committee have all of these lofty pieces of feedback just go nowhere when it actually pans out to be executed. And I think that maybe if that's reworking or renegotiating priorities based on this particular price point, or I mean, whatever that looks like, I would like to make sure that where there's public input, that there's actually execution. So I want to ground like the things that are surfacing here about search bars and functions to be able to access documents, that actually be captured somewhere and that we would see that pan out. And that's kind of lacking for me in this conversation. So if someone from Civic Plus could come on Monday, that would be helpful, or tune in to the meeting, that would be beneficial. And definitely if we could just figure out what is the actual commitment to be able to do public outreach? If IT is going to spearhead that, who's the person and what is their methodology to do it? Are they working with other partners? Are they going to go out and talk to all the commissioners? Like, I want to hear more of just what it is that we're committing to and how we think we're going to get to a certain end. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Thornton. I don't see any commissioners left in the queue. So, Madam Clerk, can you please prepare our screens for voting? Madam Clerk, please tally our votes.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Clay Bibbs, Caswell, Sugarman, Wright, and Morrison. Commissioner Thornton has abstained. We have 5 ayes and 1 abstained.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That item goes down with a favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 3, please?
Item 3 is a resolution approving the contract to audit the fiscal year 2025 financial statements of Shelby County government by Cherry Bakert, LLP, Banks, Finley, White and Company, and Watkins Uberall, PLLC. This item requires the expenditure of FY 2026 General Fund operating budget in an amount not to exceed $905,000, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item was moved by Commissioner Wright, a second by Commissioner Sugarman. Ms. Schonbaum, you're in the queue.
Good afternoon, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. As previously discussed in front of this body, Watkins Uberall did advise us that they would not be able to continue with our audit fully. As such, we had to go out for a single source audit contract. We have engaged Cherry Beckert as the lead on the county's audit for FY 25. Banks, Finley, and White, who has previously worked on the audit as well as Watkins Uberall, will also be auditing components of the county's audits.
Thank you, Ms. Schonbaum. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
I'm getting in twice. I knew this was coming eventually. Thank you. Good afternoon. Is Cherry Beckard local?
Danielle Schonbaum, no.
Where are they out of?
They have offices throughout the southeast. We are having coverage primarily from their Charlotte office, but also Nashville and I believe Orlando.
Okay. I asked because you brought up single source, and I knew my colleague was going to get in right after the fact. Has it been defined what each one of these auditors is going to do, since it is referenced in here as an emergency? Since Watkins Uberall can't do everything, I see that they're going to do something in a partial capacity.
Yes, so Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director of Finance. Cherry Becker will be handling the county primary audit, as well as the retirement system audit. Watkins Uberall is going to be handling the schools audit. Banks, Finley, and White is going to be doing the charter officers as well as our single audit.
How much are these audits customarily? If we want to go back the last 3 years, how much does the county spend as far as making sure that the audit is complete by August 31st?
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director. We closed the county's books in August. The
Right.
audit is, the goal is to have the audit completed by the end of December.
And how much does it usually cost,
And
this audit?
normally, it has historically been in the neighborhood of $600,000.
Okay. Has any money been expended for auditing purposes prior to this 905 that's in front of us?
No.
So this 905 would be basically how much the entire audit would cost for the FY 25,
Danielle Schonbaum, correct.
which is 50% more than what we had before. You know exactly where I was going with this.
If I may.
Please.
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director. That contract was 5 years old. So while obviously this is coming a year earlier than anticipated due to the change in audit, we would have fully expected a new contract, and when we go out for bid next year, to be significantly more than what we were paying. I think everybody knows that over the last half decade that costs have increased significantly in all areas. And so, this is just coming earlier than anticipated.
My last question before I get back in the queue. What component units have consistently made it to where we are not able to meet our deadlines?
The Memphis Shelby County Schools.
I'll be back in the queue in a second. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Our chair had to step out, so I'll be filling in. Commissioner Thornton, you're next in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. I know that you just mentioned that because the 600,000 threshold was based off of pricing 5 years ago, I guess that's supposed to justify the increase to the 900,000. Is there any factor that can be attributed to how many different players are a part of this resolution? So are these 3 different entities that are working on this particular audit?
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance. Yes, it is three, Watkins, Uberall, and Banks, Finley, and White were our auditors under the last contract. Cherry is the new addition. Watkins, as previously noted, had indicated that they don't have the adequate staff to do the entire audit, and so we are required to have an audit, and so we're put in a position of having to have an emergency contract.
So it's our choice in the emergency contract that's a single source to have 3 different entities do this? If they don't have the capacity, could not the other 2 handle the capacity that they don't have, or do we have to include them?
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance. So normally accounting firms are building out their book of business in advance and, scheduling staff well in advance. And so the fact that this was done so late in the year, while Cherry is very interested in having this book of business, to take on the entire audit at the last minute is not really reasonable. And, I can't say that when we put this out for bid, whether there will be multiple partners or not, but right now, we were put in a position of having to get a team in a very short period of time in order to begin the FY25 audit.
In the formation of this team, what guided I'm assuming that there are many different providers that could have been considered, especially if we're pulling out of like Charlotte for a non-local player like Sherry. How did you choose this particular business as compared to others that could be considered?
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. We asked both Watkins Uberall and the state for recommendations. Director Tipton spoke to various firms, began having conversations trying to determine folks' availability. I will say with respect to local, there are not a lot of local firms. The accounting industry is changing quite dramatically. There's a lot of merging going on. And to have the capacity, to have the experience in government, you need somebody with experience in government. Cherry has a deep level of experience in government audits. And as such, we found that they were the best fit for our audit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ford?
Thank you. Very quickly, can you list, I can go to the ACFR and get it, but for people that are listening, can you list all of the component units that we have for Shelby County government, please?
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance. We have the Agri-Center International, the E911 Emergency, of course, Memphis Shelby County Schools, and Regional 1 Healthcare.
Did Regional 1 Healthcare turn in their finance information on time to the office?
Yes.
Did the Agri-Center turn in their information on time to the office?
Yes.
I think you said 911 emergency. What was the other one you stated?
E91, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance. Yes. Historically, yes. I can't remember if last year we got it on time or not.
What deadline do you usually set for these component units to turn in their information for the purposes of us trying to get a clean audit as done as possible to comply with the deadlines that the comptroller gives?
So Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director of Administration and Finance, we set a calendar to have the audit finished by the end of December for most of those. Historically, Watkins Uberall has performed the audits on our component units, with the exception, I believe, of Regional 1. So we have just worked with them to get those component units. We have
Regional 1 walked in. That's why I wanted to ask that question to see what the truth was going to be, just in case. They just walked in. They're behind you right now. So yeah. So the only one that has been historically late has been Memphis Shelby County Schools.
Correct.
Do you know when they turned in their financials?
Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance for FY24.
24 or 25?
Well,
Well, no, 24, I mean.
So 24, we got, we, as everybody knows, we had a late submission of our audit, and we received probably that component unit within a couple of days of when we filed.
So this has been historic?
Correct.
Okay. I'm supporting the item because we have to get this done. I don't want to be that commissioner that doesn't support this and then we start getting those letters from Nashville and whatnot, so it has to be done. I'm still concerned about the 50% uptick on the price. I understand what you're saying, but I'm very concerned. It's like it's gotten worse, and it's not y'all's fault. It's the same entity that people want to defend, where y'all have to wait for that, and we're spending additional money because some entity is not making particular deadlines, which have caused us to have to do this type of emergency for the purposes of getting our books closed on time. So this is not on y'all this time, but I just wanted that to be on record. I support the item. Let's go ahead and get it done. And I've asked for the last 3 years, what are we putting in place so we won't be saying the same thing ad nauseum over and over again? So I know you're getting tired of saying that it's the same group over and over, but we keep justifying that they're perfect and they're not. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Thornton, you're back in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Can I get Director Glasser to answer a question, please? So as you're coming today, earlier today in a previous item, it was very interesting to me that there was some racial data that was reported. And I know that with contracts, we have, because of the repeal of the MWB ordinance, stopped reporting demographical data. And so when I see a contract like this that's now broken into 3 different parts, it fascinates me in what it can do for local businesses. And so I know that we have opted to source non-local. Do you have a sense of how many local providers there are that do exist? I know that we're saying that it's a small pool of considerants, but how many are in our EOC database or any database that we currently are using?
James Gloss, Administrator of the person. First, right offhand, I wouldn't have that, and of course, I would defer and work with EOC to go into the database and get most of the information. But if we look at their particular commodity codes for that purchase, we'll be able to tell you. I can get back with you on that.
Okay, if you could just tell or send something to the commission, just for the people who have this as a marked commodity code, I would like to know like how much local talent we have, because this could be an opportunity for us to advocate for, just because we're breaking down the scope of work, for us to be able to just be mindful of how we're supporting local businesses. And then just as an added question, I had to get caught up to speed on where we are with this because we completely just stopped doing something that I felt was necessary and moving in the right direction. Are we still tracking anything that will tell us both local distinctions and minority distinctions, or is like minority tracking no longer in any of our portals? Where are we at with that?
James Gloss, Administrator of the person. I would have to defer to either EOC or legal to confirm that.
EOC, is there anyone here? In the back, maybe? They're in a meeting.
May I make a comment?
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to, Danielle Schonbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. I just want to be clear that both Banks, Finley and White and Watkins Uberall are locally owned firms, so it is only one partner that is not local. Additionally, Banks, Finley and White is a minority firm.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that context. Oh, just if I may, Chair, what percentage of this particular 900,000 are each of the respective businesses getting?
Danielle Schoenbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. Cherry is getting 380,000, Banks, Finley and White 275, and Watkins 250.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Avant?
Yes, so Ms. Schoenbaum, I thought the initiation of this was based on Watkins Uberall saying that they didn't have capacity to continue as our auditor.
Danielle Schoenbaum, Deputy Director, Administration and Finance. They didn't have capacity to do the entire audit. They said they had the capacity to continue with the school's audit.
Okay. So I guess I was just trying to make the connection that even if one of our components was not turning things in on time, that wasn't the precipice for this.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was clear on the record, and that there wasn't any insinuation of that as a result of.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Avant. Commissioner Thornton, you're not in the queue, but I think you want to be.
I just wanted to say to EOC, I know you're here because I just made comment. I'll just get with you offline. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioners. I think I see no one else in the queue. Let's take this to a vote.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Ford, Wright, Thornton, Morrison, Brooks, and Avant. We have 8 aye votes.
Thank you. That item will move down with a favorable recommendation. Chair has left us with an add-on. Could we read item 4? Okay, I'm hearing that there might be another. Oh, I'm sorry. I have number 4. That's all.
We have one that's related to juvenile court, and then I have another one that's related to the district attorney's office. Yes, sir? Okay. Item 4 is an add-on item. Item 4 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County Government Fiscal Year FY 2025 operating budget in order to transfer funds from the general fund to the Correction Center Enterprise Fund, the Education Fund, the Juvenile Court Title 4-D Grant Fund, and the Tort Liability Fund, and from the Opioid Settlement Fund to the Health Services Fund, TennCare EPSD&T clinics. This item requires the transfer of FY 2025 general fund balance in the amount of $9,912,480.74 to the Correction Center Enterprise Fund, $4,571,415 to the Education Fund, $2,280,856.75 to the Juvenile Court Title 4-D Grant Fund, and $3,319,044.49 to the Tort Fund, and the appropriation of such funds for a total amount not to exceed $20,083,796.98, and a transfer of the FY 2025 Opioid Settlement Fund balance in the amount of $566,908 to the Health Services Fund, TennCare EPSD&T clinics, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay-Bibbs.
Thank you so much. And correction, I do have the number 5 as well. So on this one, this has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, seconded by Commissioner Ford. Chief Tipton?
Thank you. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. As you know, we are in the midst of closing fiscal year 2025. And each year, we review all of the financials. We ask all of the electeds and departments to submit all invoices and transactions that relate to FY25. At that time, we realize where each fund is financially. And in this case, as with last year, we are at a negative position for our enterprise fund corrections by the $9,912,000, our education fund by $4,571,415, and then the juvenile court had a Title 4D grant that requires a match that needed to be recorded for the last, I think it's 3 years, and the total of that was $2,280,856.75. We've also reviewed all of our tort liability claims, and we are required to record any probable cases that we might have, and that comes out to $3,319,044. The total amount that we're asking to fund from the general fund balance is $20,083,796.98. This year, as some support to the general fund, and I thank Commissioner Mills for having the group to come down to speak to you about the opioid funds and the uses of the opioid dollars that we have received. We are asking that we support the Health Department's negative fund balance of $566,908 from our opioid funds. Currently, that is for the clinics at all of our health department clinics, the ESPD&T, that's for like well baby exams, and those are costs and expenses that qualify. They're allowable expenses under the opioid fund. So the administration is asking for the approval of this resolution.
All right, and thank you, and correction, Director Tipton. I think I try to give you a promotion, but anyway. Commissioner Ford, you're in the queue.
I told y'all this was coming. I told y'all this was coming right before September, and here it is. I said before that $11 million fund balance item came, I asked on record, are we going to see something about $9 million just in corrections, because we have to be in compliance with the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, which gives us our GAAP, which you see in the first whereas, the generally accepted accounting principles. Unfortunately, we have to do this. We didn't have to do the other. This number has increased over the last 4 years. That 9 is approaching 10. And when you look at the overall, we're talking about $20 million out of our rainy day fund. And I'm using those terms. I know that administration likes using semantics. But you know, if the comptroller can use rainy day fund, I'm going to say rainy day fund. If the comptroller is the money cop and he uses particular terminology, I'm going to use that same terminology. If you go back and look at letters from the past, it states that this is not good. This is basically a cleanup resolution that must be done so that we can get across the finish line. We take too much time justifying things that don't get past the finish line, as y'all saw in item number 3. Some people will justify anything when the ship, the Titanic, has sunk. We're getting there. This is an iceberg right here. I hope I don't have to have a FOIA requested on this particular thing, but eventually you all had to have an unaudited number on where we're going to be at. Commissioner Thornton, you asked this question when the $11 million item came up. I don't know if you're going to get the answer to it, so let me ask it. Let's see what answer comes out of finance, and let's see where it goes from there. Do we have an unaudited account of what is in our unassigned fund balance for the purposes of taking care of this? Not, yes, we can do it. My question specifically is, do we have an unaudited account of what is in our unassigned fund balance for the purposes of this item?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Currently, it's less than what it was last year. So last year was 18%. This year is going to be less. And yes, you are correct. This is a result of a year's worth of approving resolutions that impact fund balance, that I come down and say, you are impacting fund balance. So when you approve those resolutions, this impacts the fund balance. So yes, to your question, it is impacting fund balance, and it's going to be lower than it was last year.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Thornton?
Okay, so many questions here. So right now, this is a $20 million item that is necessary because of decisions that we made with the fiscal 26 budget? Or just catch me up to speed of how are we here at this moment of needing to approve this $20 million item?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. This is bringing our fund balance below the threshold even further based on decisions made in 2025. So in 2025, if there was a resolution or something done to impact fund balance, that leaves us even less wiggle room for resolutions like this at the end of the year. So we are hoping, when you do your budget, you're anticipating that you're going to collect a certain amount of revenue and that you'll be able to cover any expenditures that come in. But should more expenditures come in than anticipated or than the revenue that was collected or anticipated, then you're left in this position, which is the case for the education fund, for example. We estimated more wheel tax to come in. We did not get as much as we thought we were going to get. So that impacted how much we had to fund the MOE for the education fund. The juvenile court, this is what you call one of those one-offs. We usually pay, we were asked in this resolution to pay a match for this particular grant. And due to the change in administration of the juvenile court, that match was never submitted to us. So now we have to catch up and pay that. So this is a one-off while we have to pay that one. And then the tort liability fund, the $3.3 million there, each year you're required because of accounting standards to review anything that you have pending as that could be a potential liability to the county. And if you can put a dollar amount on it, you have to record that. So that's what that 3.3 is. So it's a lot of, usually at the end of the year, you call it cleanup resolution, is usually one-offs. Corrections is the only one that has been consistent.
Okay, that's very helpful. You have such a fascinating world. Okay, so for this cleanup document, can you just give us some longitudinal data of how we've had to historically clean up the same particular funds, and what those increases, particularly because you've mentioned the tort fund, and I've kind of been fascinated with how that continues to increase over time. So I would just like to see where we're trending with that, as well as others. So really what I'm asking is, could you give us some comparative data for the cleanup resolutions for at least the past 3 fiscal years for us to see what's made the docket in what amount, and where are we seeing, I guess, consistent needs across time?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. As I mentioned, corrections is probably the one that's consistent, and we rely on the state paying for the federal inmates that they have, so that we get a rate per inmate, and it's like an inmate day. So we expect for that rate to cover the cost of housing the inmate, feeding them, everything. And unfortunately, they've fallen short on how much they give us because it's not sufficient. You know, the overhead cost is increasing daily, so that amount is not sufficient. So that's why that number continues to grow. The education fund, normally we have sufficient dollars for that to meet the MOE. We cut it close last year in approving the budget. So when we approved the budget and then we closed the books, it turned out education fund exceeded the use of fund balance in '24, so they needed more than what we budgeted for. So that's why we have that one. We shouldn't have that again. That's a one-off. And as mentioned, the juvenile court, that's a grant that, due to the change in administration, they just never submitted for that match to be done. So that's a catch-up. Tort, you don't know exactly what kind of liability you're going to be faced with throughout the year for the county, so that's why that's reviewed by our legal department every year. So that's how we get that number. And like I mentioned, the only one that's consistent is corrections, and we definitely need to do something to address how much we receive for our federal inmates.
All right. Since both commissioners have spoken, let me ask a quick question, who are in the queue. On the education, is it which one is the deficit to the wheel tax collections? Which one is that hitting? Is it education fund?
Audrey Tipton, yes. Mm-hmm.
Do we have any insight into why that is occurring?
Why the wheel tax revenue is lower?
Yeah.
Yes, we're not getting as much as we estimated based on the number of vehicle registrations that we have. I think it has been mentioned that there are a lot of registrations that aren't occurring, so that's a miss for us. I saw it well, this is really a newspaper story. It was like over 18,000 tickets that they wrote last year for unrenewed wheel tax, so that's part of what we get. Their registration is collected with that. So if they don't renew their tags, we don't get the wheel tax.
Got it. Okay. Back to Commissioner Ford.
I love the question. I wanted you to keep going. Thank you for being very careful with your response, Director, because I didn't want to hear who initiated what, because a lot of things are initiated up here, but we can either vote it up or down, just like the $11 million. Commissioner Thornton and I both play poker, so she knows what I mean when I say the term bleeding chips. Essentially, you have corrections at the poker table, bleeding chips. And eventually, either you got to go all in or you're going to lose your stack. And this number keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And I have asked, what are we doing to remedy? And we have not done, the numbers show that we are not doing what we need to do. That means future commissions are going to see this, and they're going to see that there is a $10 million hole that is not being filled. Now, I commend you, Commissioner Wright and Commissioner Mills, even though I didn't vote for the final document, that one thing that one of the deputy CFOs did mention was throughout the process, this is one of the few times since 2021 that we did not balance a budget off of fund balance. Talking about commission-wise. But you had one of the other deputy CFOs that I can't even talk today. They stated that they had to use fund balance in order to balance the budget. So while we did our due diligence, and my minutes are not over. That's yeah. Even though we did our due diligence and we did not have to fund anything out of fund balance, finance had to utilize fund balance for the purposes of getting the books closed. That's why I thought it was irresponsible at the time, and I asked to wait in September for us to figure out what to do with that $11 million. But this body decided with an administration-initiated item to fund $11 million out of unassigned fund balance. And when I asked the question then, Commissioner Thornton asked the question, well, what do we have in the rainy day fund? We got no answer. So as I said this morning, is it really responsible for us to take out of the savings account and not know what the balance is? Would you do that with your bills? Absolutely not. You can have NSF fees all day if you want. But I bring that up because we have to do this. But next year, before we fall off and we see this again, what are we going to do to try to make sure that our the next group does not have to have this, or are we just going to kick the can and say, oh, well, it's your problem now? That's not responsible. So my last question to the CFO is, what are you using as the operating dollar amount, that $400 some odd million amount, to calculate that percent that you mentioned? That honest, you know what number I'm talking about too. It's just three numbers, and they come out together. This divided by this gives you that percent, and I just need to know what unofficial $400 some odd million number are you using to forecast that we're under the 18%? Because think about what I'm saying, folks. If we didn't use any fund balance to balance the budget, and they've had to utilize it, and we're worse off than we were before, that brings up a brand new set of questions that have nothing to do with this item. So do you have that unofficial number?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I think you're speaking of the net loss for general fund. That's the number that we divide by revenue to get the percentage.
I'm talking about you got unassigned fund balance divided by, then this number equals that percent. I want the denominator.
It's about, well, if you approve this resolution, it's going to be about 29 million.
Not the denominator.
I'm not following what you're asking me
Okay,
then.
so you know that sheet, latitude, please. So there's a sheet you always give us every year regarding where we're at on the unassigned fund balance, and it's the fraction.
Okay,
We
that's
got
what you're saying.
what we have here is what we got unassigned divided by that $400 million number equals, and then it's a percent that's usually under 20%. So I'm asking, what is the denominator? I'm trying to make it as simple as possible for the first graders that are out of school listening to this now.
Well, I guess I'm a first grader, because you're asking for the percentage?
No, I'm asking for the denominator. I can come up with the percent.
It's gonna be the $400,000 of revenue. You got unassigned fund
400 million.
balance. 400 million, I'm sorry. The unassigned fund balance is, what, about 100 and, no, it's not even 100.
No.
69 million.
So 69 over 400 roughly.
If you
and
accept
that, yeah. That's all I was asking. If you give me two, I can find the third one.
I know.
If you give me the numerator and the denominator, I can get the output. If you give me the output and the denominator, I can find the numerator. It's cross multiplication. That's all. Thank you for your indulgence. I hate I had to pull teeth. I support the item, but we have to do it, but we're in a situation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. I have Commissioner Thornton back in the queue.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure that I understand what you're saying. So the tort liability fund is necessary based on pending litigation that we have to hold space for. The juvenile item line is because there were supposed match funds that weren't matched. Is that correct? Why do we have to cover the cost? How do we get to that point that they don't have to deliver, or whoever has to match the funds?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. Not to go into a lot of detail, each year, the departments and electeds that have grants, they're required to balance their grants. Okay, so in this case, they had a grant that was approved that had a match in there that said they'll get, I don't know the exact number of the grant, but they'll get X number of dollars, and then the general fund or the county will support that grant with like a percentage. So each year, when they reconcile that grant, they didn't take into account the county was supposed to give a match or a percentage of the total amount of the grant. And that was just an oversight on the juvenile court when they were reconciling their grant. Well, this year, they realized that and contacted us and said, we've got a match that we have not been getting for the last 3 years, and it came to this amount. So we're now adhering to the terms of that contract by paying a match on the grant.
So the will tax under collection creates the $4 million, and then you said corrections is because of a federal prison issue?
Well, the Corrections Division, they house the federal inmates. So you've got your sheriff that's doing all of the others. So we receive a rate per inmate per day from the state in order to fund housing the federal inmates. But our overhead costs to do that exceeds how much it costs, food, housing, salaries for.
So what they're paying us isn't sufficient to be.
It is not sufficient.
Is that a state level, I mean, at what point do we advocate for them to pay us what it costs for us to house the inmates?
I would have to ask Director Alexander to come in to speak more on that, but I know we have been advocating annually to get more.
Well, it seems like that needs to be a part of our legislative agenda as a priority, because what is this $9 million that we have to foot the bill on, you know?
We would welcome that.
Yeah. So just flagging that, and just for those of us that are present, if we can just keep that at the forefront of our minds as we move forward. Last but not least, this opioid fund, I'm somewhat opposed to using the opioid fund to be able to do this particular item. The health services TennCare, is that a necessary expense, and how is that impacting our districts? I ask that just because the opioid fund, as we have contemplated how we expend those dollars, I mean, we want to do that equitably, and I just haven't heard what this is actually going to do across all districts.
Yes, Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The Health Department services, that TennCare, that is what we use to support all of the clinics that we have here in Shelby County. So we look to get this funded from like the insurance that the people that come into our clinics normally don't have insurance. So we look for those fees and insurance companies to pay for the services that people receive at the clinics. And we used to get more there, but lately that number has gone down significantly. And it's, with the rising cost of everything, it has become impossible to fund that 100% from the collections that we get. So when the people came down to talk about using or uses of the opioid fund, they were really clear that you could use those funds as reimbursements for expenditures like this, and this is an allowable expense because most of the time when people come into our clinics, it's for well baby exams and things of that nature.
All right, Commissioner Caswell, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Director, and I was listening to all this because I didn't vote on the budget either time, the first time or on the 30th, because we already knew, the colleague said it, he was saying $9 million short. Then we was hearing how we're going to pay for the mental health jail once we get that open. We knew the money wasn't going to be there, but we cut and we didn't raise a dime, right? We tried to do the 4 cents, 14 million. If that would have happened, if we wouldn't have cut, because I think it was like 20-some million dollars. I know you said a lot of these cuts happened because of what's happened in 25, but how much was this the night of the budget that y'all was already forecasting this year coming? And what just if you can answer that, how much was that already being forecast when y'all brought the budget before all the cuts happened? Not even including what we were trying to get for the increase.
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. When we presented the proposed budget by the mayor, our goal was to try to keep everything flat because we knew that this was coming and that it was going to impact our fund balance. So in order to keep it flat, that's why the mayor proposed his balanced budget. But with all of the cuts to the revenue and not increasing the funding source, we're now going further backwards.
Yeah, because I hear you say it, and the municipalities understood this well when they raised their tax rate, that we are in where inflation, things are going up, but we still at 2005 budget rate, but we're asking for a 2025 automobile. And then we wonder why it don't have an engine in it, because we just wanted it to look good. And we look good because we went out with a 269 rate. But now we here. And so, we knew this was coming. So you're gonna get the question, but we knew it was coming. It was being said. You can go back and look at the tape over and over when people were saying that we're going to be short and these dollars are not going to be there, but yet we still chose to cut, and we were happy that we cut some. When others said, no, we got to increase that rate because we want better for our children in the future. We know our schools knew, we know the jails needed to be done, and they're doing it in those other municipalities. So it's sad that, and again, I don't think we have no choice, like you said, but to do what's right to balance this out with what y'all done. And so I support this with that being said. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Back to Commissioner Thornton.
Just to kind of clarify what we just heard, had we created a 4 cent or 9 cent or 25 cent increase, we still would have had to prioritize these items which would have impacted other priorities. I just think it's just interesting because I never really accounted for the fact that in the conversations that we would have to do a $20 million balancing. And just for my own personal understanding, where in the fiscal year 26 budget documents would this $20 million necessity have shown up? Just in conversations that I could have had on the floor to be able to say, hey, did we make sure that 20 million is reconciled, or was it always anticipated to be balanced through the fund balance?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I think the conversations could have been had sooner because throughout the year, when resolutions are presented and they impact fund balance, each time we are anticipating the proper use of fund balance, which is for emergencies, things like things of this nature. At the end of the year, we have to do adjustments to the financials to make sure that our books balance. So the conversations for this $20 million was going on all year long. So all year, when we approved projects that didn't have funding sources, that was the time to say, well, what are we going to look like at the end of the year then?
Knowing that we were going to have some type of like buffer to balance something like this.
What we were preparing for this day.
Okay, so after this is approved, that brings us, you mentioned 69 million earlier. Does that bring us down to 69 million?
It brings us down to about 69.
Per this, and then what is that percentage that the 69 million would be for our policy?
It's Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I really hate to say it, but it'll be somewhere between 14 and 16.
And the recommended is it 25?
25.
25. So we're upward of 10% beneath like where we want to be. What do we do?
We don't want to be 10%.
Well, I know.
Oh.
Right. So like, what do we do? Like,
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. I hate to speak freely, but I agree with Commissioner Cashwell. Our opportunity was preparing for the 26 budget.
so at that point, we just hope that there's not some major calamity that will require us to not have enough funds in our fund balance. Okay.
We already know that they're coming.
Oh, okay, that's horrible. But health services, just going back to that, if we don't, I want to make a motion to bifurcate the opioid fund balance allocation. And if that doesn't get approved, then how does that get paid for?
Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. It will have to come out of fund balance. We were trying to soften it because it qualified as an allowable expenditure for opioids, so that's why we went with opioid. But if it doesn't get approved for opioid, then we'll have to take it out of fund balance.
Okay. All right, I might wait until Monday to talk about this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Caswell?
Chair, I was just going to make a recommendation, if we can defer this to the next committee, because I know a lot of the other colleagues are not here, and there may be some more conversation around it. I don't know where we are on having to do that. I mean, we don't have, what's the time space on doing that?
Director Tipton?
Thank you. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance, Commissioner Caswell. Unfortunately, we are required in our timeline to present to the auditors when they come in a trial balance that's balanced, and this would take care of that. And if we don't do it, then that's like a comment against us that we weren't prepared, we weren't ready.
All right. Well, I withdraw that motion.
All right, Commissioner,
No, I was just going to say the August 31st deadline we must make. Can the conversation continue? Yes. And I will say one thing, regardless of what proposed budget or whatever the case may be, and Ms. Tipton, you know this, even when you were not the CFO, this $9 million, give or take, this correction hole has existed way before this body assembled itself. So before we start saying we need more revenue and this, that, and the other, I have no issue with more revenue. It's just people, I got to go back to my district and say, all right, we went up 4 cents, but where's the money going? I have no idea. I can't do that. You know what items were proposed for the 4 cents going this, that, and the other. I mean, I was against it each time, even when I gave a recommendation saying, look, why don't you just put it as an additional line and figure out what you need to do with it later. Your boss was like, don't listen to him. I said, okay, fine. Let's see how this exercise go. And how did the exercise go? Failed, 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 failed. I mean, I would have been glad to say bring 4 cents and let it go to public safety. Oh, I know it wouldn't have passed. I would have probably had a few other folks who vote against tax increases to support that possibly. But it's really all about where it's going to go and if you have the trust of the people on where it goes. So when these other municipalities increase their taxes, they specifically state exactly where it's going to go, not we just need more money, but we're going to have the same behavior. That's like that person who may be a crackhead. and you're basically saying, oh, well, I don't want to be remediated. Just give me some more cracks, some more money. We know what happened to Pookie in New Jack City, for anybody that's watched that movie. So are we going to do the right thing, or are we going to be a bunch of Pookies up here? I support this. Let's make the deadline, but I'm willing to have the conversation on how we don't have to have one of these cleanup items again to have all of those things. So no Pookies, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make this happen. Thank you.
All right, that completed my bingo card for the day, as well as the queue. So let's take this to a vote, please. Commissioner Sugarman, are you wishing to vote on this item?
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Ford, Wright, and Thornton. We have 5 aye votes.
Thank you so much. This item moves down with a favorable recommendation. We also have add-on item number 5, if we could read that in, please. I'm sorry?
Ma'am?
So I will tell you that it looks like this, as it has a binder at the top. You don't have it? I have some right here. Okay.
Item 5 is an add-on item. Item 5 is a resolution to amend the Shelby County District Attorney General's Office FY 2026 Grants Fund operating budget in the amount of $182,339 to expend funding made available from the State of Tennessee's Office of Criminal Justice Programs. Amend the grant fund position control budget by adding 4.7 FTE positions, salary and fringe for the 4 partial positions totaling $182,339 from the grant, and amend the general fund position control budget by adding 4.3 FTE positions, salary and fringe for the 4 partial positions totaling up to $89,041 from existing personnel funding in the general fund. The grant is for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Charlie Caswell. I can see that there's a blank under the reviewer, in which case it was not reviewed by the county attorney's office, so this item would not meet the permanent rules and would require a suspension of the rules.
All right, thank you, Madam Parliamentarian. This item's been moved by Commissioner Thornton, seconded by Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Caswell.
Yes, sir. If I can, I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules for not going through finance is the reason why.
All right, there's been a motion and a second to suspend the rules. Can we do that without objection? Hearing none, so moved. Ms. Indegaro, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I'm Jessica Indengaro, the Chief Administrator for the District Attorney's Office. 2 requests for this. One is to approve and let the grant award be signed by the mayor. So that is to accept $122,339 from OCJP. This is specifically to fund positions for something that is called a victim witness coordinator. And we would like to fund 4 positions. The grant would not fully fund those 4 positions, and so we are asking for permission to use money from our existing personnel funds in order to make up the difference. That's for a couple of different reasons. One is so that we can meet the minimum salary required by Shelby County government, which is now just over $40,000 a year, as well as just a little extra so that we can be competitive in the workplace and recruit the best candidates. So that's the reason for the split between 0.7 positions and 0.3 positions. We did get a new fund number for this, so this would be between fund numbers 893 and our existing general fund number, which is 038. So I can walk you through the exhibits if you would like me to. I will just note that there is a disagreement between our office and finance over whether we should be able to use general funds to supplement the funding provided by the grant. So our position is that we have the funding, it is available. I'm not sure that we know that what our vacancy restriction number is, but we have exceeded that in the last several years. So this is available funding. 2 of the positions that are listed on Exhibit E as the funding source for this are unusable positions. One of them is a .2 that exists from a previous grant, where .8 was on the grant fund and .2 was on our general fund. So we have 2 positions that are funded at about $10,000 and $12,000. We would like to zero those out because they are unusable, and we would like to use it for this purpose of the creation of 4 victim witness coordinator positions. I will just note that we're trying to have a continuity of service here. Those victim witness coordinators are in our domestic violence unit and in our SVU unit. SVU, of course, includes regular, irregular, of course, sex crimes, but it also covers children, it includes trafficking, it includes vulnerable adults, which include the elderly and the very young. So we are asking for your permission to be able to use our funding in that way.
All right, thank you, Ms. Indigaro. Commissioner Sugarman?
Thank you, Chair. And so I have a question for Director Tipton, regarding the fund balance and how this would impact, because again, we're going into the negative, and so our calculations are approximately 15%. And we're continuing to, yes, this is needed, but not at the expense of if we're going to impact the fund balance. So Director Tipton, how would this impact, if any, the fund balance? Or, okay, Director Thompson?
Michael Thompson, Deputy CFO, Shelby County Government. This is a perfect example of a negative impact to fund balance. Your question is spot on. Mm-hmm. It's when, we utilize general fund dollars, to support grants when there are, funding received from a grantor. This will definitely continue to negatively impact our fund balance. Mm-hmm. I think the understanding, and I hope that you all hear me, the key is to replenish fund balance. And the only way to replenish fund balance is to spend less than you take in. And that needs to be our focus for FY26. We have continued to mention that, in past fiscal years. But now, as we are here, you will now see, and now you actually see the impact. So this will have a negative impact on fund balance. I recommend we do not do it.
Thank you. And so I'm going to be a no on going forward from this point on. Anything that has a negative impact on fund balance, I have been guilty as my colleagues. It's reckless. It's reckless spending. I was also say on record that I was totally against the wheel tax because it's regressive taxations and impacting the working poor the greatest. And it's not a surprise that people are going outside of Shelby County, outside to get their tax renewed. And also say on record for the past 3 years, I have been the only commissioner for the past 3 years, not the only, but in the small minority of the commissioners, asking for a property tax increase. I've not been successful, obviously, because it's progressive, meaning that people who make more money, who have the bigger house, would pay more in taxes. As a homeowner, I would have been willing to pay more in property taxes. My colleague mentioned a minute ago, we really have not impacted property taxes as far as an increase for 20 years. And so I think it'll be reckless, from this point on, to continue to negatively impact fund balance. And I'll be a no on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sugarman. Ms. Indigaro, did you have anything further?
Yes. The question was whether or not this item impacts the fund balance. And Director Thompson's answer did a lot of work to get to know. Because if you look at the resolution itself, there is no funding from the fund balance in order to allow this funding to happen. So what he is suggesting is that we should, beyond whatever our vacancy restrictions are, which we hope we'll find out anytime, beyond that, that they want to recoup money to help refund or reimburse or somehow fund the fund balance by additional unspent funds at the agency level. I am not opposed to that. And in fact, our office has given back hundreds of thousands of dollars in the last couple of years alone beyond our vacancy restriction. And so, the money that we are asking to fund is money that has already been budgeted for this year. It is not an additional ask. It is not an additional pull on the fund balance. It would just be money that they hope we won't spend, that they want to eventually use on the fund balance, which I understand that, and that is not an unreasonable position to take. However, what I am asking is for you to allow us to spend money that you have already budgeted for us in this FY26 time period, and to let us move forward providing services to the victims of crime.
All right. So I see Director Tipton seeking to be recognized. I also see Deputy CFO Thompson. I feel like we're going to have to set up some permanent rules on when we have these conflicts of opinion or fact. This continues to occur, and it's not always the same departments, but I mean, we still have another committee to get to. So I will recognize you, but again, I feel like we're going to have to, at some point, reduce to writing and maybe just have you both brief all commissioners so we can move on with the agenda. So Director Tipton.
Thank you, and I will be brief. Audrey Tipton, Director of Administration and Finance. The other point that I just wanted to make sure that the commission was aware of is that there is a resolution that says we are not to fund grants from general fund. That resolution was passed, I think, in 2014, 2015, and in this case, if you are funding a grant, what occurs, what we've experienced in the past is if that grant no longer happens, then we're on the hook to pay what the grant used to cover. So it has been a practice, it was put in policy, general fund should not be funding grants unless it's in the resolution and it states that it's a match, that the grantor says, we will give you X number of dollars if you will match it, and then the commission approves that grant as a match, not as a regular thing for us to do, to fund a grant partially, because you're going to be left on the hook to pay the rest should the grant not stay active, or if they cancel the grant or something happens, they decrease it. Then you're going to be stuck in the middle there trying to fund and pay the rest of the grant. So that's the point I wanted to make there. Just keep that in mind when you approve a grant with general fund dollars supporting it.
All right. I did have Caswell. Did you drop out? All right. Commissioner Ford.
I was trying to find something to argue with Ms. Tipton about, but she's absolutely correct on this one. Yeah. This time. We tried this before when I think we tried to do something EOC related, and I think we were trying to do some type of grant or something like that, and we were told we couldn't do it because we were trying to expend the dollars. But the CFO is correct that we would basically we would be on the hook. Is that correct? She went behind the thing. Yep, that's right. Okay, yeah. So, look, Your boss has you come down all the time to get stuff. So this is where I'm at. You got to do what you got to do. Pay your bills, okay? But this commissioner who has helped out at least twice, the practice that I'm seeing right now is as if your boss is like, I just want what I want. You go articulate to the best of your ability how it's needed. Go do it now. I can probably do a tally on how much your boss has gotten in fund balance and otherwise, and it's in the 8 figures. I'm only one of 13, but eventually the buck is going to have to stop somewhere. Otherwise, your boss is going to think that he can do this every meeting we have on a Wednesday as an add-on to do things. This is no slight to you. I'm just saying we got a whole lot of other electeds. One that we scrutinize like crazy and we're getting sued. And now we have one that comes in and he brings you down here to have the baton and try to go across the finish line. I'm going to have to say, I'm going to abstain on this and think about this. No, I don't want to have a meeting with him. But eventually, he's going to have to realize this ain't how we do business. Because how many times has an item like this come down in the last, well, since he's gotten sworn in? I would say probably about 10 times, maybe. No, it ain't no 2 or 3. That $5.4 million item, they came down twice. So I'm counting each time. So the 5.4 that came out of fund balance, where the state should have been paying some of the salaries. And Ms. Tipton and I will agree on this too. We don't use fund balance to pay on recurring things. Is that correct? Okay. I'm abstaining today, but most likely I'll be a no on Monday. But we're going to have a stopping point for him to come down and think that he's obligated and whatnot, and he's not, because we got other things that we have to definitely do. So that's where I'm at, Chair, but I'm just one of 13.
All right. Let me ask you this, Ms. Indigaro. Is this a pressing, you need this done by Monday, or yes or no on that?
Yes, it is.
You need it done by Monday.
We have a deadline to have the contract signed. And so I was able to get an extension, which meant that we didn't have to do an add-on on the last round. But we are at a critical stage.
Contract with who?
With the State of Tennessee Division of Finance and Administration. OCJP manages those grants, but that's state money.
Okay. All right. Let's take, seeing no one else in the queue, let's take this to a vote.
Changed my mind. Show me voting no so it can go down with an unfavorable recommendation. We'll do that before you.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell and Thornton. Commissioners Sugarman and Ford have voted no. Commissioner Wright has abstained. We have 2 ayes, 2 noes, 1 abstained.
All right, thank you. So, Madam Parliamentarian, that item goes down with an unfavorable recommendation. Okay. Thank you, Ms. Indigar. That will conclude committee number 1.
All right, calling to order Committee 3, Hospitals and Health. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 1?
Yes, ma'am. Item 1 is a resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between Shelby County Government and the City of Memphis for the provision of housing and caring for animals both impounded by county animal control and surrendered by county residents from unincorporated areas outside of the City of Memphis for payment of FY 2025 contract and for the renewal contract for FY 2026 beginning July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026. With an option to renew for 2 additional one-year periods. This item requires an amount not to exceed $300,000 for FY 2026, sponsored by Commissioner Miska Clay Bibbs.
Thank you. This item has been moved by Commissioner Sugarman, second by Commissioner Thornton. We have a presenter on this item. You have the floor.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners. My name is Casey Smith-Alexander, Deputy Director, Shelby County Health Department. The Shelby County Health Department partners with the City of Memphis Animal Services to confiscate roaming animals outside the city limits. The county employs 3 trained animal control officers who respond to reports of roaming animals outside city limits to ensure public safety and animal welfare. These officers work closely with Memphis Animal Services team to ensure coordinated efforts in capturing and managing roaming animals. Memphis Animal Services provides housing and humane services for all confiscated animals inside unincorporated Shelby County. Animals located in Collierville, Germantown, Bartlett, and Millington are excluded because they have their own facility. Furthermore, Memphis Animal Services also provides food, shelter, veterinary care, and adoption services for animals surrendered or confiscated. Their ability to advertise and host adoption events for dogs and cats on a quarterly or semi-annual basis help these animals find new homes. They also provide emergency and non-emergency services for animals confiscated and surrendered to their care. Sharing these resources reduces duplication of services and maximizes the use of the current infrastructure. Therefore, your favorable approval of this resolution would be appreciated.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Ford, you're recognized.
Thank you, and we had a quick conversation about this item, and I appreciate the input. Who is the head for the county when it comes to animal control? Is there a particular head, or is it a collective?
We work collectively with Memphis Animal Services. When it comes to unincorporated Shelby, the health department rabies control officers will help. But we also help the other municipalities if they need assistance. So it is more of a collective.
So there is no like head over that. That's very smart for the reasons that we said, and I don't mind telling people what we said. I asked this question because one thing that I would never want to do is to be the head of Memphis Animal Services. And I'm going to tell you exactly what I told the deputy director. That's where, and y'all know I'm telling the truth, that's where resumes go to die. They're not able to keep anybody. So I'm glad you all have a collective, because if you had a head, that person would be the next one on the chopping block. So I appreciate the work that you all do on that. So I support the item, and to the acting chair, since we are in hospitals and health, I've had people in the community that have asked about this, but they also want to know, and I've already talked to the deputy director about this, it is now time to have the monthly updates about the air quality in South Memphis. We've already passed legislation financially and otherwise, and the deputy director is ready to have that for the next Wednesday. So my ask is in hospitals and health for the next Wednesday for us to start having those monthly updates so that the constituents of South Memphis can be aware and participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Brooks, you recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to see this item on the agenda. So would you clarify for me or help me to understand the new working relationship that Animal Services will have with unincorporated Shelby County? And let me give you a little context here. I've had numerous individuals who are in the county calling with complaints because they've called Animal Services, and Animal Services has responded that we don't do that, you need to call police department. And the police department has responded as saying, you need to call Animal Services. So it's, that vicious kind of cycle. So tell me how this is going to fix that, please.
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director, Shelby County Health Department. This is not a new agreement with Memphis Animal Services. This contract has been around for a number of years, actually, before COVID. What happens a lot of times is that Memphis Animal Services, when they get the calls, they do say, no, that is not their jurisdiction, and leave it at that. So a lot of constituents do not know that that does fall on the Shelby County Health Department, and that we should get the calls. The Sheriff's Department will call us if it's after hours or bite cases. In those instances, when it is in unincorporated Shelby County, to let us know, and we will send officers, because we do have on-call foul rabies control officers to go out after hours. And part of this agreement with Memphis Animal Services is that even if it's after hours, we will have access to their building to make sure that those animals are confiscated.
Okay, so wait a minute, I want to make sure that we're talking about the same thing, because my complaints are involving unleashed dogs, unattended dogs, and then, maybe a proliferation of dogs in one backyard that, you would suspect is something nefarious. So does this cover that?
Yes.
Okay. So what we need to do then, we need flyers to let people know in unincorporated, because you have a lot of that issue out there.
We do. I'm sorry, Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. We do. We do get a lot of responses for unincorporated Shelby County. It's just unfortunate, a lot of people still do not know that we exist for that purpose, and that Memphis Animal Services will not respond outside the city of Memphis.
Okay. So do you have a plan to get this information out to the public, to let them know? A communication plan, a media blitz, and all of that?
We will after this.
Oh, okay,
to make
great,
sure you're putting
great.
it back on the forefront. We do have a
Okay.
full-time public information officer.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair Lady.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Sugarman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Acting Chair. And so, yes, I have a lot of unincorporated area in my district. And so, to Commissioner Brooks' point, is there something that you all can communicate to Animal Services that instead of them saying refer to the Sheriff's Department, et cetera, can they refer them to the Shelby County Health Department? Is there anything that we need to do as a commission, or is that something you all can take care of so that they don't send our constituents on a goose chase?
Casey Smith Alexander, Deputy Director. We have spoken to Memphis Animal Services multiple times. They do have different staff, considering they don't report to us. It's only so much we can do in the ask. The Sheriff Department, however, does reach out to us numerous times, especially, like I said, overnight hours if there is an issue in unincorporated area. But we can only do the ask for Memphis Animal Services.
All right, thank you, Director.
Madam Chair, if I could,
Yes,
I just
ma'am.
have one suggestion. Get a big poster and take it to Memphis Animal Services and put it on their bulletin board.
Thank you for that suggestion. Director, if you could get that back to the office, we would love to see it. All right, seeing no other commissioners in the queue, Madam Clerk, can we prepare the screen for voting? All right, please close the vote and report the tally.
We have aye votes from Commissioners Caswell, Sugarman, Thornton, and Brooks. We have 4 aye votes.
Thank you. This item goes down with favorable recommendation. Madam Parliamentarian, can you read item number 2?
Item 2 is a discussion item to last approximately 10 minutes. Tertiary Healthcare System. City Councilman Dr. Jeff Warren presenting. This item was deferred in August 6th, 2025 committee meeting.
All right, welcome, Councilman Warren. It's always a pleasure to see you, and you will have the floor for 10 minutes once our clerk gets it all set up. Thank you again for being here.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate you having me back. I think the last time we were here, I waited about 8 hours, and by the time it was time for me to talk, everyone was brain dead, so it didn't seem like it was worthwhile to come back. I wanted to talk a little bit about tertiary care, and I was wondering if everyone who understands what that means could raise their hand. Okay, my wife told me that. She said, I come in here talking about tertiary care and no one's going to know what I'm talking about. Primary care, we all know, that's when you go see your doctor or your nurse practitioner, and that's primary care. Secondary care is what we have in Memphis right now. It's when you go to a hospital and you see a heart doctor, you see your oncologist, see your orthopedic surgeon, and we pretty much have a number of secondary care hospitals here in Memphis. However, we also have something that no other city in our state has. We have the University Medical Center, the University of Tennessee Health Science Center, which is the medical school for our state. And our state, I believe, is the only state in the union that does not have a tertiary care hospital with it. That's an issue that we have right now. We're getting ready, it looks like, based on what's going on in Nashville, to have a brand new medical school built right over where the old Baptist hospital was torn down. What we're proposing and what I think is on the books for you guys coming out of the wheel tax, which is I heard recently didn't get you what you wanted or were expecting, is we're getting ready to embark on building the largest public structure as far as cost is concerned that's ever been built in Shelby County. And before we go into that, what I'm going to ask is that we consider using Methodist University Hospital as the tertiary care hospital and at least have a consideration of that and a study of what that would look like. What would that cost? How much is that going to cost us compared to $750 million, $1 billion, $1.5 billion, whatever this new regional one would cost us as a community, because as I heard, our jails are costing us more than we're paying for, and we're looking at trying to get the jail out of downtown. We as a community have invested hundreds of millions of dollars in our new community convention center, and with that we have our jail right next to it, which I think is actually damaging our ability to rent that center and get large groups back into town. The other thing that we've got in addition to that is we have our school system that you guys are responsible for funding that has, $1.2 billion in deferred maintenance. So as we're looking at where we are now, particularly after thinking about that big, beautiful bill that just passed through Congress and what it's going to do, we know it's going to decrease Medicaid reimbursement. We know that hospitals that are here are going to have issues, making their bottom line. How do we go about, thinking long-term? And I've met with Dr. Coopwood, and he has agreed that if our mayor would call a meeting, we could get together a group of people and just see what it would cost for us to look at this situation and to bring you guys back an alternative to building another hospital when we've got one that I think probably could be repurposed and brought up to snuff for a quarter of what you're thinking about spending on a brand new hospital. So as you're looking at where you want to go with this, you've got to take all of those things into account and ask yourself what is best for Memphis and what is best for Shelby County long-term. Now, I know that Dr. Scott Morris has recently written the mayor and asked him to convene a group of people, which include Dr. Coopwood, Mr. Ubwecki from Methodist, Jason Little from Baptist. I've spoken to both of those people. And as you know, we were thinking that we were going to get money from Nashville for this hospital. And what happened was, in the halls of, Nashville, you had this competition that was going on between hospitals, and it sort of negated our ability to get any money for Region 1 coming out of Nashville. And I would like to say that I think what would be best for our system is if we had that Methodist hospital become the University of Tennessee's tertiary care center, where people from Baptist could refer their patients in, Methodist refer their patients in, St. Francis refer their patients in for this super subspecialized care, which is what you need in a medical school. So I've got a problem with my inner ear, for example, and I go to my local ear, nose, and throat doctor, and he does a surgery and it doesn't work, but there's a complication. Where do you go? You go to that tertiary care center to get that tertiary care, the super specialized care, and that's what you need in a medical school. You need that type of department. And one of the problems we've had at the University of Tennessee is that we've not been able to keep a lot of high talent in the various subspecialties. We'll recruit them right out of residency. They're very competent. They look great. They're here 2 or 3 years and they leave. We've also had our universities sort of being pulled back and forth between Methodist and Baptist and St. Francis because they don't have a home of their own. They don't have their own tertiary care center. Now, the Methodist hospital is owned by the Methodist Church. So I think that if we're looking at someone who potentially would donate a facility to the University of Tennessee and a way we could get our own tertiary care center, that's one way to do it. If the only way we'll figure this out is if we can get everyone in a room and have them discuss and look at all the complications, because I can tell you, this is a complicated issue. It's not something that you can put together easily. It will require lawyers. It will require physicians. It will require people negotiating how things are going to go together, and also the university. So you have multiple parties involved with this. But, you're looking at, $750 million, $1.5 billion, and most of the major donors in town don't think that's what we should be doing now and aren't going to be coming to the table. At least that's been my understanding after talking to a lot of them about what they think about the situation. So I don't want us to think somehow we're going to miraculously have a Fred Smith walk up to the table and drop us $200 million, $250 million. So why am I here? Well, we've already spent $30 million on that property. And I think it sold, for $3 to $6 million a couple years ago. Nothing really changed in that property other than we wanted it. So we've spent that. We're getting ready to spend between $60 and $70 million on architectural fees and engineering fees as we prepare to tear down, the commercial appeal building and begin this construction. You guys are the only people with the power in the room to be able to decide maybe we need to slow this down and look at it and think about, are there alternatives to this? Because there's no doubt in our minds, we need our trauma center. We need our burn center. We need our neonatal ICU. Those are essential functions for what our healthcare system needs. And Region 1 has done a great job in dilapidated facility bringing this out. I mean, if you've ever had to go there and you've had a trauma or you've had an issue, what they do there is incredible. So, and I'm not proposing that we somehow kill Regional 1 or something along that line, but I'm thinking we need to talk about how do we provide those same services and how do we develop a tertiary care center here in our town in such a way that our medical school has a tertiary care center, we can recruit more subspecialists, keep people here longer, okay, and provide these same services and give the people who are working in Regional 1 a facility that is better than what they have, something that is brand new, like the Shorb Hospital, which I think is 3-4 years old now. And what can we do to do that? And I'm worried if we start spending money now and we keep doing it without having this conversation, then we will be heading down a track where we'll have a partially built hospital. We'll have decreasing funds coming from Medicaid with the big, beautiful bill over the next 3 to 4 years. And we're looking at a huge tax increase to be able to make it work. And that's 9 minutes. Hopefully it's not, I've been able to explain it. So everybody understand tertiary care now? Got hands up for that? Okay, all right. And thank you much for your time. I appreciate you having me here.
Thank you so much, Councilman. Commissioner Brooks, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman Warren, I just need you to help me to understand why you're bringing forward this proposal at this time.
Well, I've been working on this. I don't know if you've read it. I started early in the summer. Okay, once I saw that we purchased this property and we were moving forward with this idea. And I published...
You mean the county?
Well, we as a county, and
I know, but you're on the city
you know,
side.
I was thinking myself as a resident.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
But in terms of buying the property?
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
okay.
And so once that occurred, I wrote an editorial, and my editorial was in the Commercial Appeal,
I read it.
the Daily Memphian, and the Memphis Flyer. So I've been pushing it and trying to talk to people and bringing it forward. I came to talk to you in budget season,
Right.
and that's why it's today.
Well, my time is running out, and respectfully, let me just ask a couple of things, because I do chair a task force on Regional 1, and we've been looking at this for quite some time. We're very invested in it. We were invested in it before, well, actually, when we raised the wheel tax, that's why we raised it. And so, you know, I'm sitting here listening to you, and I understand tertiary care. And you did say it was specialized, complex medical care involving advanced procedures, et cetera, et cetera. And as I hear you talk about this, I'm hearing you describe Region 1, because you talked about high-risk obstetrics. That's what tertiary care involves, okay? Burn treatment, major trauma, specialized pediatric care, all of that is Region 1. So let me just say this. I have a special affinity for Region 1, and actually I know it as John Gaston. I'm 76, okay? That's where I was born, I was told. And so I have a special attachment to it. And it has served the Black community and poor people very well for a long time. So I'm not the only one who has a special affinity for it. And now that Dr. Coopwood, or when Dr. Coopwood decided to, and I'm not related to him, none of that, decided that we needed to keep Region 1, but it is old, and we needed new buildings. We were in agreement. In fact, I did not commit to increasing the wheel tax until I talked to my constituents. And it was an overwhelming yes. Let's keep it. Let's do what we need to do to keep it. So I voted for it. And I'm still in support of it. And I'm trying to understand, I'm listening as best I can to try and understand why, when we have the opportunity to put, I will say historically, well-known community, not community, but hospital that basically does everything you say it does in new buildings and continue for generations and my grandchildren's grandchildren can be born there, okay? So why would we want to, and you need to help me understand, why we would want to put that into an old building when we have an opportunity to go into a new building and do all of these wonderful things that the Met has been doing since it was called John Gaston, okay? And
Yes, ma'am. Would you like me?
Wait, and let me just finish, and I just want to say one more thing. Because it means so much, I do want to give you the opportunity to explain to me, why you would even approach us with, about moving into an old building when we are the county and we are funding what we know is best, what our constituents, 13 of us, know is best for our constituents. So if you can help me understand that and show how we would be better off, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am. Well, my eldest son was born at Regional 1. My 2 grandchildren were also born at Regional 1, so I have the same affinity for it as you do. I did my training there for family medicine and worked in the neonatal ICU, so I'm familiar with the hospital and, have the utmost respect. As you're saying, the subspecialty care that you're talking about is limited in certain areas. It's not diffuse across the range of a medical school tertiary care. And, if you think about it, we do our heart transplants at Baptist East. They're not done at every hospital in town. You have our tertiary care has been moved all over the city instead of in one place for the university and for training. So that's one of the reasons. The other reason I tried to explain when I started was that you guys have a lot of things you have to fund. Okay, you've got to fund the schools, you got to fund deferred maintenance in schools, you've got to fund the jails, you got to fund moving the jail, and you've got to be looking at care. And when John Gaston was initially built, it was built as a hospital for the poor in the community. Now with EMTALA, which is the federal law that requires every hospital to take care of whoever walks in their door, the vast majority of indigent care is being done by Baptist and Methodist in our system as opposed to Region 1. Region 1 does the burn care, and they do burn care for everybody, poor or insured, and they're our level 1 trauma center. There's nothing that says that shouldn't stop. I'm saying we need to put that in one building. And right now, if you look at the Shore building, that Shore building is 3 to 4 years old. It's a new building. It's got new ORs. It's got new units. And as you're looking at building a brand-new hospital, the question is, why don't we stop and look and see what it would really cost to bring up that Methodist system or that Methodist hospital to the level of care we want? Can we save $750 million that we can use someplace else? And my question, and my only ask for you guys, is to pause it long enough for us to look and answer that question. What's really going to be best long term? And, when this is over, if that University Tertiary Care Medical Center is called Regional 1, University of Tennessee Care Center, that's fine with me. I don't care who's running the hospital. I just want us to look at the situation and to make sure we haven't missed something and we're spending money that we don't have to spend. That's all, Commissioner Brooks. That's why I'm bringing it.
Thank you, Councilman. Commissioner Caswell, you recognize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilman, thank you. Thank you for the tour I took of the hospital with you over there at Methodist. I'm with my colleague when we looking at the vision, because even as I went through all 7 floors of that, I can't see the vision as you're articulating it. To that point, I wonder how many of the Methodist head people are on board with what you're proposing?
So I think the issue is everybody is agreeing to talk. Okay, and that's what I'm asking that we do right now is we get people there to talk. So Mr. Little's ready to talk. Dr. Coopwood said he would talk to people. Ms. Ubecki will talk. I have major business leaders in town that want to be at that meeting. The chairman of the Medical Society wants to be there. Scott Morris with the Church Health Center thinks this idea is correct and he wants to be there. We've got a number of other doctors that have approached me and said, Jeff, this is the right thing. We should be looking at this and seeing if this will play out. So the answer is everyone's wanting to talk. Now, is this idea correct? Are there holes in it that there's no way to repair? Possibly. But if it is correct and it saves us $750 million, is it worth waiting and saving $70 million by not proceeding rapidly with building Region 1 until we know?
Yeah.
And you guys are the only ones that can stop that because you've allocated the money. It will be spent unless you say something differently. And I'm hoping that what happens is that the mayor will call this meeting and we'll have people there. Otherwise, I think we will have missed an opportunity where we possibly could have done something and have money to do all the other things you got to do. Because looking at where your budget is and what you guys were saying today about your fund balance and this coming up and not expecting it, and I mean, everybody else raised taxes last year.
Yeah.
You guys are going to be stuck next year as you're coming forward.
To that point is, how much is the city willing to get in the game? Meaning that many of the people are coming from the inner city that go to Regional 1.
You mean the county residents who live in Memphis?
Yep, county residents. County residents.
Okay, I know those guys.
Yep. That's willing for the city to see something, because again, as we think about that,
I guess the same amount of money that you're getting from Bartlett and Germantown that they're paying to Region 1 right now. What is that?
I have to look at that number. We got Dr. Coopwood back there, and glad to have him here to probably help us with that. But it just, my thing is, I hear you, and I understand that as a citizen and as someone you want to see something different if it is a possibility there. I just say honestly, as I went through it, I don't see it. Especially, I know something got to be done at Regional 1 that cannot stand the way it is. We got to move forward with something better.
I guess the question is, how quickly, Commissioner Caswell, do you have to move? And if moving rapidly, takes you away from the ability to see if there may not be a better way?
Yeah.
Okay, because as you walk through there, I've walked a number of doctors through there and other people looking at it. They see how it would work. And, Scott Morris has been around for a long time, and he is, I think, looking at this and also saying it's worth talking about. And I guess at the end of the day, the question is, what's best for Shelby County, what's best for Memphis and our surrounding communities? And I hope what we do is take the time to make sure we don't miss a big opportunity, because you guys went to Nashville. And I know, people were saying, well, if you don't buy this property, you're not going to get any money from Nashville. And buying the property didn't get you any closer to getting money from Nashville. And if we could somehow get all the local hospitals here, pulling with us instead of against us for expanding our tertiary care center, merging Region 1 into whatever that would be, whether it's Region 1, UT, Tertiary Care Center, like I said, I don't care. If we could get that, then maybe we could start seeing some state funds, because now you got the medical school here. Now you got a tertiary care center that's a huge tertiary care center, not just specialized in, what Region 1 specializes in. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caswell. Commissioner Ford, you recognize?
Thank you, and Dr. Warren, I've heard everything you said, but I want you to appreciate everything that I'm about to say as well. I've heard my colleagues and I've heard what you said today, and I'm glad this finally happened, because they've had you as the last item a lot, and at least you got five commissioners here. It's not the majority, but at least it's a start. I was one of the people that voted against the wheel tax. And the reason is because when it was brought to me, it was brought as something that was half-baked. And when I say that, because there were no guarantees that 100% of the increase was going to go to three things. And those are the two schools and Regional 1. The resolution that this body passed stated that the wheel tax increase would go with debt service on infrastructure projects, including but not limited to the two schools. And Regional 1, which means 100% of it didn't go there. So they basically justified me voting no. But that ship has sailed. Had to go back to the constituency who were sold that it would be 100% for those 3 projects. And I had to let them know with the resolution that I gave them that that was not the case. About 150 people were at that community meeting that I had at Grayson. Regional 1, who we have about 3 representatives, maybe a couple more, have to come back each year to make sure that the CIP is in the budget each year. You had the administration trying to do a 10-year plan. All of us will be gone in 10 years, elected-wise. And we know every year that we have to go through a particular process. And I see Dr. Cooper and Mr. Turner, I forgot what her title is, CFO, CAO, boss lady who knows where the figures are. They have to make sure that every year, even in a 5-year plan, that this debt that we have taken on is going to be in the budget each year, because we doubled our CIP. And the debt service on the wheel tax is paying for that and other projects. This is my concern. I'll get back in the queue. Changing again what this body has put together and played a steady hand on, and asking us to stop that is going to be a challenge for the reasons that I've said. So my question to you, and I'll get back in the queue, is with the chronology that I've given and where this commissioner has had concern and has had to articulate that to my 38109 and 116 people, how do you sell changing again when it's already been historically shown that what was sold is not exactly what was the case? And I'll get back in the queue.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. Commissioner Brooks, you recognized.
I was asking the doc to answer that question for me, if that was okay.
You got it. Councilman?
Yeah, I didn't take it as hypothetical. I think that what you have to do is you have to say, everything we do in city government is a process. And when we make each decision that we make it based on the best facts we have at the time we make that decision. But that doesn't mean that if other facts come to our knowledge, that we ignore them or try not to take them into account. So as you're looking at this, I'm hoping I'm bringing you some information that would make you think, oh, maybe what we've done is right, but maybe there's a better way we could do it, and we could take money, use it other places that we need to, and our next tax raise won't be quite as high because we've done this more efficiently. So as you're trying to explain it to your constituents, you have to say, you want me up there listening. You want me up there thinking. You want me to change my mind if I get different facts. And I'll explain it to you later. It's not that I'm wishy-washy. It's that I want to know what's the best thing for Shelby County and what's the best thing for Memphis. And I'm trying to do that because you elected me to do that. I know how hard it is. You know, you're there, you go into a situation, you think you know exactly what you're going to do, and then, Councilman Ford, Councilman Wright has some information you didn't know, it changes your mind. So that would be how I would explain it, Commissioner Ford.
Thank you for the explanation, Councilman. Commissioner Brooks, you recognize.
I haven't been there yet, but I might try it. Thank you.
Come on over.
I don't think so. Just kidding. Let me just kind of go back to the Nashville issue. Region 1's Nashville issue. When I say issue, I'm referring to our talks with regarding funding, revolved around hospitals here, established hospitals here in Memphis, going to Nashville fighting our proposal, fighting against Region 1's proposal. So that clears that up, okay?
Yes, ma'am, I think I
So
said
let me
that.
just finish. Now, I just want to go back to another thing you mentioned. at one point in time that Region 1, John Gaston, catered primarily to poor people, black people, those who just had no money. Well, at one time, Methodist only catered to white people. Okay. So now, I want to go back to the timing on this. And what I said, because when I tell my constituents something, I like to keep my word. And I did tell them that the wheel tax was for a Region 1 rebuild, okay? And that's what I'm committed to. And that's why I'm still committed as of this moment, this second, because I know that's going to happen. I'm not looking at, and I don't mind talking. I think it's good. Communication is wonderful. You'll always learn something. I learned a lot from what you just said. So I'm still concerned, though, and I'm a little bit confused about why now? Why now? When we've invested all of this, all of us have talked to our constituents, we've sold the idea of giving them a way that we can keep our historical hospital in our community, but make it better. And all of a sudden, we got this new thing. Well, it's not new because you want to say, now don't go into a new building. Come into this old building. We got one we'll give you over here. I can't take that to my constituents. I cannot do that. So that's why I say I'm still trying to understand the timing here. Why now? And what we have on the table is very beneficial. And just as you've admitted, Region 1 has done a wonderful job, still does a wonderful job, has an excellent reputation in the community. So why would we move into some old buildings when we have a constituency who is paid and bought into our Region 1 rebuild?
So once again, I think it depends upon how you sell it to people and let them know what you're doing. If you took a smaller amount of the money and put it into redoing parts of the Methodist Hospital, you already have a new hospital over there. The Shore Hospital Tower is 3 years old. So it's essentially brand new. You have other parts of the hospital that are older that will require a rebuild or an update, but I think that may cost you a lot less. And the issue is it's bigger, it's got more capacity, it's already here, and it may cost less. So but the why now, the answer to that question is, once you guys, until the public knows what you proposed, we really can't do anything about it, because I wasn't on your planning committees and I didn't know what you were doing as a council member. But when I heard about it, it's when I responded. So I'm not really trying to come late to the game any more than the average person could.
But let me just say this, and I do have another meeting and I have to leave, I regretfully. Am I recognized?
Commissioner Brooks, if you don't mind, Commissioner Porter, are you fine? Okay, you got it, Commissioner Brooks.
Okay. I just want to say this. I have to say this because I'm the oldest person in this room. And I have to say, on behalf of my constituents, that I think it's a disservice for you to come at this time. I really do. And for you to tell us, and for me to go back and repeat to my constituent that Dr. Warren said, we don't need a new building. We can move into the one that Methodist is going to move out of. They're done with it. That's a disservice. Our constituents deserve just as much quality and quantity as any other constituents in this town, Dr. Warren. I could not hold this seat if I went back to District 7 and delivered your message and went back on my word. I could not do that. And so let me just end with this. I'm willing to sit down and talk, just hear things and hear what everyone has to say, because communication is wonderful. You learn things. But I hope that you all don't I hope that's not the message, because it's kind of insulting, to tell you the truth. It is to me. Because we know what we're going to build. We have our plans, our timeline, and we're doing it the way we know is the best way to go. And so what I'm hearing is someone, a Johnny come lately, telling me that, no, you don't have it right. And I can't buy that right now because it's not sellable to me and the people I represent. But I thank you for coming, and I'm gonna have to run.
I'll keep working to try to sell it to you.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Commissioner Ford, you're recognized.
All right, thank you. And Doc, I've been taking some good notes, and I know you mentioned Dr. Ukwicki at Memphis. Yes, and a few others. But I'm going to say this in a similar vein. And it was not easy for this to transpire. You know, I'm glad Dr. Atwater is still here, and I'm glad you're here too, because y'all don't know exactly where I'm coming from when I say this. Doc, I was raised on the corner of Yazoo and Holland in South Memphis. A big house on the hill with pink flamingos and pinwheels. And there's a shopping center over there off of 3rd and Bells. Kroger was over there for 56 years, and they decided, we don't want to be here anymore. We tried to give them brand new, this, that, and the other. They said, nope. They took away the pharmacy that was inside of the Kroger and a medical facility that was in close proximity. This was in 2018. I know because I was running for commission. People said that neighborhood wasn't going to get anything back. It was going to be an automatic food desert, and people would have to have driven over the bridge to go get food and medication. This commissioner, in the middle of an election and other things, could not let the people that raised him starve, much less not have their medication. It was Regional 1 and the Cash Saver that came to the rescue. Cash Saver came in 5 months. I had people saying, it's going to be 5 years. Oh, it's over. They're done. Took 5 months. Regional 1 made sure that the pharmacy was there and the meds were cheaper than the previous vendor. Walking distance is a medical facility, a clinic, and it's still there now. I would be slapping these people in the face if I told them, because they basically saved the community, that I would be trying to go another route. I remember helping Regional 1 when people weren't even trying to help them. It sounds like, and maybe you can answer this for me, and you can keep on working on me if you want to, but I had to give you that historic context because that was very important. Yeah. But it sounds like you're trying to get more operating than capital. What we have in place now is capital over X amount of years for the Regional 1 project. But some of the things you mentioned makes it appear as if you're trying to get operating dollars instead, and you can't use operating on CIP. So
No, not operating.
It's not operating?
No.
Okay. Well, I think it's going to be an onerous task to get individuals who are vested in to change their mind. Trust me, I didn't vote for the wheel tax. 100% of the money should have gone to, look, we could have already been doing things with Regional 1 and having 2 schools. We only got 1 school that we're looking at right now. The Cordova School, there's no money on it right now. You got people in Cordova saying, where's my fire station? Where's my school? Well, ask your county commissioner when she runs for re-election next year. But I know that this individual, last comment, wants to make sure that, and I'm going to use your word, the loyalty is deep and the people have been good to my community. So it would be very difficult for me to tell them, thank you for saving my community, but I want to go another route. It would be very difficult for me to do that. Thank you for that last comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Ford. If I may, Councilman, I hear you coming today to encourage a convening. Is that something that you are willing to facilitate, or do we have a facilitator who could?
Yeah, I think that the person most likely to do this would be the mayor, Shelby County Mayor, should be the one to call this. And I just want to let you know, my pharmacy is also Regional 1. I think that's who should do it, but if there's a way this commission could ask for this to occur, I guess my concern is we're going to, if we spend $60 or $70 million and we do have this group get together and it is decided that it may not be the most effective way to move forward to provide a tertiary care center for our community, we've wasted that money that could have been used in other areas. So that's why I'm here, because it's as quick as I could get here. And as you can see from this conversation, I think if I'd have done this during budget, when everyone had been here for 13 hours, this would not have been very well understood or received.
Thank you for that.
And I'll be glad to come back and talk when there are other people here who could hear.
Okay, well, thank you for the clarification. Just a couple of added questions. So the tertiary care model that you're talking about, you said it currently doesn't exist?
We do not have a true tertiary care hospital here. We have hospitals that provide limited tertiary care, but aren't full-service tertiary care hospitals. I don't believe they do bypass surgery at Region 1.
Okay, and then within the scope of the plans that you've seen for Regional 1, is there any plan for a tertiary care?
I think they're hoping that they can develop it further down, but I haven't seen plans for Region 1. So that's not something that I've seen, but as you move forward with this, the whole issue that I'm bringing is you have limited funds, and we all want, everyone would love a new hospital. Everyone wants something brand new. But sometimes, you get a good used car and you make it function because your budget is a certain way. So that would be where I think we may be as a community right now, particularly when we don't know what our Medicaid situation is going to be like in the next 3 to 4 years with the current situation in Washington.
And just as a final point, you mentioned the mayor, so you've asked the mayor to convene the meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Has he agreed to do so?
They were looking to do it sometime in September, perhaps, but that's why, back to Councilwoman Brooks' great thought, why so late? Well, our schedules are such that it's really hard to do some things efficiently. And, if we wait every 2 weeks or every week, depending upon our bodies, sometimes things get drug out. And we have a time frame where I'm pretty sure that if we don't do something before the 1st of October, you will start spending money in the millions of dollars on engineering and architecture.
Okay. Well, we appreciate you for being here today, receiving all the questions, definitely for the dialogue. I think it's useful just to hear differing perspectives and just rounding out where our thought is around our transformative healthcare that we hope to manifest here soon. So we look forward to hearing when that meeting is scheduled, and if there's anything that we can do to be of service, please let us know. Thank you so much.
Can I say one thing?
Oh, yes, Commissioner Wright, you're recognized.
Before you leave, Councilman, maybe he's already gone.
Commissioner Ford, can you tap Councilman Warren? One more.
I'm sorry, Councilman. Just one final comment, and so I won't make you stay or ask a question, but just wanted to thank you for your willingness to come share your thoughts and an idea. We do need creative solutions. I do share your view that we can't do everything, and we have a lot of need. This body passed unanimously, maybe a couple months ago now, a resolution that was talking about all the capital needs that we have, and we've talked, I think you've talked about the jail and schools certainly, and Regional 1. So we do need creative solutions because that's 3 times more than we'll have available over the coming decades. But I want to, at the same time, I want to make sure it's something real. Like, is it really a true solution? And for that, I would lean on the Regional One leadership to inform that. But it sounds like you're putting together something.
I think one of the things that has hurt our city long-term is we've had a lot of major competition among a couple of the hospital systems. And if we actually had a tertiary care center that they were part of, that they felt like they could refer their patients in and they would come back, and they wouldn't lose patients by having them go to another hospital, pretty much that's what happens with trauma right now, too. So Region 1 does a good job with that trauma. They fix the major trauma. They send the people back to their own primary care, their own hospital systems where they were before. Same thing with our burn center. So the Region 1 burn center is the burn center for every hospital system here. So you've got that model partially, but you don't have it for all of those other small things. And our university medical school would be much better served by that, and it needs a larger facility than you're building. So you've got that at Methodist now, and I think if we don't at least ask the questions and get some studies to look and see what it would cost, we have missed a golden opportunity. And I understand what Commissioner Brooks is talking about is no one wants, seconds. Okay, but I go to Methodist. I work there every day. I think it's a good hospital. I have my privileges at Regional 1. I think it's a great place. I send my patients there for things that they do well. So it's sort of like these are both good institutions. If we can somehow figure out how that merges in some way and save money at the same time, it seems foolish not to look and see if it would work. That's all. If it doesn't work, we've delayed this 3 months, 4 months before we start spending $60, $70 million. And we can say, we did our due diligence. This was an idea Dr. Warren had. It's not going to work, period. But if we get everybody in the room with the idea that they want it to work, or can we really look at that as a possibility, then maybe this might be the right way to go. And that's why I'm asking for you guys to think about it. That's all. And I don't want you to step on anybody's toes. Thank you.
Is that sufficient? Okay, great. I will just say, just as a tidbit before we adjourn, I participated in the lobbying in Nashville related to Regional 1, and it was a blind side to have Baptist and Methodist also present. So I think that the convening would be very strategic leading into our next legislative round of conversations, just so we can get on the same page. I do think that, if we are not going to work together, and that's going to be something that we all understand to be true, it would just allow the conversations to be more robust and just honest, rather than us in real time figuring out, we have local players that are not supportive of the plan that we're all saying that we're collaboratively pushing forward. I've seen it in real time what the impact is of us not actually being truly in collaboration. So I really hope that the mayor, as he's listening, and his affiliates, that y'all will actually have this meeting just to get on the same page so that we can move forward.
If we actually had all the hospitals in our city and the University of Tennessee go to Nashville together and say, we want that medical school, and this is how we're going to put together a tertiary medical center to support it, and this is how much money we're going to use, and we've saved money by doing this, and I think that's a win. I think we can probably pull that off at the state level, but as long as we have this sort of fighting that we've had from our traditional hospital systems, battling and beating each other's head against the wall, Region 1 gets the short end of the stick, and it's not right.
Well, I definitely support pushing the conversation. Whether the collaboration will come from that is to be decided, but if y'all could just convene to converse, that would be super helpful. With that being said, we adjourn committee number 3, Hospitals and Health, and y'all have a good rest of your Wednesday. Thank you.
Yay.